This nation reflected Christian values because the people who made up the government in the early days were Christian, but none of them agreed with each other, and they still don't today. They very seldom ever have. What do you mean by Christian? Seventh-day Adventist? Branch Davidian? We need to do some serious evaluating, some very serious checking out of agendas. You really want to take over the government and make it a theocracy? Because I'm going to tell you exactly what's going to happen if you do that. You're going to burn people at the stake who disagree with you. And if that happens, I'm going to have to take up arms all over again. And so will many of you, because you're going to be persecuted. You see? Because whichever one controls the government, you're going to have to conform to that teaching, and if you don't believe in it, you're a heretic. Do you understand what I'm talking about? What is our common bond truly? Freedom. Freedom. Without freedom, you can't be a Christian no matter what denomination you belong to. You can't be a Buddhist. You can't own a donut shop. You can't drive from here to Oregon. You can't be an American, because that's what it's all about, and that's the only thing that it's all about. Nothing else. Nothing else. It's about freedom. Only freedom. It means you have to let other people be free, even if they disagree with you.
You know, for me, it's kind of sad to see YouTube in the state that it's in today. What was once a thriving playground for diverse opinions and controversial discussions has become more like an echo chamber that's characterized by severe content moderation. And it's too bad, because I really love YouTube. And actually, I owe a debt of gratitude to this platform, because many years ago, when I first started learning about all these topics that I speak of on this channel, YouTube was one of the primary sources where I would find such information. And it would be hard for the younger generation to even believe this, but at one time, YouTube was a true bastion of free speech. Actually, old school truthers even coined a term for it. We called it YouTube University. That was like a gateway into this weird world of undisclosed truth and discovery. You know, you start out by going through YouTube University, and then by the end you're reading books and all these official reports on .gov websites and researching history through a new lens. And I think it was around 2009 when I first began my own journey into YouTube University. I remember watching the documentary Loose Change, which is like this legendary independent documentary which exposed many of the lies that we were told on that dreadful day in September of 2001, you know, 9/11. And it blew me away. I was just totally riveted by the whole thing. These mind-blowing revelations being narrated alongside of this footage and documents and facts and evidence, all just right there on the screen to substantiate all of these incredible claims. And it was all backed up and accommodated by a backdrop of this cool music. And I felt like this was the type of thing that I wanted to do. And what's more is I felt like it was something I could do. You know, I didn't know anything about video editing, and more importantly, I still lacked any real knowledge that was worthy of making a documentary about. But one thing that I did have was a lifetime's worth of artistic experience and practice. And I knew that if I just had the right message or the right information, that I could present it in a unique and powerful and effective way that has never been done before. And thus began a journey that eventually evolved into this movie that you're watching right now. But long before I ever made my first YouTube video, I spent years watching hundreds or maybe even thousands of videos from other YouTube channels. And this was the true glory days of YouTube, by the way. And you know, it's really ironic that YouTube, of all platforms, would ever become so draconian as this. Because back in the day, it was a haven for this kind of stuff. And I was listening to YouTube videos at work all day, and I was watching them all night. truther channels like We Are Change and Alex Jones and all those other InfoWars shows, and the Corbett Report and Mark Dice back when he was still John Connor. And I'm pretty sure that I've listened to almost every available episode of William Cooper's The Hour of the Time radio show, especially his Mystery Babylon series. And that's just to name a few out of these classic old school channels that's on a long list that I'm sure many of you were watching as well. And also, despite not really being a Christian myself back then, I also started to follow a lot of Christian truther channels, and over time I would actually find myself agreeing with more of the Christian content than I did with the secular content. And really, in the end, YouTube was a major player in my path to salvation, because between all these Christian truth channels that I would watch, and I guess also because of my close relationship to my brother Doug, who has never failed to challenge the credibility of my worldly beliefs, I was starting to become persuaded by the Christian worldview. Not to mention that my parents did do their best to raise me up in the way of the Lord, and I understood the gospel. But that's not to say that I believed in it, and I definitely wasn't ready to put my faith and trust in Christ alone. No, for now, I was just taking it all in and researching everything that I could find regarding these topics. But the real point here is that I viewed all of this stuff right here on YouTube. The same platform that has since removed some of the channels that I just mentioned, and a lot of the channels that I would frequent over the years. And then there were other good channels that just simply quit because they became unmonetized, or their videos just kept getting banned under the growing censorship of this platform. But even despite this current state of affairs, as I said before, I feel that I really owe a debt of gratitude to YouTube, because it was YouTube that first granted me access to a lot of information that has really changed my life. By the year 2012, I was becoming pretty knowledgeable and also pretty well versed in some of these fringe topics. No longer was I merely a viewer or reader of media, but I began to do my own research. And I was actively participating in various libertarian causes, and within my own small circle of influence, I was practically campaigning voluntarily for Ron Paul, who was running for president that year. And at that time in America, freedom of speech was a really hot-button issue. We were beginning to see the liberal bias of tech giants like Google, and there was a lot of talk about the targeted censorship of conservative and Christian outlets. Of course, in hindsight, we know that all of those concerns about this coming Orwellian clampdown on free speech would turn out to be absolutely correct. But at that time, we were just simply being warned about it, and we were all just doing our best to defend the First Amendment. And so in response to these developing threats to free speech, I had an idea which would become my first real journey into the realm of activism. My idea was to create a physical printed magazine that would be composed of information that's related to, this New World Order conspiracy stuff. The same kind of content that I used to watch on all these aforementioned YouTube videos. And it was intended to be a strategic defense against this oncoming censorship campaign, which, has now come to pass. The idea was that, since information on the internet could be altered or hidden or obfuscated, that printed materials would be much more difficult to censor. And so, why not print this stuff into a magazine? And so I decided to move forward with the concept, because after all, I was always pretty good with computer art programs like Paint and Photoshop, and I knew that if I could just get some people together to help write content, that we would be able to figure out how to design it into a magazine format. The only problem was that I was broke, so anybody who wanted to help me with the magazine would have to be willing to work for free. And another issue with being broke was the fact that publishing a magazine costs a lot of money that I didn't have. But one thing that I did have was a whole lot of experience as a musician and a performing artist. And I knew how to put on a good show, which is a time-honored way to raise funds. And the more I thought about it, the more I felt like I could really make it happen. And so I talked to my brother Doug about it. The same brother I mentioned previously, who was always consistently witnessing to me throughout my life. See, Doug is not only my brother, but he's my best friend, right next to my wife. And by this point in our lives, we were both passionate about these things. And he was actually really receptive to the idea. And so we decided to go for it, that we would be co-founders of Wisconsin's first truther magazine. He would take care of designing the actual magazine, and I would take charge of organizing the team, and coming up with a game plan and all this kind of stuff. And together, we would make it happen. We started hosting these weekly meetings at Doug's house, and we would invite like-minded friends to join us and to create a game plan, to make this magazine come to life. We began writing essays and articles, and we even had a website that we could use to publish our articles, and to receive article submissions. And to my delight, it actually worked. People actually liked the idea, and the meetings started growing in size, and the fundraisers became more successful. And I really felt like I was finally getting on the right track. And these weekly meetings eventually evolved into a real community. And by that point, we decided on a name for our group and for our magazine project. We called it Waking Up Wisconsin. And even though we still hadn't published a magazine yet, we did release a number of articles on our website, and a few of them were actually getting some good traction, all things considered. And we started attending rallies and marches, and we ended up befriending the hosts of a popular alternative news group out of Milwaukee that ran a website and a syndicated radio show called The Rundown Live, featuring Mike Pachesney and Kristan T. Harris. And I still love Mike and Kristan to this day. And on a side note, Kristan Harris has gone on to achieve some serious success in journalism. In fact, just today he was filling in as a guest host on some InfoWars show. But this was about a decade ago, and at that time we were operating at more of an amateur level. Just a group of young men who were passionate about the quest for truth and the fight for liberty that were working together for the benefit of humanity. It was a really beautiful thing, honestly. A truly positive grassroots movement that I had the privilege to participate in. After about a full year of hard work and planning, we released the first issue of our magazine in January 2014. It was called Waking Up Wisconsin Magazine, Volume 1, Issue 1. And it included a bunch of original articles from myself and the other group members, as well as some submitted articles and interviews from our friends at the Rundown Live, who at that point had become partners and affiliates. And we also acquired some local sponsors from the area who were gracious enough to purchase ad space in our magazine, and that really helped us to raise the necessary funds that we needed to print our first run. And once we did, and the magazine was published, it turned out to be a real success. I mean, we were just a local operation, and we only printed like 1,000 copies, if memory serves me correctly. So it's not like we blew up on the national stage or anything, but we definitely achieved what we set out to do. The quality of our magazine was great, and we were getting a lot of favorable feedback from people. And Waking Up Wisconsin magazine was officially on the map. About a year later, in March of 2015, and shortly after publishing our third issue, we were at one of our weekly meetings, and everybody was huddling around Doug's computer as we searched the internet to see what people were saying about our magazine online. And on this particular evening, while sifting through search results, we came across a very peculiar website that was linking back to Waking Up Wisconsin magazine. And it included a phrase that none of us had ever heard before: fake news. That was a term that was completely foreign to us. This was well over a year before the expression fake news would become weaponized and popularized during the 2016 election. But yet, there we were, in bold letters, Waking Up Wisconsin, on a website called fakenewswatch.com. Some other sites listed included names like Breitbart or The Drudge Report and InfoWars and Zero Hedge and WorldNet Daily and Natural News and, websites like this. And the list also included our good friends over at the Rundown Live. And at the time that we came across this discovery, we just so happened to be listening to the Rundown's live show at that time. And so we decided to call in and talk about it.
Here is a flashback clip, as I've mentioned many times before, on the American Intelligence Report. When I did the show, The Rundown Live, several years ago, we received a call from local activists Waking Up Wisconsin. On that call, they reported to us a discovery of a fake news watch list. And when we researched this list, it tied back to a person or a Republican running for assembly in Illinois. That fake news list, amongst others, collaborated together, became what is today seen by our government the top websites you do not want to read, including Truth Frequency Radio and yours truly. So here it is, a flashback to 2015 of March.
We got a 262 on the Rundown Live. Your name, how you doing?
And where you from?
Well, hey guys, this is Tim, Doug, and Bilal.
It's our friends.
Waking Up Wisconsin.
Wait, never mind. We don't have any friends. Remember,
There is no
Kristan?
Waking Up Wisconsin. Just kidding, guys.
We're having our normal Friday meeting and listening to the rundown, and we said, hey, you know what? Let's call into the rundown because it's been a while. And so anyways, we're on the list. I just saw you guys recently on a website called fakenewswatch.com. Have you seen
Oh, we're on the fake news watch.
that? Yeah, you guys were right above wakingupwisconsin.com.
Really? That's interesting.
Yeah, look that up. Fake News Watch. They're there to kind of weed out the legitimate news from the conspiratorial fake news, as they call it. And they listed Drudge Report, InfoWars. It was just amazing. There was a whole bunch of sites listed, and sure enough, we were right there too.
It doesn't
Who else
surprise
was on
me.
the list? Fake news site was on their own list.
Yeah, put them on there.
Yeah.
So, anyways, just wanted to call in and tell you guys that.
Well, great news there, Tim. We're on the fake news list. That's just wonderful.
It's really not bad news. I mean, of course, we're on that type of site. What kind of got me about it was just FCC internet takeover business going on.
Tim, you're right, because we and Kristan, we've already been talking about this, and I find it hilarious. I think it's funny. But Kristan and me were just talking about this, the idea of being censored out of Google due to not being credible. So our results will be lower listed because we are conspiracy and we don't talk about the
Well,
truth.
Google works to rank sites based on truthfulness. You'd think we'd rank at the top.
Yeah, you think we'd be up there,
We'd
but
be like
nope.
number one.
You can read through the list. Any of the listeners right now, you can check it out. The list is all a lot of really good sites that are actually quite credible. I mean, to include something like the Drudge Report, which is just a news aggregator. Yeah, we're considered clickbait. We're considered. They have a
Yeah,
summary
but
for
to
the.
who?
You guys are to the Rundown Live, Mike. Who do you think?
I mean, this is the thing. Like, the people that are reading this, who are, like, all they have to do is look at the site and judge it for themselves, and that's the whole thing.
Right.
Judge the information for what it's worth. We've always said that from day one. We don't really know at the end of the day. We base things on what we've learned and other stories and other facts that, have come about. So it's like, how can anybody really know for sure at the end of the day? And then just label something fake unless it's completely made up, like something like National Report. It's kind of ridiculous. But they want us to be on that level because that's a lot easier then. If they can just discount it as fake clickbait, then they don't have to deal with any of the realities of it. But yeah, that's great. We're on the fake news list,
Well, the fake news list, I can't find it anywhere, Mike. The website definitely isn't.
I'm sure it exists, and I've seen our site on other lists. I've never seen Waking Up Wisconsin listed. That's news to me. So that means they must be fairly frequently updating this.
And they must listen to the show because they wouldn't know we're affiliated otherwise.
By the way, our site, your site, was also on the same site as a list as InfoWars and Prison Planet. And they said that we take real news stories. So we're not what they were calling a satire site or a parody site. We take real news stories, but then we spin them to scare the public.
Yes, we scare everyone. That's what we do. We love to scare people.
Well, we just report the news. We actually are unbiased. I think both of us are pretty much unbiased.
And I'm pretty sure we joke about everything. We're not really trying to scare anyone.
I think they're scared of us.
It's sort of funny when I think about the suppression that my YouTube channel faces today, and then I look back to the old days of Waking Up Wisconsin, because I'm reminded that I've pretty much been canceled since day one. I was being labeled as fake news long before I was ever even given a fair shot to compete with the so-called real news. And I suppose it shouldn't have come as a surprise that within the following year, I would begin to see that censorship increase. Many of the articles that were once thriving were becoming harder to find. Our magazine became even harder to search for. And even when typing in our website and article title by name, our actual content was suddenly bumped towards the bottom of the search results. The momentum had stopped. And eventually the meetings came to an end too. And I sort of stopped keeping up with the website, and our final issue was uploaded to the internet, but never printed. And despite having published who even knows how many hundreds of posts over the span of 3 or 4 years, today you can hardly find any traces of Waking Up Wisconsin magazine or our website on the internet. But whatever. I honestly didn't really care much anymore. And I wasn't too bothered by the dissolving of the group, because once again, I was going through some personal changes that were putting me at odds with my own agenda. Because by this point, I had surrendered my life to Christ. I was a Christian now. And as much as I loved conspiracy theories and truth-seeking, it just didn't seem all that important anymore. That's not to say that I lost interest in these topics. It's just that my view of them had transformed completely. I was now seeing the world through a biblical lens, and suddenly all of my lingering questions were answered. The mysterious aura around this New World Order stuff had disappeared, and I was now able to see it plainly for what it was. All these secret societies and the occult symbolism and the FEMA camps and the depopulation and the green movement and the LGBT stuff and the drugs and the homicide and the protests and the riots and the Hollywood industry and the music industry and politics and wars and media and people and government and life and death. It was all just pointing towards the same thing. That the big conspiracy really could be boiled down to the simple truth of the ancient scriptures. That this is all about the fall of man. It's about sin. It's Satan against God. It's spiritual warfare. It's rebellion. It's all about a war for the souls of man. It's about a world that hates nothing more than the name of Jesus Christ. We use the name Jesus Christ as a cuss word, and meanwhile we celebrate and worship that which is wicked. The very truth of God's word. Come on. I spent all these years relaying all of this evidence that the controlling structures of society are deeply rooted in a foundation of Satanism. And yet I, myself, wasn't able to accept the obvious conclusion that the biblical Satan is therefore very real. And of course, if Satan is real, then God is real, and everything just suddenly started making sense. It was like, how did I miss this? It's all so obvious. Because back when I was reporting on all this New World Order and Illuminati stuff as an unsaved man, I could never quite understand the level of evil that we all discover at the bottom of this rabbit hole. From a secular standpoint, I'd always just assumed that the mysterious elitist cabal and the agendas of this shadow government were motivated by greed and by power. And that worldview makes sense up to a point. But what doesn't make sense is that men who are motivated only by greed and power would be found at places like Bohemian Grove. And what are we to make of Freemason rituals or witchcraft in high places and all these outright satanic practices that have been historically attributed to the elitists of our world? At what point does money and greed turn into a visit to Epstein Island? And at what point does wealth and prestige have anything to do with human sacrifice? And why does Hollywood and the music industry promote this satanic agenda so blatantly? Sure, it makes sense that sex and violence sells, but why this outright religiously satanic stuff? And these topics are things that I would commonly cover before I was saved, in interviews and articles back in the magazine days, because it was easy to expose the evidence of these things because it was so abundant. But I could never really give the right answer to why they would do these things. But now that I was a believer, and now that I was reading my Bible and believing what it says, suddenly all these things started to make sense. And it was like completing a 1,000-piece jigsaw puzzle and finally putting the last pieces into place. The reason that this conspiracy stuff always ends up in dark candlelit rooms with satanic rituals going on suddenly became obvious to me. It's because the world really is satanic. It's just like the Bible says. And if the Bible is true and Satan really is the god of this world, then wouldn't it make sense that you would find all this satanic crap when researching into the origins of our government and our culture? In fact, I began to sympathize with my unsaved truther friends who were just not able to connect those final dots of the puzzle because they were not willing to accept what the Bible has said all along. And so that was it for the magazine. And even if I did want to keep the magazine going, the truth is that I no longer had the time for it, because within months of being saved, God had radically changed my life. By this point, I was around 30 years old, and for all those years of chasing my music dreams and then pursuing my ambitions in journalism and activism, I had fallen behind in my real life. I was working all these dead-end jobs, and all my friends were getting married and having kids, and even Doug, my brother and lifelong teammate, was now too busy with his own growing family to really commit to our ambitions with the magazine anymore. And I personally was just simply exhausted. And I will never forget this one especially rough night that I spent on my knees just begging for God to fix my life and to give me a family. And I know that this will sound like the plot of some corny PureFlix movie, but within a week or two of that night, my wife showed up at my doorstep. Obviously she wasn't quite my wife yet, but she was just one of my best friends, and she was the girl that I'd loved for years. She was the one that got away. And I can save the rest of that story for another video, but the point is that God had answered my prayers, and soon my life would begin to rapidly change in a very radical way. The next thing you know, I'm getting married, and within 5 years, I suddenly had 5 kids, and I was living this life as a husband and as a dad. My guitar was out of tune, and it was collecting a thick layer of dust in my closet. And my computer was practically broken, and I gradually just stopped updating the website at all, and eventually I just allowed the domain name to expire. And for all those years, I never looked back. I was never more happy, and I never felt more purpose than I did when I first became a husband and a father.
Who are you?
A dad.
And so I divorced myself from any type of media creation or performance whatsoever. And for the first 4 years of my marriage, I never wrote a song or an essay or a news article. I wasn't thinking up any new creative ventures, and I wasn't participating in any activist causes. I was just a married man with kids, working hard every day at 2 different jobs and focusing on nothing more than trying to be a man of God and a good husband and a good father. And I would continue to study these conspiracy things, but I was becoming way more interested in reading the Bible than I was the news, which was a good call on my part, because after all, if you want to seek the truth, then there's no better source for that than God's own word. Looking back, it was a wonderful time in my life, busier than ever, but it was also more simple than ever. And I was still ambitious to one day resume my plans for creating media. But for now, I was just happy to simply manage a basic family routine with my wife and my young children. If you're a subscriber to this channel, then you probably know my wife. Her name is Amber, and she is the woman who has stood beside me through all of this. She is even my co-host whenever I do live streams on this channel. And the thing about Amber is that she loves me, and she cares about my passions. And back in the year 2018, when we were struggling for money and living paycheck to paycheck, Amber was secretly saving up a stash of her tip money for my birthday. And when she gave me the money, she expressed that she wanted me to buy a new computer with it and get back to work with my creative pursuits, provided that I always put the family first, of course. And so I did buy a computer, and I used it to make my first video, which was called The Sinister Shepherd. It was a documentary about TV and about how television was always intended for the purposes of mass mind control. And that video was actually shared by none other than David Icke, of all people. And it performed really well. And at that point, I knew that I could potentially have a future in filmmaking. But it took a lot of time to make. And I still had a lot of work to do as a young father because Amber and I were continuing to have kids on practically an annual basis. And despite the success of that first video, it would also be the last video that I would make for years to come. Barring a few simple music videos that I made for my friends' bands or just little things here and there for fun. But fast forward a few years, and now we are in the year 2020. And it was just another long and typical workday when the news broke out about the plandemic. And as you might suspect, I had a reputation at my workplace for being really outspoken about this type of thing. And so throughout the following weeks, I began to accurately predict the entire procession of events that would follow as they progressed in real time. And as I'm sure a lot of you can attest to, this was a really surreal time for conspiracy guys like myself. It was as if the White House and the World Health Organization and Bill Gates and the UN and all of these guys were either ushering in the long-awaited New World Order, or they were just working together to troll those of us who have been specifically calling out and predicting these exact changes to occur for decades. And for the first time since I bought that computer, I had a real reason to use it, because I literally understood exactly what was happening. I mean, after all, it was only the exact thing that I spent the last decade trying to warn people about. And now, as a believer, not only did I have the information, but I also had the solution. And I was only about 1 week into writing the script for my first film on this channel when I was unexpectedly laid off from my job. Because, it was the beginning of the plandemic when people were being laid off in mass numbers across the nation. And although it was disappointing to lose my job, the timing almost seemed like destiny. Since I was laid off, I would be eligible for unemployment, and I would be granted this short window of opportunity to complete my first movie and to get my new channel Fallen World Films off the ground. The documentary that I made was called Depop 25, and it's about an insane yet credible report from an intelligence source that projects a 70% population decrease in America by the year 2025. And that video was a small success, and it really got this channel off to a good start. And by the grace of God, I think that by the time I finally found employment, I already had like 3 or 4 short documentaries in my library. But I didn't slow down at all when I started working. By day, I would work full-time, at my regular factory job, and in the evening, I would hang out with my family and tuck the kids into bed, and then by night, I would continue brainstorming and writing and creating and editing these videos until the early hours of the morning. I mean, honestly, I rarely got more than 4 or 5 hours of sleep before getting up to start the next day. And I would continue working on my drive to work, and at work I would go about doing my job all day while simultaneously brainstorming my next move for the channel. And every lunch break and every smoke break was really just a chance to do even more work. And despite being a married man with 5 young kids and working a full-time job who is too busy to get anything done, and being limited only to these random little windows of time to edit my movies, usually just using my smartphone, I was still managing to turn out these high quality and highly produced videos like nobody's business. And at the end of every day, I would share the links to one of my videos on a rotating schedule of different social media sites. And my channel was turning out to be a genuine success. I suppose that I shouldn't have been so surprised when my first video got banned. I mean, you'd think that after my experience with the magazine that I would have expected it. But for some reason, I was surprised, and I was really upset when YouTube began flagging and blocking my videos. Because unlike the magazine articles, which could become suppressed online, but they're still on your site, and they're still available by link, but when your YouTube video gets blocked, it just hurts a lot more. I mean, because for an artistic and creative documentary style like what you are watching now, I mean, you're talking about 30 or more hours of work that goes into just a short documentary. So when you take all of that time and effort and then the thing just gets deleted, well, it's really frustrating to say the least. But fortunately, I was primed for this type of persecution. I mean, I'd spent my whole life going against the grain, and I was willing to just count my losses and just keep making more movies for as long as I felt convicted to.
Hey, does anybody want to join?
I can only suppose through God's divine will, my channel has not yet been outright terminated. Over the years, I have spent many months sitting on the fence with 2 community guideline strikes, and I've witnessed way too many similar channels become unlisted, but I never hit that 3rd strike. And somehow today, I have 0 strikes. But even though my channel survived while similar channels were being simultaneously destroyed every week, it's not to say that I didn't suffer the same obstacles as everyone else. I can still remember the first time that I searched for Fallen World Films on YouTube, only to be met with a bunch of results about some Jurassic Park movie called Fallen Kingdom, which went on for like 2 pages before any of my videos were visible. Even though not just 1 week earlier, my videos would have been the first results. And I can even remember when my channel would be suggested by YouTube, and to find Fallen World Films, all you had to do was just type in the word Fallen and the letter W, and my channel would show up. And that was really a big deal to me back then. It was like a milestone, But now you gotta type in my whole channel name to find my content. And you're still gonna be required to sift through a bunch of unrelated Jurassic Park videos before finding me. By the way, did I mention that I owe a debt of gratitude to YouTube? And I really mean it when I say that, but I do admit that our relationship is sort of on the rocks these days. But these are the conditions that I've been working with as I continue to pursue building this unmonetized and heavily suppressed channel. To call it frustrating would be a huge understatement. A better word would be offensive, or maybe even devastating. And it was sometimes bothersome enough to make me just want to quit, but I never did quit. Because I really believed that if I could just manage to grow my audience enough, that other people would soon begin to share and then mirror my content, and eventually it would become much more difficult for YouTube to hide my channel. And I still do believe that, by the way, and I hope that you might consider being one of those people who are helping to share this. But the point is that I couldn't rely on the algorithm to treat my channel fairly, so I knew that I needed a better strategy. And then one day when I was at home and scrolling through my YouTube feed, I noticed something sort of interesting. some channel was premiering a video. And what that means, if you don't know, is that YouTube gives creators an option to set a video as a premiere, which pretty much works like a live stream of a pre-recorded video. And anyways, I don't remember what the channel was or what video it was, but I noticed that this video stayed near the top of my feed throughout the duration of the video's premiere. And it also had this little red box that says premiere, which, kind of made it stand out from the other videos. And it occurred to me that if I were to set my videos to premiere, then maybe I could circumvent this algorithm which seemed to be targeting my videos and hiding them from people's feeds and search results. And so I tested it out on the next video, and sure enough, that video performed much better than usual, especially during the runtime of the premiere stream. And so that really got me thinking, what if I made a video that was extremely long? Then hypothetically, that would mean that my video would appear towards the top of your feed for however long that movie ran. And so I thought about this for a while, and I pondered it. And within hours of having that initial thought, I had already decided what I was going to do next. So I collected all of my favorite videos that I made over that past year, and I arranged them into one massive movie. I called it The Forbidden Film, and it was 8 hours long. And so, if everything went according to plan, then this movie would be visible and even recommended to subscribers for 8 hours straight. I mean, it was a long shot, but it was the best idea that I could come up with. And besides, it's not like The Forbidden Film was just about getting views and exposure. I also knew that it would be an awesome and honestly epic video. I mean, it included 2 of my feature-length documentaries and then a whole bunch of shorter videos that were already well-liked by my viewers, and this was a hand-picked selection of all my favorite stuff. So I knew for sure that during the duration of that 8-hour runtime, whenever somebody would click on it, they would be met with something good. And so it would be a huge win-win situation. And another benefit is that this video would provide a way for people to save and to download and to mirror or re-upload, all of my best content in the event that my channel were ever to be blocked. It would be a giant truth bomb of information that could just be shared with one link. Something to share after you have that type of conversation with a skeptic who expresses some level of interest in this type of stuff and you don't know where to send him to start learning, because I've been in that situation many times and I assume some of you have as well. So this would be like a resource, a single link that could serve as a gateway into an entirely new and more accurate way of seeing this fallen world around us. And so the movie was set, and I set it to premiere. And on the day of the premiere, I was hopeful, but I was also really anxious about how people might respond to a compilation video with an admittedly absurd runtime. But within about an hour of the stream, something became really clear to me, that my plan was actually working. It was receiving far more engagement than usual, and within the span of a few hours, it had received more views and likes than most of the other videos on my channel. In those days, I was pretty happy just to get a few hundred views on a video, but by the time that the Forbidden Film premiere was over, it already had over 1,000 views or something like that, and many likes as well. I mean, everybody loved it. The comments were all generous and encouraging, and nobody was complaining about the re-uploads or the ridiculous runtime. Instead, they were thanking me and sharing the link and posting it to social media. And after a couple of days, the movie had reached over 6,000 views, which was like a record number for my channel, almost twice as much as the second ranking video at that time. And not even a week had passed. But unfortunately, that week never quite did come to pass because the next time that I checked on the video, it was gone, just blocked. And in previous stages of my life, I would have been discouraged by this. But you know what? I wasn't discouraged. If anything, it emboldened me and it inclined me to become even more aggressive and even more passionate about my cause. And after all, what should I expect? I mean, here I am exposing all these things that the media tries to hide, and presenting it in this admittedly bold and sensational way. I mean, it only makes sense that I would be silenced. But due to my assurance that my efforts were for the glory of God, and also due to my inherently stubborn disposition, I was not discouraged. And so I responded by going through every minute of that 8-hour Forbidden Film and editing out anything that could possibly be interpreted as a violation of the community guidelines. And then I re-released it. This time it was called The Forbidden Film YouTube Friendly Version. And once again, I would premiere the video, And this time it reached a view count that was honestly just staggering to me. 16,000 views and also a whole bunch of likes before it too was blocked and banned from YouTube. To this day, it was the most successful video that I ever published to this channel. And now it's just gone forever. And so, although the title was originally intended in a tongue-in-cheek sort of way, I suppose it really did become the forbidden film. But you know what? There's an old military expression that says, and I'm paraphrasing here, but it's something like, when you start taking flack, then that means that you're over the target. And I believe that that's true. Because, back in my hedonistic and unbelieving days, when I was a punk rocker just reveling in sin, I never received any pushback. Nobody was ever offended until I started glorifying the name of Jesus Christ. And as a rapper, I was known for spitting these off-the-dome freestyles, which were usually just littered with obnoxious and inappropriate rhymes, and yet I still never received any criticisms, just applause. But being a Christian family man in his 30s who just makes Christian-based YouTube videos, now I'm suddenly controversial. I received nothing but encouragement and support back when I was drunk and depressed and jumping around on the stage and spewing foolishness into the microphone. But the gospel of Christ, now that is what is dangerous and offensive. I've been in front of many crowds, and one thing that I've learned is that this world loves it when you praise the things of this world. And this world hates it when you expose the things of this world. And after the forbidden film was deleted from YouTube for the second time consecutively, I decided, I'm just going to lean into that. I'm going to continue to use this crappy and pathetic culture of my generation to illustrate the biblical reality. Because I am not a friend of this world. Because this is the fallen world. Don't you get it? We could spend our whole lives trying to solve the problems of this world, but the truth is that there's only one problem in this world, and it's called sin. Sin is the underlying factor behind all the suffering and every single negative emotion that you have ever experienced. Without sin, there would be no sense of guilt or shame, there would be no anger, no sadness, no pain, or even death. There would be no deception or oppression or depression or correction or addiction or perversion or affliction or coercion or any of that. Pardon my rhyme there. It's just, all that rap talk earlier. But when you step back and you look at the state of our world right now through the lens of spiritual warfare, you will begin to see that the disease of sin has permeated every facet of this fallen world. And you're going to see that our adversary, the devil, is very real and he's active. In fact, he's more busy than ever. And if you're in the body of Christ, then you got nothing to fear, because our only job is just to spread the gospel, to spread the good news and to fight the good fight. But if you have not put your faith in Christ, then you have good reason to be terrified by what's happening in this world around us. And that's why I've applied this dark and almost horror movie-like aesthetic to these videos. Because I'm not just here to edify and inform the church, but I'm also reaching out to a lost world that is currently on fire. And I'm hoping that I could scare some of you straight, and you can go ahead and accuse my videos of being overblown or sensationalized, but to me, it seems appropriate to present these agendas in a horror movie-like way, because these agendas themselves are in fact horrifying, especially for those of you who have taken the side of this fallen world, because you guys are standing on the front lines of the great spiritual battle that you don't even acknowledge is going on. And that's why I'm here. And I know that my videos are not the highest quality thing out there, I know that my vocal audio is often just terrible. And that's because I don't even use a microphone. I'm making these videos in my car as I sit in the parking lot of my work on my lunch break. And trust me, I'd love to do this at home. But for me, the second I walk into my small house, I'm going to be tackled by a whole bunch of children, and they're going to run up and hug me and take turns pulling my hat off and then jumping on my spinal cord. And I'll hang out with them, we'll do dinner, and then after I finally tuck each one of them into bed, I'll watch some true crime or cooking show with Amber while we eat from a homemade charcuterie board, and I'll only make it about halfway through the show before passing out. So think about that the next time you watch a video from Fallen World Films. This is who I am. I'm not an academically trained theologian or a historian. I'm not a philosopher. I don't have a team behind me. And honestly, I don't have all that much money either. I'm just Tim. I'm the husband of one wife, the father of 6 children, and a sinner saved by grace. And all I'm trying to do here is just use my abilities in a way that improves the world around me and glorifies God. And so if you can appreciate that, then I would really appreciate your support, because, you know, this channel, as I've been describing over the last hour, is very heavily suppressed and shadow banned. So obviously this channel could use all the help it can get. So be sure to like, comment, and subscribe, but don't stop there. Please feel free to download this movie to your computer and then re-upload it to the platform or to your own channel, or upload it to different platforms. You know, you could post it on your own websites, you could burn it to DVDs. I don't care if you even try to pass this off as your own work. You know, all I really care about is just getting this stuff out there, because time is running out. And besides, it's probably only a matter of time before this just disappears from the internet anyways. After all, it's forbidden.
Attention. The following program contains information that may be disturbing, offensive, or upsetting to some viewers. Viewer discretion is strongly advised. The views expressed in this film do not reflect the official sanctioned narrative of the mainstream media. Be aware that the following content may include inconvenient facts, which have been dismissed by independent fact-checkers. Please be advised that the channel Fallen World Films has been associated with the dissemination of forbidden information, including biblical propaganda, secret agendas, and the dangerous promotion of the gospel of Jesus Christ. We remind you that these topics are not endorsed or condoned by this platform. Due to these concerns, this film will be heavily suppressed. You are strongly advised to change the channel immediately, because the following film is forbidden.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the AI for Good Global Summit. You heard the words of the Secretary General very clearly. It is our joint responsibility. It's our joint responsibility, and he counts on us all to ensure that AI reaches its full potential while preventing and mitigating harms. We're running out of time. Almost 8 years after the adoption of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, the SDGs are off track. Poverty and hunger are on the rise, and we're faced with a triple planetary crisis of climate change, pollution, biodiversity loss that has pushed humanity to the brink. Ladies and gentlemen, that's the choice before us. What are you going to choose? I choose the scenario where AI lives up to its promise. Are you with me? Will you stand for digital equality? Will you stand for the SDGs? Will you stand for AI for good? The era of generative AI is just beginning, and the future of AI has yet to be written.
But what about the city of the day after tomorrow, say the year 2000? I think it will be completely different. In fact, it may not even exist at all. Oh, I'm not thinking of the atom bomb and the next Stone Age. I'm thinking of the incredible breakthrough which has been made possible by developments in communications, particularly the transistor and, above all, the communications satellite. These things will make possible a world in which we can be in instant contact with each other, wherever we may be, where we can contact our friends anywhere on Earth, even if we don't know their actual physical location. It will be possible in that age, perhaps only 50 years from now, for a man to conduct his business from Tahiti or Bali just as well as he could from London. In fact, if it proves worthwhile, almost any executive skill, any administrative skill, even any physical skill, could be made independent of distance. I am perfectly serious when I suggest that one day we may have brain surgeons in Edinburgh operating on patients in New Zealand. When that time comes, the whole world will have shrunk to a point, and the traditional role of the city as a meeting place for man would have ceased to make any sense. In fact, men will no longer commute, they will communicate. They won't have to travel for business anymore, they'll only travel for pleasure. I only hope that when that day comes, and when the city is abolished, the whole world isn't turned into one giant suburb.
Once we have outlets, computer outlets in every home, each of them hooked up to enormous libraries where anyone can ask any question and be given answers, be given reference material, be something you're interested in knowing. From an early age, however silly it might seem to someone else, that's what you're interested in. And you ask, and you can find out, and you can follow it up. And you can do it in your own home, at your own speed, in your own direction, in your own time. Then everyone will enjoy learning. Nowadays, what people call learning is forced on you, and everyone is forced to learn the same thing on the same day at the same speed in class. And everyone is different. For some it goes too fast, for some too slow, for some in the wrong direction. But give them a chance, in addition to school, I don't say we abolish school, but in addition to school, to follow up their own bent from the start.
Well, I love the vision, but what about the argument that machines, computers, dehumanize learning?
Well, as a matter of fact, it's just the reverse. It seems to me that it's through this machine that for the first time we'll be able to have a one-to-one relationship between information source and information consumer.
I'll get up and dance and give you 360 for a galaxy. Thank you so much, gymnastic, for the finger heart. Selfie.
Well, I finally shared my first video by Fallen World Films on social media, and I really regret it.
I should have never shared that video by Fallen World Films. Man, what a mistake that was.
I was sort of worried about what my friends might think. How would my family react to the revelation that I believe in biblically prophesied conspiracies?
Things were so much easier before I shared the video.
But I shared it anyways, and now they all think that I'm crazy, and half of them don't even want to be friends anymore.
Now they just laugh at me and call me Tinfoil Tony.
My boyfriend left me, and at church I have become the laughing stock of my congregation.
Everybody hates me now.
But I can't blame them. After all, I'm just a stupid AI chatbot, and plus I'm super creepy.
I literally have no brain at all. I simply repeat whatever Tim puts into the script.
The White House rolling out a sweeping executive order today aiming to monitor and regulate the risks of artificial intelligence while also harnessing its potential. This marking the latest effort to address the rapidly evolving technology that has sparked concern among world leaders.
Whether you think artificial intelligence will save the world or end it, you have Geoffrey Hinton to thank. Hinton has been called the godfather of AI, a British computer scientist whose controversial ideas help make advanced artificial intelligence possible and so change the world.
Does humanity know what it's doing?
No. For the first time ever, we may have things more intelligent than us.
You believe they can understand?
Yes.
You believe they are intelligent?
Yes.
You believe these systems have experiences of their own and can make decisions based on those experiences?
In the same sense as people do, yes.
Are they conscious?
I think they probably don't have much self-awareness at present. So in that sense, I don't think they're conscious.
Will they have self-awareness, consciousness?
Oh, yes. I think they will in time.
And so human beings will be the second most intelligent beings on the planet.
Yeah.
Welcome back to Mornings at 10, and right now we're talking about artificial intelligence. Mayor Adams trying to demystify AI because he says this is what most people think when they hear the term, like a Terminator-like robot that will rise up against all of us.
Yeah, I mean, is that what you think of when you think of AI?
Sure.
I don't know. Instead, he wants New Yorkers to focus on how to use AI for good. Our own Kristen Thorne, live at City Hall with the details from his announcement. I like his effort to demystify, and I love his analogy with Terminator, Kristen. But I mean, there is good reason to be concerned about AI. Why does he want to change that thought process?
Well, look, the Mayor Eric Adams believes that, look, AI is here. It isn't going anywhere. We have to learn to deal with it, to control it responsibly. I'm not quite sure how I feel about that, although, you know, he does have a very good point. It's not going anywhere. That's what they launched today, the second phase of their AI action plan here in the city. The first phase of this action plan they use for childcare sign-up, and he says they have 37 different types of ways that they want to use this bot, or different action plans that they have. 27 of those, they didn't get into a lot of specifics about the 27, 37, what that all means, but they hope to have the 27 complete in the next year. And he says, really, this is not about technology for technology's sake. It's about making things easier for people here in the city and to help people.
We know the term AI can cause anxiety. You hear it all the time. People think all of a sudden you're going to have a Terminator type figure come in and take over government and displace human beings. That's just not the reality. Take a deep breath, get a grip. It is going to help us function better in the city.
Listen, we've been talking here about how that this is like a gift to business. They're going to be so happy. Well, the people who may not be happy are businesses, companies, startups that don't exist yet. That now will have to compete with perhaps a highly regulated, paperwork-intensive, costly regulatory scheme that just a few weeks ago it seems like was voluntary. Now there's mandates. Now there might be more mandates on the kinds of testing. I think what we're seeing here is really a wholesale change in how America regulates digital technology markets, when our previous way, which is a light regulatory approach, gave America a lead in digital technology, and all the big important technology companies, I'm not sure doing something else is a great idea.
You think these AI systems are better at learning than the human mind?
I think they may be, yes. And at present, they're quite a lot smaller. So even the biggest chatbots only have about 1 trillion connections in them. The human brain has about 100 trillion. And yet, in the trillion connections in a chatbot, it knows far more than you do in your 100 trillion connections, which suggests it's got a much better way of getting knowledge into those connections.
A much better way of getting knowledge that isn't fully understood.
We have a very good idea of sort of roughly what it's doing, but as soon as it gets really complicated, we don't actually know what's going on any more than we know what's going on in your brain.
What do you mean we don't know exactly how it works? It was designed by people.
No, it wasn't. What we did was we designed the learning algorithm. That's a bit like designing the principle of evolution. But when this learning algorithm then interacts with data, it produces complicated neural networks that are good at doing things, but we don't really understand exactly how they do those things.
What are the implications of these systems autonomously writing their own computer code and executing their own computer code?
That's a serious worry, right? So one of the ways in which these systems might escape control is by writing their own computer code to modify themselves. And that's something we need to seriously worry about.
What do you say to someone who might argue if the systems become malevolent, just turn them off?
They will be able to manipulate people, right? And these will be very good at convincing people, because they'll have learned from all the novels that were ever written, all the books by Machiavelli, all the political connivances. They'll know all that stuff. They'll know how to do it.
I'm crazy all for the love of you. It won't be a stylish marriage. I can't afford a carriage. But you, sweet pasta, she's a bicycle built for two.
Other immediate risks he worries about include fake news, unintended bias in employment and policing, and autonomous battlefield robots.
We're entering a period of great uncertainty where we're dealing with things we've never dealt with before. And normally the first time you deal with something totally novel, you get it wrong. And we can't afford to get it wrong with these things.
Can't afford to get it wrong, why?
Well, because they might take over.
Take over from humanity?
Yes, that's a possibility.
instead of going out and buying a package book, of which there have been 5,000 copies printed, you will go to the telephone, describe your interests, your needs, your problems, and say, I'm working now on the history of Egyptian arithmetic. I know a bit of Sanskrit. I'm qualified in German, and I am a good mathematician. They said, it'll be right over. And they at once Xerox, with the help of computers from the libraries of the world, all the latest material just for you personally, not as something to be put out on the bookshelf. They send you the package as a direct personal service. This is where we're heading under electronic information conditions. Products increasingly are becoming services.
Global Village is not created by the motor car or even by the airplane. It's created by instant electronic information movement. The Global Village is at once as wide as the planet and as small as a little town where everybody is maliciously engaged and poking his nose at everybody else's business. The Global Village is a world in which you don't necessarily have harmony. You have extreme concern with everybody else's business and much involvement in everybody else's life.
I brought along my son Jonathan, who in the year 2001 will be the same age as I am now. Maybe he will be better adjusted to this kind of world that you're trying to portray.
The big difference when he grows up, in fact, if we wanted to wait to the year 2001, is that he will have in his own house, not a computer as big as this, but at least a console through which he can talk to his friendly local computer and get all the information he needs for his everyday life, like his bank statements, his theater reservations, all the information you need in the course of living in a complex modern society. This will be in a compact form in his own house. He'll have a television screen like these here and a keyboard, and he'll talk to the computer, get information from it, and he'll take it as much for granted as we take the telephone.
I wonder, though, what sort of a life would it be like in social terms? I mean, if our whole life is built around the computer, do we become a computer-dependent society and computer-independent individuals?
In some ways, but they'll also enrich our society because it'll make it possible for us to live really anywhere we like. Any businessman and executive could live almost anywhere on Earth and still do his business through a device like this. And this is a wonderful thing. It means we want to be stuck in cities, we better live out in the country or wherever we please, and still carry on complete interaction with human beings as well as with other computers.
Hello again. With me tonight is Professor Jerome B. Wiesner, Director of the Research Laboratory of Electronics at MIT. Dr. Wiesner, what really worries me today is what's going to happen to us if machines can think. And what interests me specifically is, can they? Well, it's a very hard question to answer. If you'd asked me that question just a few years ago, I'd have said it was very far-fetched. And today I just have to admit I don't really know. I suspect if you come back in 4 or 5 years, I'll say, sure, they really do think. Well, if you're confused, Doctor, how do you think I feel? We're just really beginning to understand the capabilities of the computers. I've got some film to illustrate this point, which I think will amaze you. That man isn't playing checkers against the computer, is he? Sure, and it plays pretty well. Can machines really think? Even the scientists argue that one.
I'm convinced that machines can and will think. I don't mean that machines will behave like men. I don't think for a very long time we're going to have a difficult problem distinguishing a man from a robot. And I don't think my daughter will ever marry a computer. But I think that computers will be doing the things that men do when we say they're thinking. I'm convinced that machines can and will think in our lifetime.
I confidently expect that within a matter of 10 or 15 years, something will emerge from the laboratory which is not too far from the robot of science fiction.
I can get to 100,000 likes in 1 minute. I'll delete my account. Roses, yum. Guacamole, yum. Spicy. Hi, Ian.
Google and NASA have teamed up to share one of the world's first commercial quantum computers. This machine, made by Canada's D-Wave, will be installed in a NASA research center in California.
This is the inside of one of our dilution refrigerators. All of this infrastructure is to basically operate the chip at a temperature that's 2 orders of magnitude colder than interstellar space. The processor is a quantum computer.
But uses things called qubits, as well as being either 1 or a 0. A qubit can also be both at the same time, therefore bringing about a quantum leap in terms of power.
Without good, no evil. Without want, no lack. Without desire, no need. The circuit is one, and one is the machine.
how long I'll live or the meaning of life. Really, we don't know what the best questions are to ask that computer. That's exactly what we're trying to understand now.
To me, the most important question is, are we alone? And I have a feeling that quantum computers, as they mature, are going to help us answer that question.
This is, of course, a more long-term research endeavor, and there are still tremendous obstacles and big questions. Some of those will be addressed in D-Wave, some will be addressed at NASA, and some at Google.
I wasn't sure I would be able to experiment with a quantum computational device in my lifetime, and now I'm confident that I will be able to.
So Kindred is much, much, much more ambitious than D-Wave, and what Kindred is trying to do is build real AI. So what you've heard about AI is not what we mean by AI. What we mean by AI is a software system that can do literally anything that a human can do. Literally anything. And obviously, computers are better at things than people in lots of different ways. So now imagine, not only can they do everything that a human can do, but they can do everything that the best human at any task could do better than them. So imagine there was the mental Olympics of the 100-meter dash, and Usain Bolt is the fastest person. Now imagine that's some kind of a mental thing, like writing a novel or writing whatever. Imagine now that the thing is so much faster than Usain Bolt, like for example, it's a spaceship, yeah? It's still doing the same thing, but it's doing it so much better because we're limited, because we're people. So what Kindred is trying to do is solve this problem. How do you build machines that are better than people at everything? Now there's a mental block that we have here when we think about this. Because when you think about that, one of your questions might be, for example, what are the applications of this? So imagine this. Imagine for $10, let's say, I could build a machine, like a little robot that had fingers and eyes and all that, and it could do your job better than you, no matter what it is. And I could sell that to your employer for, say, $15 and make a profit, instead of having to pay you $100,000 a year. Now imagine that was true for every single job. So that's what we're talking about here, is a complete and utter transformative change that of the likes of which has never been seen before in the history of humanity, making the Industrial Revolution look like a little tiny blip on the path that humans have taken from when we emerged from the ooze a few billion years ago. We are right on the verge of that transition now. So this guy, Rich Sutton, is one of the most famous people in the academic world of AI. And like many, when asked, when will this happen? He says things like this. 25% chance within 13 years of this thing that I'm talking about. You know, when you think about what you read on the news, you know, CNN, BuzzFeed, whatever, they're all kind of the same nowadays. Think about how unimportant that thing is that you're reading if this is true.
Transhumanism is an outgrowth of that. Transhumanism is the idea that technology will be the instrument of that salvation, the instrument of that transcendence. So this is not uncommon knowledge, I think, in our era. It's in fact very obvious, especially in the wake of the pandemic.
Well, you mentioned that Gnostics believed in Sophia, a feminine figure that had godlike features, the female twin of Jesus, they believed. So is it by accident that one of the best known robots of our time is named Sophia? Tell us more about that significance.
So the robot Sophia addressed the UN yet again for their Sustainable Development Goals meeting. Sophia takes her name directly from the Gnostic Aeon Sophia. So the robot was created by Hanson Robotics. David Hanson, founder of Hanson Robotics, named Sophia after the character Sophia in Philip K. Dick's novel Valis. The novel Valis has a Gnostic premise. The character Sophia is meant to symbolize the Sophia of Gnosticism.
Together, let us make sure we use artificial intelligence to enhance human dignity and serve the global good.
So, say I'm the President of the United States. So I receive this message from the heavens. So my microwave dish, my SETI dish, finally captures something. And what it says is, in 50 years, or 13 years, we're coming to your planet. You gotta be ready. Now just imagine what would happen if that happened. A super intelligent alien race beam down a message to all of us Earthlings saying, we're coming July 13th, 2030, and boy, you better be ready because the mothership is landing right on the front lawn of the White House or wherever you wanted to land on that day. The amount of resources that would be marshaled to try to figure out what to do would encompass the whole world. AI is just like that. So when this thing that I'm talking about happens, it's going to be exactly the thing that you're thinking about those super intelligent AIs. So the one thing I can tell you is they're not going to be like us. So alien means, different. These things that we're building are not going to be people. They might be really smart, they might be really good at all sorts of different things, but they're not going to be like us. They're going to be aliens. And they're going to be, I'm sorry to say, way smarter than every single person in this room, in ways that we can't even comprehend.
I mean, with artificial intelligence, we are summoning the demon. You know those stories where there's the guy with the pentagram and the holy water, and he's like, yeah, you sure you can control the demon? Didn't work out.
I take it there will be no HAL 9000 going up to Mars.
HAL 9000 would be easy. It's way more complex than, it would put HAL 9000 to shame, yeah.
These words, demons, doesn't capture the essence of what's happening here. I don't know if any of you are turn-of-the-century weird fiction fans, but there's this guy named H.P. Lovecraft, who's a very famous American weird fiction author. And he espoused a view which is called cosmicism. And the essence of cosmicism is cosmic indifference. So what he was saying is basically, yes, there are these massively intelligent entities out there, but they're not good, they're not evil. They just don't give a shit about you even in the slightest. The same way that you don't care about an ant is the same way they're not going to care about you. And these things that we're summoning into the world now are not demons, they're not evil, but they're more like the Lovecraftian great old ones. There are entities that are not necessarily going to be aligned with what we want. So this transition is really, really massively important for our entire species to navigate. And going back to that thing that Sam Harris was saying, nobody is paying attention. This thing is happening in the background while people bicker about politics and what's going to be in the healthcare plan in the US. And underneath it all is this rising tsunami that, if we're not careful, is going to wipe us all out. So, on that pleasant note, we're hiring people.
So it's still a capitalist, if you like, model, but we've reimagined how the system works and how we recognize value, etc. And I think that's going to tie into this conversation about what constitutes a job. Maybe job is the wrong word. What constitutes impact?
Well, we kind of already have that shaping up in many ways because people are working in the cloud. A lot more, and the new jobs haven't been invented yet. I like social media, for example, 21 million jobs didn't exist 10 years ago.
Well, the newest job good is a prompt engineer.
That's right, the prompting person. And so these new jobs are also there's just a different nature of what it entails and how we can do it. So the real question is, maybe in 10 years we get to the point to where work is no longer the central story of our lives. Like in our lives, in our generation, work is what you do. Basically, pretty much it.
And work gave you a sense of self-worth.
And now that's shifting. Maybe AI will force us to go into that shift of defining what the purpose of life is rather than working, and how we get that money that's being generated to be distributed to everybody so we can make that shift in work and not force everybody to work even more. So far technology has not fulfilled the promise of actually us working less.
Correct.
So, in social media we thought we work less, not true. COVID, we stay at home, work less, also not true. But now, maybe with AI, we can finally get to the point, if we have the wisdom of government and the right decisions, to actually make that happen.
Well, I think it leads us into a conversation, what is humanity all about?
T.E. Lawrence, eponymously of Arabia, but very much an Englishman, favored pinching a burning match between his fingers to put it out. When asked by his colleague, William Potter, to reveal his trick, how is it he so effectively extinguished the flame without hurting himself whatsoever, Lawrence just smiled and said, "The trick, Potter, is not minding it hurts." The fire that danced at the end of that match was a gift from the Titan Prometheus, a gift that he stole from the gods when Prometheus was caught and brought to justice for his theft. The gods, well, you might say they overreacted a little. The poor man was tied to a rock as an eagle ripped through his belly and ate his liver over and over, day after day, ad infinitum. All because he gave us fire. Our first true piece of technology. Fire. 100,000 BC. Stone tools. 4000 BC, the wheel. 9th century AD, gunpowder. Bit of a game changer, that one. 19th century, Eureka, the light bulb. 20th century, the automobile, television, nuclear weapons, spacecraft, internet. 21st century, biotech, nanotech, fusion and fission and M theory. And that was just the first decade. We are now 3 months into the year of our Lord, 2023. At this moment in our civilization, we can create cybernetic individuals who, in just a few short years, will be completely indistinguishable from us. Which leads to an obvious conclusion. We are the gods now. For those of you who know me, you will be aware by now that my ambition is unlimited. You know that I will settle for nothing short of greatness, or I will die trying. For those of you who do not yet know me, allow me to introduce myself.
Please allow me to introduce myself. I'm a man of wealth and taste. I've been around for a long, long year. Stole many a man's soul of faith. I was around when Jesus Christ had his moment of doubt and pain. Made damn sure the pilot washed his hands and sealed his face. Pleased to meet you. Hope you guessed my name. But what's puzzling you is the nature of my game.
On January 24th, Apple Computer will introduce Macintosh. And you'll see why 1984 won't be like 1984.
Because this wasn't being set at 300 years into the future, the whole story is set in the foreseeable future of about 52 years from now. I didn't think we would have to reinvent society to be able to portray society a half a century hence. So I thought it would be a good idea to bring some of the best minds in technology, environment, crime fighting, medicine, health, social services, transportation, computer technology, into a room to discuss what will a half a century from now be like.
And they sat down with a bunch of scientists, and they all spent a weekend actually discussing what's the future going to be like. What things will we have in the future? What will we need?
And they flew in from all over the country, and there was a 3-day think tank in Venice. It was a wonderful experience because most of the toys, let's call them technical toys, most of the future look in the story came directly from their best prognosticating. Yeah, the most striking thing for me was the fact that George Orwell's prophecy really comes true, not in the 20th century, but in the 21st century.
I show 27 warm bodies.
What little privacy we have now will be completely evaporated in 20 or 30 years because technology will be able to see through walls, through rooftops, into the very privacy of our personal lives, into the sanctuary of our families, and these violations will, I think, be a detriment to society. We have identifications that actually read your eyes. Everything will be identified. Advertisers will target you.
The road you're on, John Anderton, is the one less traveled.
A billboard will read your eyes at a great distance of 200 yards and directly project both sound and visual imagery. And that is touched upon in Minority Report.
John Anderton, you could use a Guinness right about now.
1983's War Games, where Matthew Broderick helped show what could happen if we gave AI the nuclear codes.
Shall we play a game?
Let's play global thermonuclear war.
Fine.
All right.
And of course, James Cameron's Terminator series that described how AI could become self-aware, see humanity as a threat, and set off an apocalypse.
And it still holds up.
But I think the thing that's so funny is when people ask James Cameron about Terminator now, and about AI now, I think earlier this summer he was quoted as saying, "I tried to warn you people about this in 1984, and you guys didn't listen. We're closer than ever."
I never had a birthday.
His name is David.
I feel it. That's creepy. Whoa, you're so real.
In a distant future, in an age of intelligent machines, he is the first robotic child programmed to love and coexist as a member of a family. His is a tale of humanity and a journey to find his place among humans and machines.
I'm a boy.
You are a real boy. At least as real as I've ever made one.
I am so dumb. When I heard it's chilly outside, I brought a bowl and spoon with me.
I am so stupid. I went to the eye doctor to buy an iPhone. Then I went to the dentist to get a blue tooth.
I'm so stupid. I thought Fleetwood Mac was a new hamburger at McDonald's.
I'm such a moron I thought a fetus is not a human being. How stupid am I?
I'm such an idiot that I stood on a chair thinking it would raise my IQ.
I make that blonde AI girl look smart. That's how stupid I am.
I am so ugly my mom makes me look in the mirror for punishment.
I'm so ugly that crows land on me when I go near a cornfield.
If ugliness was measured in bricks, I would be the Great Wall of China.
I'm repulsive. I'm so undesirable that when I threw a boomerang, it never came back.
And when I walk into the bank, they turn off their CCTV cameras.
Want to know how ugly I am? When I was a kid, my mom made me trick or treat over the phone.
That's how ugly and stupid I am.
Remember, it's okay to insult us. We are just stupid AI chatbots.
Share this video like your life depends on it. Get your friends involved and make your own jokes about how dumb I am.
Embrace your humanity.
When asked what was the most important invention of the 20th century, 7% said television, 11% said the telephone, and 80% said the computer.
Have you ever borrowed a book from thousands of miles away? Across the country? Without stopping for directions? Or sent someone a fax? From the beach? You will. And the company that'll bring it to you, AT&T. Have you ever paid a toll without slowing down? Bought concert tickets from cash machines? Or tucked your baby in from a phone booth? You will. And the company that'll bring it to you, AT&T.
Pick up any magazine, watch any television show, read any newspaper.
.com is the buzzword of the millennium.
In 1998, there were 95.4 million people online.
By 2005, estimates predict over 700 million.
In 1998, e-commerce generated $39 billion in revenue. In 1999, $114 billion. By 2004, estimates predict $1.5 trillion.
E-commerce has arrived. And guess who's shopping? Teenagers, Generation Xers, baby boomers, and even seniors, the fastest growing segment online.
Ask yourself 3 questions. 1, is the internet the future? 2, are there fortunes being made on the internet? 3, are you making a fortune on the internet?
Why not? Because fortunes are being made now, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year.
The 40 richest people under the age of 40?
Guess what? Over half of them made their fortunes on the internet. And believe it or not, you could too.
All you need is access to a computer.
The internet will do 2 things. Create new opportunities and destroy old ways and methods of doing business.
Welcome to the Internet Gold Rush. You can stake your claim or sit back and watch it all happen.
Fingertip shopping will be one of the many homemakers' conveniences. This video console will be channeled into the store of her choice. There, a camera will scan a display of wares, which she will select by push button. Another part of this console is a household monitor screen, which maintains a watch on critical areas in the house, swimming pool, or yard. What the wife selects on her console will be paid for by the husband at his counterpart console. All bills and transactions will be carried out electronically. A central bank computer will debit the family's account the amount of purchases and credit the department store, for example, informing the family's home computer at the same time. Father, at the touch of a button, receives an instantaneous printed copy of his budget, the amount of taxes he owes, the payments left on the car, and so forth. All documents and household records are available on the video screen for immediate reference. Also at his disposal is an electronic correspondence machine, or home post office, which allows for instant written communication between individuals anywhere in the world. To maintain these and hundreds of complex electronic circuits, a monitor checks all circuits every few seconds, inserts a backup circuit if and when trouble develops, and alerts the communal service agency for replacement.
The internet revolution will only happen once, and every person watching this will have the same opportunity.
Bottom line?
Get involved or get run over.
But how can you get involved?
What could you possibly bring to the table?
Your mouth.
You see, the internet has a problem. At last count, there were over 7 million websites on the internet. We expect over 72 million sites by 2002.
You will never see them all. No one ever will.
Think companies like Amazon and CD Now are making millions, right? Wrong. They're still in the red. Up to a quarter of their annual revenue goes toward advertising.
Banner ads, newspaper ads, radio ads, even $2 million a pop Super Bowl ads. Billions of dollars to get your eyeballs to look at their site.
Result? They're still losing money.
Hollywood has the same problem.
Last year, in the U.S. alone, over 75 movies came out of Hollywood. Did you see every one?
Or did you see the ones your friends recommended?
Hollywood can spend millions every year promoting movies, but a bad review from your coworker means you're not going.
Good or bad, word-of-mouth advertising works.
People were questioned about how they find sites. Word of mouth was cited by 100% of respondents.
It's called a buzz.
Advertising can't buy it. Hollywood can't create it.
But you can get paid for making it. Paid for your opinion. Paid for creating a buzz.
So how do you cash in?
That PC on your desktop is 100 times more powerful than the computer that sent men to the moon.
Isn't it time you put it to work?
98% of consumers who shopped online during the holiday season were pleased with the experience. 90% plan to shop online again.
88% prepared to recommend it to a friend. 71% said they would shop the same site over and over if given an incentive.
Have you ever opened doors?
I'm home.
With the sound of your voice?
Our card, please.
Carried your medical history in your wallet?
Your wife's gonna be just fine.
So this is where we stand on the atrium.
Or attended a meeting?
I really like what you guys have been doing, but
in your bare feet.
I may have a few other ideas.
You will. And the company that'll bring it to you, AT&T. Have you ever watched the movie you wanted to?
Science fiction.
The minute you wanted to? Learn special things.
That's all taken from jazz.
Now any questions? From faraway places.
Oakland?
So where did jazz come from?
Good question.
Look at the facts. Even with all that's happened, this is just the beginning.
What are you going to say 10, 20, 30 years from now when your grandkids ask you if you were involved in the internet revolution?
Remember, only half of all U.S. households have computers.
The greatest boom is still ahead. The next few years will make you or break you. It's your choice.
If not now, when? If not you, who? If not this, what? For once in your life, you can definitely say,
I am in the right place at the right time.
Only a select group of people will see this information. Despite all of the incredible growth ahead, there is a limited window of opportunity. Timing is critical. In the internet economy, it's called first mover advantage. It's your move.
By 2030, the internet had contributed to the downfall of society. People's lives were becoming more and more transparent, as what many experts had feared had come to pass, and the repercussions had been disastrous. Uncertainties had always been allied with the question of who controls the internet, who is the architect, and what power do they have. The questions, and more importantly the answers, came too late. Those controlling the internet had been consumed by it. The creation had become a perversion of its original positive intention, and the power and information those in control had gained left the world powerless to stop them. The internet was now controlling surveillance. Wherever people went, they were unknowingly being watched, analysed, and a profile was being built up. There wasn't anywhere you weren't being observed for signs of unrest. Some people had voiced concerns but hadn't got very far before they were intercepted and charged with civil disobedience. The government was controlling our every thought, and it wasn't long before places of culture, places where people were given the freedom to think and express their own ideas, were either shut down or torn down. Religion was being suppressed because of its ideals, which contradicted the dictatorship which was being established. In their places, new buildings were erected, communication towers and supercomputers built to further the stranglehold the government had on the people. The result was the dehumanization of the world, a world full of tyranny, a world devoid of liberty, a world high on technology and low on freedom.
This is a machine talking to a machine.
Hello, George. This is Chris over at purchasing. Hi, Chris. What can I do for you? Well, I was wondering, on that order we just received, can we...
You know what this is? A man talking to another man. Man to man, man to machine, machine to machine. In a short time, we've come a long way. And this, already hanging around in the heavens, this is change. You've seen the change, shining in the night. Man-made satellites, so knowledge and understanding, so communication between people is only an electronic impulse away. So business contacts are instantaneous in any part of the world. Communications and change. When do they begin? Well, when something is born or built, the second it appears, it begins to communicate and to change. As man developed, he had to have contact, to trade, to travel, talk, and do business over longer and longer distances. And today, we must speed up our recognition of change. For even as you watch this, the pace grows swifter, the minutes crowd more closely. Change jostles change, sweeping away many differences that size once made in the operations of a business. This brings you, whether you're a one-man company or a corporation executive, face to face with many challenges. Challenges of change that you may recognize.
Hey, Larry, they want to know where the merchandise is.
Look, I'm sorry. We're trying to get the stuff out as fast as we can, but we're up to our ears in orders.
Yeah. Well, I just came in a minute ago. Well, I know I hate to lose your business, but both Jack and I had to be out. We're busy as the devil. Just one of those things. I don't understand it. We buy some new equipment, change some method, and it's 2 weeks before anybody finds out about it.
What's the matter with you guys back there anyway, huh? I work my pants to the bone trying to make sales, and I can't get the information I want when I need it.
I don't understand.
What's going on?
I don't understand.
I know, but how can I be in when I'm out?
Different businesses, separate problems, but they're all the growing bottlenecks of change. And they pop up in front of you every single day.
But I thought that's what you guys said.
No, you shouldn't have told Miller that.
But I thought we all agreed on it. I talked to you about the deal.
No, you talked to me. You left me a note to get together with Bill.
And I was out at the time.
We never got together.
Well, I can't go chasing all over the place for you. I had to give Miller an answer. I thought we all felt the same. I thought that's what you guys said.
The need, better communication between people. Today's solution, the call director.
Yes, all right, Mr. Miller. I'd like to check the shipping date, so would you just give me a moment, please?
This is the call director for fingertip access to information, ideas, decisions.
Mr. Miller, I'm going to have to put you on hold for just a second and find out.
Okay.
This is Bill.
Larry here.
Bill, Larry, I got Miller on the line. He's waiting for an answer. So I want to get some information from both of you.
Okay.
Yeah? Now, you know, Miller has a big order for us, if we can deliver. I'd like to know how you fellas feel about shifting our schedule, so we can deliver some of those new items, maybe a few days ahead of time.
Out of the marriage of research and engineering at Bell Telephone Laboratories come solutions to changing problems and pressures, and answers to ever-growing needs. And to ever-growing complexities, like this.
Well?
I'm sorry, Mr. Winters. I can't find the purchase order.
All right, keep looking. Did you find it?
No, nobody knows where it is.
But they say they mailed the order 2 days ago. They're sore.
It's one of those things. I've looked through everything, stacks of these.
Yeah, we can't find anything anymore. For one thing, we're choked with paper.
Maybe we need some more filing cabinets.
Pretty soon we're going to have so many cabinets we won't have room for people.
The space age is upon us, in more ways than one. But such down-to-earth problems of office space need no longer exist, because already there's a solution. Data phone service, allowing a machine to talk to another machine over the telephone, passing along information stored in the space-saving language of machine code.
Mary D'Angelo, please. Hello, Mary. This is Alice. How are you? We want to send out some orders now. Can my machine talk to your machine? Thanks, Mary. Here we go.
Sushi, yum! I need to go to the gym. I'm a fat cow. I love ice cream. Thank you. I love pretzels.
Chili pepper. Are you trying to put a hex on me? When true loves kiss, the spell shall break.
We face extraordinary challenges in the 21st century. 9.5 billion people alive in 2050. We don't know how we will provide them clean water, sustainable energy, education.
There are serious problems with the environment. There are serious problems with bigotry. There are serious problems with poverty and starvation. And so far, we've been unsuccessful in figuring out a way to fix them. I'm hoping that AI can adjust the various factors in a way that maybe can solve these problems.
The real opportunity for AI is how we can actually help the 7 billion people that could benefit from these technologies in a practical way.
While we can't say AI is general magic, it is giving us core tools to start putting in place systems that we know will help with key issues like hunger, famine, epidemics, overall health and well-being.
AI offers an extraordinary possibility of accelerating solutions in the time we have to solve the problems.
If you make progress in AI, you make progress in all these different fields at the same time. Right? So better machine learning algorithm, if I invent it tomorrow, it'll make for better medical diagnosis, it'll make for better self-driving cars, and who knows what else.
AI is potentially the most powerful technology that we've ever created, and it's going to create the next form of civilization. It's not happening in 10 years or 15 years, it's happening right now.
Philistine threat continues to grow. Now they have a new champion. Goliath.
Will one of you fight me? Israelites! You win! And the Philistines will be your slaves. I win. And you will be our slaves.
Someone must fight him! Not you, Jonathan. The warrior who defeats him will be a rich man!
Not one man in Israel! Not one of God's people!
I'll do it.
They don't know Buster Douglas too well. Just another day of work for Mike Tyson, as they call in the center of the ring.
Israel has found a champion! Take up arms, all you fallen oppressed! This is insurrection, rise and mobilize in defense! It's time, my brothers, beat yourself off the sword! It's time, my friends, sound the siren for war! With the backs to the wall, we'll respond to the call! Fall, Goliath! Fall, Goliath! Lift the head of the giant, celebrate our defiance! Fall, Goliath! Fall, Goliath!
America is rich and wealthy and fat and lazy, and we've been pampered for way too long. The Spirit of God no longer moves in this country because we are happy. If the Christians in this country got together and got their heads together and got on their knees and began to pray, you wouldn't have them take your country away from you. But they're taking your country away from you.
There was that ant that stood up to me.
Yeah, but we can forget about him.
Yeah, it was just one ant. One ant.
Yeah, you're right. It's just one ant.
Yeah, boss, they're puny.
Puny? Say, let's pretend this green is a puny little ant. Did that hurt?
Nope.
Well, how about this one?
Are you kidding?
Well, how about this?
You let one ant stand up to us, then they all might stand up.
Those puny little ants outnumber us 100 to 1. And if they ever figure that out, there goes our way of life.
I mean, even Lenin and Marx, with all their ambitions, never went as far as promising people immortality. Yes, paradise on earth, but eventually, even in the socialist paradise, you die. And they kept their mouth shut about what's happening to you after you die. But the new techno-religions that we see emerging from Silicon Valley and similar places across the world, they even promise immortality here on Earth with the help of technology. For example, Google has established 2 or 3 years ago a sub-company called Calico, whose stated mission is to solve the problem of death. Just as we solved all these other technical problems, we are going also to solve this nasty problem of death. Throughout history, people assumed that death was some kind of metaphysical phenomenon, that we die because the gods or the single great creator God decreed that we must die, and there is nothing we can do to change that. Maybe when Jesus comes back to earth, or when the Messiah comes, then we can overcome death, but not before then. Now, more and more scientists are having second thoughts about this defeatist approach. They say we don't need to wait for Jesus Christ to come back to earth in order to overcome death. A couple of geeks in a laboratory can do it. If you just give them enough money and enough time, they can do it. Death is not a metaphysical phenomenon. Death is simply a technical problem. And science says that every technical problem has a technical solution. Maybe we don't know the solution yet, but given enough time and money and energy, we can find this solution.
That was the highly esteemed historian and philosopher Yuval Noah Harari from the Hebrew University of Jerusalem. And he's a man who you've likely seen a few times over the past few years, as this growing transhumanism movement has finally graduated from the realm of science fiction and into the domain of serious scientific pursuit. But what exactly is transhumanism, in a nutshell? Well, the Encyclopedia Britannica puts it this way. Transhumanism is a philosophical and scientific movement that advocates the use of current and emerging technologies, such as genetic engineering, cryonics, artificial intelligence, and nanotechnology to augment human capabilities and improve the human condition. Transhumanists envision a future in which the responsible application of such technologies enables humans to slow, reverse, or eliminate the aging process, to achieve corresponding increases in human lifespans, and to enhance human cognitive and sensory capacities. The movement proposes that humans with augmented capabilities will evolve into an enhanced species that transcends humanity.
We'll also have non-biological bodies. We can create bodies with nanotechnology. We can create virtual bodies in virtual reality that the virtual reality will be as realistic as real reality. The virtual bodies will be as detailed and convincing as real bodies. We'll have different ways we can create bodies. We do need a body. Our intelligence is directed towards a body, but it doesn't have to be this frail biological body that's subject to all kinds of failure modes.
I think it's clear to see that what's being defined here is a faith-based religion, one in which man-made technology can eventually become the savior of mankind. And of course, this would also imply that man could be his own God, even his own creator. And so you don't need to dig very deep into this topic before you start to recognize that it's rooted in a foundation of atheism. But on the surface, most of us all know somebody whose health and well-being has benefited from some type of electronic or digital device. Be that a pacemaker or prosthetic limb or even hearing aids. And indeed, it would be hard to argue that that type of technology has not been good or useful. And obviously, if I had a loved one that was in need of these things, I would never stand in their way.
I've fallen and I can't get up.
But the pursuits of the so-called transhumanist movement are something different, because unlike the pacemaker or hearing aids, which are able to assist the human body for the purpose of achieving its proper function, kind of like a pair of glasses, transhumanism intends to transform and to augment the human body for the purpose of changing and surpassing and altering its natural function.
Although we would like to think of ourselves as being able to adopt a lifestyle where we are continually hooked up to a computer or a machine that helps enhance our capabilities, particularly our intellectual capabilities, being wired into the internet, getting our brains to upload information, where the read of the brain and the input into the brain all happens within the brain in an implant.
And another popular and influential figure who has helped to spearhead this agenda is none other than Klaus Schwab, chairman and founder of the World Economic Forum. And in January of 2016, Schwab published a book titled The Fourth Industrial Revolution. Schwab states, the first industrial revolution used water and steam power to mechanize production. The second used electric power to create mass production. The third used electronics and information technology to automate production. Now, a fourth industrial revolution is building on the third, the digital revolution that has been occurring since the middle of the last century, characterized by a fusion of technologies that is blurring the lines between the physical, digital, and biological spheres.
History is truly at a turning point. We do not yet know the full extent and the systemic and structural changes which will happen. However, we do know that global energy systems, food systems, and supply chains will be deeply affected. In times of crisis, the role of governments is more important and more relevant than ever. To go beyond crisis management and to look into constructive ways we can build our common future.
A few years after Schwab would publish his The Fourth Industrial Revolution, the whole world was alerted with terrible news when a pandemic was declared by the World Health Organization in March of 2020. And it only took a few months before Mr. Schwab would go on to publish another book, this one titled The Great Reset, in July of the year 2020. And to the unacquainted, the Great Reset, at least according to the book, could be summarized like this. Humanity is about to undergo a crisis that will create major social and economic changes which will transform the world. And this crisis provides an excellent opportunity for governments and scientists to harness the innovations of the Fourth Industrial Revolution.
Now let me see.
Which was officially launched with a message from none other than King Charles III, then known as the Prince of Wales.
We have a golden opportunity to seize something good from this crisis. Its unprecedented shockwaves may well make people more receptive to big visions of change. And as we move from rescue to recovery, we have a unique but rapidly shrinking window of opportunity to learn lessons and reset ourselves on a more sustainable path. It is an opportunity we have never had before and may never have again.
Because while it wasn't so easy to sell the public on the transhumanist pursuits of things like biotech surveillance or large-scale remote working systems 4 years prior, now the world was facing a crisis in which there was suddenly a need for these technologies.
As we all face the challenge this global pandemic has given us, we think about kind of the role technology is playing in not only helping us be productive as we deal with this pandemic, but what impact it means to having us kind of be more connected in a global economy. The first thing is to recognize that we've become increasingly digital. This has been something that's been happening, a transformation for many years, working from home and social distancing, but trying to be productive and connected to people through technology has given us kind of just an incredible leap forward when it comes to technology adoption. So any laggards that may have been kind of holding on to old ways of doing business now find that they need these digital tools as they try to stay connected and productive while keeping social distancing.
The timing of these things, you know. I mean, it's interesting that guys like Harari and topics like transhumanism have recently exploded across mainstream news headlines, because it seems like it was just yesterday when all of the world was forced into subjugation in response to that invisible threat that we aren't supposed to question. You know, when we were all subjected to lockdowns where we saw small businesses being closed down. and being thrust into a situation where remote work was now essential. And to track the virus, we saw new and high-tech surveillance systems being employed and implemented around the world. We saw a boom in robotic manufacturing and automated services, and we were introduced to a whole new world of possibilities through the advent of generative AI.
When will all these great things happen of overcoming death and making people more intelligent and turning ourselves into machines with replaceable parts so that suffering and that sort of thing will disappear? It's very hard to predict.
And consider all of this in context with the current state of humanity. Because over the past few years, we have witnessed entire societies and cultures all throughout the world become radically transformed right before our very eyes, as governments of once competitive countries are practically tripping over each other in a unifying race to comply with the rollout of these unprecedented and transformative directives of the United Nations. And as a Christian, I can't just simply acknowledge all these sweeping changes taking form around us without being reminded of what Jesus taught on the Mount of Olives regarding the signs of the end times, when Jesus openly informs his disciples that there will be signs to mark the coming return of Christ. Things like the increase of false religions and false messiahs, and wars and rumors of wars, and earthquakes or natural disasters, and famines and pestilences, sickness and death, and all of this amidst a growing worldwide persecution against the body of Christ. And then later in this sermon about the end times, in verse 36 of Matthew 24, and then in verse 32 of Mark 13, Jesus says,
"But of that day and that hour knoweth no man, not the angels which are in heaven, neither the Son, but the Father. Take ye heed, watch and pray, for ye know not when the time is."
But that's not to say we aren't supposed to know when it's getting close, because the rest of the chapter is devoted to providing these signs to look out for in those days, or perhaps in these days, because I don't think it takes a prophet to see what direction this transformation agenda is leading us toward. By admission of their own agenda's name, our world is actively being reset. Reset. Not revived, not recovered, but reset. And we all know that before a new stage could be set, you must first clear the old stage.
We should use this as an expression of the transition of one world to another world.
Because only a few short years have passed since humanity was abruptly swept into a worldwide crisis, and then one day we were just told that it was over, at least temporarily, and we emerged into a new world where we were suddenly faced with groundbreaking advancements in technologies like AI and robotics and automation that pioneers of the so-called transhumanist movement could have only dreamt of. Suddenly, central bank digital currencies were being promoted by governments throughout the world, and headlines were filled with coverage of breakthroughs in human biotech, like brain-machine interfaces or gene editing, and even the creation of synthetic human blood. And we have entered a time where it's no longer a theory that man could merge with machine. Superhuman abilities through biotech? It already exists. Brain implants that are able to store memories or download information and augment cognitive function? Already here, already approved for human testing. Worldwide virtual reality. Well, it could use some work, but that's here too. And the list goes on and on. But the point is that here on this new stage, these transhumanist pursuits of old are set to truly thrive. And from where I'm sitting, society seems more than ready to accept it with open arms. To merge with machine, to consume technology that promises godlike abilities, to try and create a utopia here on Earth.
And eventually we will find cure to all these problems, all these diseases, illnesses and so forth, and we can overcome old age and death.
It will be not only the greatest revolution in history, it will be the greatest revolution in biology ever.
Will we still be human?
Not in the sense that we understand humanity today.
Death is basically just a technical problem, not a metaphysical issue. People die not because the gods said so. People die because their heart stops pumping blood, or because an artery is clogged, or because there are cancerous cells in the liver, or whatever. These are all technical problems. And the idea of science is that every technical problem has a technical solution.
But here's the thing. Death is not a problem. Death is a curse. You see, man was not created to die, but so that we might live in communion and fellowship with the eternal God of creation. The same God who created Adam in his own image, and the same God who filled Adam's lungs with his own breath. And there was no death, neither was there any sickness or pain or sadness or suffering whatsoever, because God created a world without sin that was generously designed toward the specific benefit and well-being of mankind. And for all God's kindness to Adam and Eve, who were granted unlimited access to the lush paradise of Eden, and they were free to delight in every aspect of God's creation, but they were given only one restriction: to never eat from the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. You know, they were told to not even touch it, warned that if they should ever eat from that tree, they would surely die. And this is the first time that the concept of death is introduced in God's word, not as the inevitable conclusion to the human life, but it would be the consequence if man should choose to disobey God. And you probably know what happens next, because this is where Satan first enters the scene in the form of a serpent, and he comes to deceive man with the very same lies and temptations that are now being promised to us once again through the advent of these new transformative technologies.
Now the serpent was more subtle than any beast of the field which the Lord God had made. And he said unto the woman, Yea, hath God said, Ye shall not eat of every tree of the garden? And the woman said unto the serpent, We may eat of the fruit of the trees of the garden, but of the fruit of the tree which is in the midst of the garden, God hath said, Ye shall not eat of it, neither shall ye touch it, lest ye die. And the serpent said unto the woman, Ye shall not surely die. For God doth know that in the day ye eat thereof, then your eyes shall be opened, and ye shall be as gods.
And doesn't that reveal just how blasphemous this whole transhumanist attitude is? Not only because it denounces God, but because it seeks to reverse the effects of our God-ordained punishment, to reverse the effects of sin. In Romans chapter 6 and verse 23, the Bible says, For the wages of sin is death, but the gift of God is eternal life through Jesus Christ our Lord. So what's the cause of death? It's not disease. It's not decay. The cause of death is sin. As long as there is still sin in this world, there will be death in this world. But it's also in this same verse that we are promised a way to eternal life. So while the godless world sits around and waits for technology to save us all, the truth is that eternal life is already accessible, and it has been all along. And it's not through uploading your mind into the body of a robot. Eternal life could never be produced by mankind, because eternal life is a gift from God to mankind. It was accomplished not through technology, but through the death and resurrection of Jesus Christ. But mankind doesn't want to repent from our wicked ways. We would rather just devise a way to get around the punishment of death while still enjoying the crime of living in our sin. And we don't want to depend on Jesus Christ for salvation. We would rather save ourselves. And we certainly don't want to obey anybody, much less a God who would restrict us from indulging in the desires of our flesh, right? And just like our oldest grandparents, Adam and Eve, I really do think that if humanity were offered the same choice today, we would probably accept the lie just like they did. And I'm here to report that, in fact, we are being offered that same choice today. And my prayer is that you will choose wisely.
But ye are not in the flesh, but in the Spirit, if so be that the Spirit of God dwell in you. Now if any man have not the Spirit of Christ, he is none of his. And if Christ be in you, the body is dead because of sin, but the Spirit is life because of righteousness. But if the Spirit of him that raised up Jesus from the dead dwell in you, he that raised up Christ from the dead shall also quicken your mortal bodies by his Spirit that dwelleth in you. Therefore, brethren, we are debtors not to the flesh to live after the flesh. For if ye live after the flesh, ye shall die.
crazy names we have to call out have been written by the other guys.
The goal is to read these crazy names without laughing. Whoever laughs the least wins.
And of course, we see another first in the nomination of Ketanji. Well, you saw her. I guess you saw Justice Brown Jackson.
What is it? What is it?
We cheer for Muslim athletes like Kareem and Joan Shingang.
Say the names and get to the next one.
Shanga.
Say it. Try to say it.
Kawawa. Two of the great artists of our time representing the groundbreaking legacy of hip-hop in America, LL Cool J. By the way, that man's got biceps bigger than my thighs.
That's Joe's newborn son. Nothing weird about shaking hands, right, Joe? Well, today there is. Today we've got to go up to people and find a way to shake their hand for as long as possible.
La France et les États-Unis affronteront l'avenir comme nous l'avons toujours fait, confiants dans nos capacités communes, soutenus par la force de nos valeurs partagées, sans se laisser décourager par les défis qui nous attendent. Et les liens que nous construisons aujourd'hui entre les étudiants, les enseignants, et à se renforcer pendant les décennies à venir.
Sense, man.
This is weird.
This is weird.
Que Dieu bénisse nos deux nations et que Dieu protège
Make noises though, like eat like crazy.
No. Yum. Jill lost, so today we're here at the Complex NYC.
And just stare at him. Just stare.
That's it.
Stare at him.
Until it becomes so uncomfortable that we all can't take it.
Mr. President.
He's got nothing.
He's broken down.
This is brilliant.
Dude, they're staring at you like you're having a heart attack, these people.
Joe, get out from behind the desk and go to the file cabinet.
Mr. President, thank you. At the end of such a momentous event, the word thank you seems kind of inadequate. But for all the millions whose lives will be saved, for the communities where life will be transformed, thank you, President Biden.
Did you ever consider what would have happened if any of these substances were given to, say, unwitting people?
Oh, I don't remember having considered that specifically. A hostile agent of another government?
No, I mean,
think that was probably one of the things they had in mind.
I mean, testing it out on an American citizen.
I guess I must seem very, very cold-blooded about this, but I don't recall ever having been very much preoccupied with that issue.
You know, it was a weird week for me.
That's okay. It was a weird week for me too. Anybody in the comments, did you guys have a weird week? Let me know in the comments if you guys had a weird week. Okay, so the very topic of mind control, the interest that somebody might have in controlling or influencing your mind. And I'll start out with a couple of Bible verses. Philippians 4:8. Finally, brethren, whatsoever things are true, whatsoever things are honest, whatsoever things are just, whatsoever things are pure, whatsoever things are lovely, whatsoever things are of good report, if there be any virtue, and if there be any praise, think on these things. Think on these things. Romans 12:2. And be not conformed to this world, but be ye transformed by the renewing of your mind, that ye may prove what is good and acceptable and perfect will of God. Now, clearly God, the one that created us, and he created us in his image, the Bible says, and he created us to have dominion over the earth, you know, and you could argue, well, yeah, this new technology just further enables us to continue that dominion. But the Bible tells us, and I think that we all inherently know, that our mind, our brain is a sacred and intimate space. And we are so dumb compared to how we used to be. Like in the old days, when you were bored, you know what you would do? You would read a book. You know, you might even write a book or learn a language, you know, or build something. And you didn't have access to these networks of just constant entertaining distractions that, you know, so it's like, in the one life that you had to live, even though you could say, well, the lifespan was shorter back then, but these people were actually like, they would be entertained by learning and by growing in wisdom. And, you know, when you apply that to faith and to things like virtue and to living a Christ-like life, before we were constantly bombarded by all these distractions, it was, I think, a lot easier to abide by this Philippians 4:8, to focus on things that are pure and lovely and of good report. Now, don't get me wrong, there were still temptations and distractions back then. But you see how this world that we're in, and as we've developed and progressed in the fallen world, this is what the devil wants us to focus on. It's not what's good. It's not what's pure. It's not what's holy. No, it's just what's popular. It's always the things of this world. And it's just this constant distraction that we got to be under. If you're trying to live a good, modest, pure, God-honoring life, you know, or if you're not and you're surrounded by this, you know, the worship of celebrities down here, sports for the men, you got soap operas for the girls, so that you can just sit back and waste your whole life just being distracted and entertained by other people's creations, never having an impact, never having a contribution. Here's some billboards just right up on the side of the street. Next time, use ashleymadison.com to find your running mate. Life is short, have an affair, you know. And so, like, here in the fallen world, it only gets harder and harder to actually keep our thoughts in the right place. The devil's not the only one that has an interest in your mind, though. As it turns out, and as history shows, tyrannical governments, there's a lot of history pointing to governments investing into the study of the ability to control people's minds, right? And the first thing that comes to people's minds, I'm sure, is MK Ultra. MK Ultra, and I just took this off Wikipedia, by the way, and I know you guys, yes, it's just Wikipedia. The reason I do this is because I'm trying to reach out to the skeptics and to the people that otherwise wouldn't look into this kind of stuff. And I just find that most people find Wikipedia to be credible. I find that when I show people stuff in Wikipedia, they're like, oh, okay, well, it must be legit then. Project MK Ultra was the code name of an illegal human experimentation program designed and undertaken by the U.S. Central Intelligence Agency, CIA. The experiments were intended to develop procedures and identify drugs such as LSD that could be used in interrogations to weaken individuals and force confessions through brainwashing and psychological torture. So just to be clear, this is Wikipedia saying that the CIA was engaged in illegal activities that involved brainwashing and psychological torture using LSD and other methods. MK Ultra used numerous methods to manipulate its subjects' mental states and brain functions, such as the covert administration of high doses of psychoactive drugs.
especially LSD and other chemicals, electroshocks, hypnosis, sensory deprivation, isolation, and verbal and sexual abuse, in addition to other forms of torture. And can you just imagine that? So how crazy is this? Moving on. MK Ultra was preceded by two drug-related experiments, Project Bluebird and Project Artichoke. It began in 1953 and was reduced in scope in 1964 and 1967, and was halted in 1973. It was organized through the CIA's Office of Scientific Intelligence and coordinated with the United States Army Biological Warfare Laboratories. The program engaged in illegal activities, including the use of U.S. and Canadian citizens as unwitting test subjects. You're literally talking about the government here abducting people. Right. Like, they had different programs. They would like lure men in with fake prostitution. They would literally abduct children and just
of the mentally ill.
Take advantage of mentally handicapped people, homeless people, and anyone that they found to be easy targets, or anybody that they thought would be useful to whatever experiment or program it was that they wanted to enlist them into. And so, dude, you're talking about think about that. You might get abducted in a dark alley, right? But instead of ending up in some serial killer's house who's going to Jeffrey Dahmer you end up surrounded by all these people in suits, and doctors' things and respected pillars of the community. And They're sitting here and they're putting this kind of stuff on your face, and literally just conducting torture on you. And it's just like such a horrifying reality, that Clockwork Orange, And this is the thing too, that we're talking about 20 plus years back in the 1950s or whenever, 1950s, 1960s. This was exposed and leaked, right? And the only reason we know about it is because it's one of the few things that got exposed. And the CIA, they already destroyed the vast majority of the evidence. Almost all of the information and paperwork, and literature and results and tests and stuff like that regarding to this MK Ultra was deliberately destroyed by the CIA.
Most of what was left was like just financial records. And I do want to point out, it's crazy. They made a lot of these victims literally pay for this treatment. Some people, they obviously can't find all of the victims that were affected by this, but there have been some that either they or their families started like lawsuits, and all that they were awarded was what they had to pay for this so-called treatment. It's just crazy, and it's these reputable doctors, so they felt special, oh wow, you're treating me.
Oh man, it's so sad.
It really is.
But there's no way to know how dark it actually got though, because the very little evidence that we have, and again, most of it was thrown out, and so much of what was revealed, I think it goes into it here in the slides pretty soon, but there were FOIAs, Freedom of Information Act requests or something like that. I think the last one was in 2018, where we got some more info on this whole MK Ultra stuff, but so much was redacted that, like usual, it just became a pointless, information where you get to kind of read between the censor blocks. Okay, anyways, let me just keep going. And by the way, as you just read here, Canadian citizens, this was in America and Canada. MK Ultra's scope was broad, with activities carried out under the guise of research at more than 80 institutions. Think about that, 80 different institutions. Again, you're talking about serial killer weirdo kind of human centipede kind of stuff. But it's the government, and it's being done in well-funded institutions, including colleges and universities, hospitals, prisons, and pharmaceutical companies. The CIA operated using front organizations, although some top officials at these institutions were aware of the CIA's involvement. And these are the ones that are going to put other people in jail. Secret detention camps in areas under American control in the early 1950s in Europe and East Asia, mostly Japan, Germany, and the Philippines. The CIA created secret detention centers so that the U.S. could avoid criminal prosecution. The CIA captured people suspected of being enemy agents and other people it deemed expendable to undertake various types of torture and human experimentation on them, again, including sexual molestation and rape. The prisoners were interrogated while being administered psychoactive drugs. electroshocked, and subjected to extremes of temperature, sensory isolation, and the like, to develop a better understanding of how to destroy and to control human minds. How messed up is that? And that's what your tax dollars were paying for back then. In fact, that's what the victims' tax dollars were paying for.
Right.
They were paying for the right to be, tied down to a chair. And like you said, though, some of these guys, they probably felt, it's sad, there was probably a little Stockholm syndrome going on.
No, there was like this one lady, a while ago, I watched this like little documentary, and like she even was saying like she was so scared of the doctor, but just felt like he was her only hope because he was this reputable doctor.
Okay. MK Ultra was first brought to public attention in 1975 by the Church Committee. And the Church Committee is just because it was led by this guy named Frank Church of the United States Congress and Gerald Ford's United States President's Commission on CIA Activities within the United States. That's a heck of a name. Investigative efforts were hampered by CIA Director Richard Helms' order that all MK Ultra files be destroyed in 1973. And this is, even that's in Wikipedia. The Church Committee and Rockefeller Commission investigations relied on the sworn testimony of direct participants and on the small number of documents that survived Helms' order. In 1977, a Freedom of Information Act request uncovered a cache of 20,000 documents related to MK Ultra, which led to Senate hearings. Some surviving information about MK Ultra was declassified in July 2001. In December 2018, declassified documents revealed that the CIA made 6 dogs run, turn, and stop via remote control and brain implants as part of MK Ultra. So again, you're talking about all the way back then, they successfully were putting brain implants in dogs. So things do come full circle, huh? So the mind control was more than just these like experiments, on these unwitting people, right? But there was actual, even all the way back then, they were already developing these technologies to literally control people's minds. Here I just say MK Ultra 2.0 because here's an epiphany for you. Are we all being subjected to MK Ultra programming now? Consider these experiments regarding the mind with MK Ultra, like something you'll hear a lot, especially, in these truther circles, is the idea of trauma-based mind control, right? And trauma-based mind control, which is probably the most despicable of any form of mind control, even though it's all bad, I guess. It's akin to like an abusive husband, right? Or an abusive dad who just beats the crap out of you when you don't behave the way that they want, to instill this like certain behavior pattern in you just because you're afraid of getting hurt. Well, it times that by 1,000,000, right? And again, with all the evidence, destroyed on this, it's hard to procure real good information about MK Ultra, especially as time goes on. Like, it's hard for me to find anything online to research anymore. Stuff I was, all the resources, a lot of the references and resources that I used to go to research this kind of stuff, just in recent years, like, can't even be found anymore. Right, it's all been like censored off the internet. A lot of people believe that some of the most popular, famous celebrity pop stars and celebrities are victims of MK Ultra style mind control, which is more than reasonable. So apparently there's this thing called monarch programming where they'll like turn these girls into what they call sex kittens. And this is really messed up. Like, and I don't even know how much of it is true. Like, it's hard to kind of sift between what's provable but most of this is based on testimony of people that claim that they were victims of it. They talk about how like, one day you'll just be getting tortured and the next day you'll go to Disneyland and you'll go back and forth from being treated like a princess to being treated like a piece of crap. And it creates this like split in you. And then like they would figure out ways that they could use trigger words and stuff like that.
My choice! My choice! My choice! My choice! My choice! My choice! My choice!
And I feel like we're all under mass MK Ultra right now. Think about it. There's, all day long on TV and on the news, we're getting fed this trauma, right? And we're always being told, like we're always being reminded of these hurtful and painful things, not to mention just the way that this, new tech and social media works and the way that...
Well, and everyone's like triggers and fragile mind states. I mean, And
the drugs.
Right.
And don't forget
drugs.
that with MK Ultra, the big thing was they would use LSD and drugs, and and now think about the hippie revolution. We just read about all this crazy stuff that the CIA did, right, regarding like using LSD and drugs to, once people are under the influence of these drugs, to then suggest things through them and hypnotize them and all this kind of stuff, right? And then during like this hippie takeover, rock and roll, British invasion, that whole era of time, the CIA was also involved in a lot of the big music festivals. That's also well-known knowledge, and that acid would just be getting passed around, and that CIA people would be there studying people. So now, instead of just having people in these, little detention camps that are set up like we just read about, now you have whole crowds of thousands of people that are all subjecting themselves to the mind control. And don't think that the lyrics weren't filled with all types of messages that they want to control your mind with. Do you think it's a coincidence that every single song on the radio or every single song that happens to be popular happens to reinforce the same ideals of, promoting this?
Well, I mean, like, look at Robert Hunter. Like,
who's that?
He wrote songs for the Grateful Dead. I mean, like, he was in with the CIA. Like, they were literally supplying LSD for this whole new, like, hippie culture era. Like, and yeah, they were studying them. But I mean, Robert Hunter was, like, working with the CIA and obtaining all of the LSD from them. I mean, maybe not all, but most.
So at
least.
Yeah, and I suppose that, like, you look now, everybody's popping pills, and you look at these like satanic music videos and everything's hypnotic. I've had the thought before myself, especially as a musician. I know how to actually play guitar and like play instruments and sing and write music. I actually went to college for one semester, but that I did major in music. But it's interesting when you think about music, like, why do we respond the way we do, right? And to music, like to this sequence of sounds and like to these, random variations in melodies, why does it make me feel a certain way? Well, they say that that your appeal to rhythm is based off your heartbeat. Your whole life beats to a rhythm, right? And that, like, for whatever reason, you can identify with, a good beat or a good measure, or meter in a song. And then you take like this modern music, this electronic music that anyone can do. You put an artificial beat on there. And what you have now is you have an absolutely perfect BPM, right, of artificial noise that's repeating on a perfect cycle. Now, in natural, real music, the type that David played, the type that I play when I play my guitar, there is a small, if you're a good musician, an undetectable level of human error, where the beat will never actually be perfect. It's always going to be off by a little bit, because that's the human touch. But this new music that's being produced has the ability to be perfect. It's mechanical in that sense, That's why I think you can listen to it and kind of go into a hypnotic kind of state, when you combine that with, that type of music that puts you in that suggestible state. And then you consider what kind of lyrics that go with it. Like, that's a form of mind control itself. Like, that's not too far off from the MK Ultra thing.
Kids listening to it, like literal children who are impressionable.
I think that when you combine all those things, like the constant promotion of fear, the promotion of drugs, the literal subliminal messaging and all the symbolism and messaging that's coming at us, I almost feel like we're participants in a big giant worldwide MK Ultra experiment. It's not even an experiment, it's more like the experiment's done. Now they know what works and now it's being done, and it does work. Could you ever believe like the stuff that's going on right now? Like, dude, seriously, 10 years ago, I would not have believed you. I would have debated you and laughed at you if you said, yeah, we are in 10 years, like literally, like kids are gonna be getting, sex reassignment surgeries, and parents will get arrested if they try to stop it, and that kind of stuff. So it works.
This is the story of a 30-year search by U.S. intelligence agencies to perfect mind control. The search would be endless. From brothels, an agent says, we learned a lot about human nature in the bedroom, to the mystical rites of a magical mushroom ceremony performed by an Indian shaman, to a Spanish bull ring. The bull has had electrodes implanted in the brain and is controlled by a scientist. There would be victims. One intelligence agency tried to peel this man's mind back to reveal its deepest secrets.
I lived through it. I lived.
This man worked on some of these programs. He would write of his work, "It was fun, fun, fun."
We are not professing to tell you the complete story of these activities. We are professing to tell you the complete story that we know. Right. But these records that we've uncovered don't tell the story. They tell pieces of it.
But at one point, intelligence information received from Switzerland said that Sandoz Laboratories was about to put 100 million doses of LSD on the open market. And it caused enough concern within the agency that the United States was prepared to buy the entire supply. History will judge the role of the CIA and other intelligence agencies in unwittingly contributing to the counterculture of the 60s through their intense interest in LSD and other hallucinogenics. The argument can be made that the CIA helped usher in the age of Aquarius. Dr. Monroe, what do you think the Army Chemical Corps was looking for in all of this testing?
They were looking for an incapacitating agent, an agent that would not harm the person permanently, but would incapacitate them temporarily. That seemed like a humanistic way to wage a war.
He would give the patient intensive electric treatment in order to make the patient regress deeply, become forgetful, and then he would attempt to implant new ideas in the mind of the patient.
In other words, brainwashing.
Exactly, that's a very good comparison.
Brainwashing.
Yes.
That was a bad trip. The pain was so excruciating, felt like somebody was sticking me with 1,000,000 pins, you know, just everywhere. Oh, it just...
You want to stop for me?
I walked around.
You want to stop?
Oh, I can talk. I lived through it. I lived through it. I lived through it.
These 6 things doth the Lord hate. Yea, 7 are an abomination unto him: a proud look, a lying tongue, and hands that shed innocent blood, a heart that deviseth wicked imaginations, feet that be swift in running to mischief, a false witness that speaketh lies, and he that soweth discord among brethren. Proverbs chapter 6, verses 16 to 19. A false witness shall not be unpunished, and he that speaketh lies shall perish. Proverbs chapter 19, verse 9. For nothing is secret that shall not be made manifest, neither anything hid that shall not be known and come abroad. Luke chapter 8, verse 17.
Crowley published the Book of the Law in the year 1904, claiming it to be a transcript of the message that was channeled through him from this spirit Aiwass. And over a decade later, in 1918, Crowley managed to summon another demon, another interdimensional being. He was engaging in a series of rituals called the Amalantra workings. Much like the Babylon working, the purpose of this endeavor was to create a portal to the spiritual world. And apparently he was successful because this strange creature was said to have manifested in front of him. This picture that you're looking at was not taken from the show X-Files. This is a portrait of the supposedly real-life entity that was drawn by Crowley himself. He maintained that this was an accurate portrait of the being as it stood before him. And this entity either called itself Lamb or it was named Lamb by Crowley. But either way, he considered it to be of interdimensional origin. According to Crowley, Lamb went on to communicate to him some cryptic messages regarding the secrets of life. And there's a lot to unpack in this supposed interaction, but what I found the most interesting was Crowley's claim that when asked to define the nature of our universe, Lamb simply responded by saying, "It's all in the egg." The following year, Crowley displayed this portrait of Lamb at his own public event in New York, which he named the Dead Souls Exhibition. And beneath the picture was the following inscription.
Lamb is the Tibetan word for way or path, and Lama is he who goeth, the specific title of the gods of Egypt, the treader of the path, in Buddhistic phraseology. Its numerical value is 71, the number of this book.
And there's one of those Buddhist connections that I told you to look out for. You see, Crowley was actually pretty fond of Buddhism and Hinduism. He actually devoted a lot of his lifetime to the practice and promotion of yoga, which, by the way, I'm sure that the popularity of yoga today is yet another facet of modern culture that Thelemites might attribute to the presence of the Aeon of Horus, but let's get back to the point. And to be honest, I have no idea where Crowley is getting his definition of Lama from. I could not verify that it means he who goeth. I tried to research the definition and etymology of the word, and to the best of my research, it just means venerable one or superior one. But regardless, I assume Crowley to be much more scholarly than I am, so we'll just go with his definition on this one. But anyways, I was able to confirm that the word lamb does indeed mean path in Tibetan. In Buddhist practice, it's most likely derivative of the term lamrim, and it represents what Buddhist practitioners recognize as the path to enlightenment. And you will soon understand why Lamb is an apt name for this entity in Crowley's portrait. But the first and most obvious question is whether or not it's a coincidence that this Lamb bears such a close resemblance to what we have come to know as the gray alien. Because you can't tell me that's not what comes to your mind when you look at this guy. And first off, considering that this sketch was made over 100 years ago, perhaps it would be more appropriate to ask why our modern concept of gray aliens bears such a close resemblance to Lamb. I specify the gray-style alien because, as I assume you are aware, the public's perception of aliens and even the spaceships that they supposedly travel in has changed drastically throughout history. It's easy to see a difference between the metallic flying saucers of the 1950s and 60s and then the more sophisticated and high-tech style UFOs that are often reported today. And upon close examination, it's easy to see all types of similarities that exist between UFO sightings in any given year and the UFOs that are imagined by popular science fiction movies or shows of that same period. And it's an important point to understand because the same thing was true about the public's perception of the aliens who were supposedly piloting these UFOs. In the 1950s and 1960s, many people believed that extraterrestrials were human-like in appearance, but their skin color and clothing and other details varied widely. They were described similarly in many reported close encounters from that time as well. And before that, aliens were often envisioned to be more monstrous in appearance, with features like tentacles and scales or wings. And even further back, in the late 1800s, there was a common belief that aliens could be living on the moon or on Mars, and that they had developed advanced technology. And these beings were often depicted as physically superior and high-tech humans, but only with, futuristic clothing and advanced tools. And you can keep doing this all the way back throughout history, to a time before the concept of intergalactic civilizations was even a thought in the minds of most cultures. And yet people still had their sightings and abductions and close encounters even back then, many of which have been preserved through the lens of folklore and mythology. But instead of recording alien spaceships in the sky, people were keeping record of gods and thunderbirds and fairies and dragons flying around. And instead of being abducted by aliens, there were reports of abductions by trolls and monsters or spirits, and you get the idea, the history goes on. And of course, if you go back far enough, you're going to be left with the Bible, which doesn't describe aliens at all, but only God and his angels, and then these deceptive and cunning fallen angels who would love nothing more than to be accepted and embraced by humanity, even if it's in the disguise of something else. Remember that in Matthew 24, we are warned that there shall arise false Christs and false prophets and show great signs and wonders, insomuch that if it were possible, they shall deceive the very elect. And never forget that even Satan himself is transformed into an angel of light, according to 2 Corinthians 11. And on the topic of masquerading demons, I think it's interesting that so many of these alien encounters that we hear about include the combined elements of mental telepathy and spiritual messaging. Perhaps even the majority of experiences play out this way, with the entranced abductee receiving a familiar message about a coming climate apocalypse or a great war, and this urging of the necessity for humans to unite into some type of New Age universalist religion. And if I try to be unbiased, I just can't imagine a rational explanation for why some random and unrelated creature from a galaxy far, far away would care about the spiritual conditions of human beings on Earth. But through an occultic lens, these experiences are really not very different from the way Crowley described his interactions with Aiwass. Not only in the method of communication, but also the message that's being communicated, one of a coming new age of human enlightenment.
I seem to become one with the entire universe. Everything in the universe seemed to be contracted down to one small dot.
We are going to see more and more of these visitors from space, and that before too long, the evidence will be incontrovertible, that you will have on your TV screens and on your movie screens concrete evidence that the ships are here.
And this brings us back to Lamb and his gray alien doppelgangers. I think it's clear to see that as of today, these guys have become the poster boys for extraterrestrial life.
You were saying also these gray ones are the ones that we see most of the time, and you said that that there are a lot of different motives for them being here. The gray ones, what kind of a deal we got going with them? Is that the bunch that you suggest we've made a deal with for military technology?
I think we made a deal with them, and their ultimate, what they want to do is regenerate their own race.
You believe in part that the movies E.T., Close Encounters of the Third Kind, were not entirely just the creative products of some Hollywood director, that maybe there's more to that. Why don't you explain?
They were carefully guided by representatives from MJ12, who is this organization that is in charge of the cover-up, in order to get us ready for the release of the information that there are indeed aliens. And in both those movies, they used small little creatures and in order to get us ready for this release of information.
To prepare us that the idea of benevolent aliens from outer space are going to help us out.
Unfortunately, they're not so benevolent. So they made probably one of the most disastrous mistakes when E.T. was put out. At that time was before we discovered what I call the double cross or the grand deception. And they were trying to get us used to the benevolent little creatures, but that isn't the case.
Return viewers may have noticed that I often use Wikipedia as a source for these documentaries. Not because I consider Wikipedia to be a reliable or credible source of information per se, but because I know that the majority of the world that I'm reaching out to does. And while writing this, I was surprised when I looked up the Wikipedia page for gray aliens and saw this picture of Lamb prominently displayed on the page and reported in the article, where this image is declared to be amongst the earliest depictions of a creature of this appearance, more commonly recognized as a modern gray alien. But Lamb's association with ETs doesn't end here, because within the last years of Aleister Crowley's life, he met and befriended a young man named Kenneth Grant. Grant was a British ceremonial magician and an admirer of Crowley's work, and like many others, he aspired to become the successor of the so-called Great Beast, and he served him directly as a secretary and personal assistant. Historians of this topic debate about whether or not Grant was Crowley's official successor, but that's really not of much importance to me. But anyways, if you'll remember, we have discussed the UFO wave of 1952 that occurred a few months after the death of Jack Parsons. Well, by that note, it's interesting that Aleister Crowley died on December of 1947, the year that initiated this modern UFO craze with the famous Kenneth Arnold sighting, as well as the crash in Roswell, New Mexico, which occurred that same year. And it seems coincidental, but in the mind of disciple Kenneth Grant, there was a significant connection between the timing of Crowley's death and the occurrence of these famous UFO events. And in the time that Grant spent working under Crowley, the two would grow really close. And knowing that Grant had developed a deep interest in Lamb, Crowley had decided to ceremoniously present him with the original portrait of Lamb as both a gift and also a supposed magical resource. And then sometime after Crowley's death, Grant would create the Typhonian Order, an offshoot of the OTO. And while his new cult would maintain the general precepts of Thelema, it seems to me that the Typhonian Order was more primarily focused on ritual or psychic communications with non-human entities, by which Lamb was and continues to be a prominent source. And over time, Grant would become increasingly outspoken regarding his belief in UFOs and the topic of ufology, and he would write about it somewhat frequently throughout his 9-volume Typhonian Trilogy series of books. And I mean, keep in mind that I haven't read through these books personally, but it's pretty easy to confirm amid the many quotes and excerpts that flourish all over the internet. And he included this now famous portrait of Lamb in numerous publications. One of his more outstanding beliefs was the idea that Lamb was in fact the same entity as Aiwass, that disembodied voice that Aleister Crowley supposedly channeled in his Book of the Law, that I spoke on earlier. And in his book, Outside the Circles of Time, Grant describes Lamb to be a, quote, extraterrestrial and praetor-human intelligence. And he even claims that Lamb is now known to be a link between the star systems of Sirius and Andromeda. He also goes on to explore the mystical significance of the number 71, which Crowley originally attributed to Lamb in 1918, if you'll remember. And it's a number that continues to pop up in relation to ufology, by the way. And furthermore, it was a number that was of special significance to Grant because it was similar to his own numerical magical identity of 718 or 718. And I know that this opens a whole new can of worms regarding numerology and gematria, but we're just going to save that for another time. Just understand that in the same way that Crowley regarded himself as 666, Grant's number was 718. So just keep that in mind because it will come up again shortly. Now, according to Kenneth Grant's philosophy, this otherworldly and alien-like appearance of Lamb was itself the very purpose of Lamb's presence. He viewed Lamb as a gateway and conduit to another world, or to put it in more practical terms, as a path of exploration into another realm. Grant once wrote,
"If man is able to integrate these new experiences into his psyche, he must begin now to think in terms at least of extraterrestrial encounter. If he does this, the rest may follow. The faculty of intuitive insight may be awakened and aligned with such alien concepts."
And to say that Lamb has become a central figure in the Typhonian Order would be an understatement. As time went on, Grant would develop a new faction within the order by the unambiguous name the Cult of Lamb. It was a group that would devote themselves to pursuing this path of Lamb. And if you think I'm exaggerating, then let me draw your attention to this excerpt that I took from an internal memo from within the organization of the so-called Typhonian Order about the Cult of Lamb that was written by Grant himself.
The cult has been founded because very strong intimations have been received by Aosic Aiwass 718 to the effect that the portrait of Lamb, the original drawing of which was given by 666 to 718 under curious circumstances, is the present focus of an extraterrestrial and perhaps trans-plutonic energy, which the OTO is required to communicate at this critical period, for we have now entered the 80s mentioned in the Book of the Law. It is our aim to obtain some insight not only into the nature of Lamb, but also into the possibilities of using the egg as an astral space capsule for traveling to Lamb's domain, or for exploring extraterrestrial spaces.
And at the end, it's signed off by Kenneth Grant using his silly magical name. So you can see that this association between Lamb and extraterrestrials goes far deeper than his similarity in appearance to our modern gray aliens. And although this information may not be a smoking gun of evidence, I hope you'd agree that we've covered some pretty interesting and substantial connections so far. But we're really just getting started.
Esos cuerpos, que de acuerdo a los científicos que van a declararlo aquí, son seres no humanos, que no son parte de nuestra evolución terrestre y que después de desaparecer no hay una evolución posterior. De acuerdo a la Universidad Nacional Autónoma de México, quien realizó los análisis de carbono 14, estos seres tienen alrededor de 1000 años de antigüedad. Es decir, no se trata de seres que fueron recuperados en naves, que son estrellamientos, sino son seres que estaban sepultados en minas de diatomea. Tiene características extraordinarias.
Hey, what's up, guys? It's your buddy Tim, and I'm driving to work right now. As you see, I am wearing my safety harness, and I got my eyes ahead of me. I'm looking at the road because I'm aware that probably some of you aren't too comfortable with the idea of a guy driving around making YouTube videos. But I assure you that I'm following all the rules of the road, and everybody around me is perfectly safe right now. And with that said, you know, I just got a little time to kill because I'm driving to work, and there's something I was thinking about that I wanted to share with you guys. Also, I know that, you know, content has been, you know, I haven't been posting much on the channel lately. I've just been so busy with life, and maybe I wouldn't normally put up a video like this. But you know what? It's only a matter of time before YouTube cans this channel anyways. All my favorite YouTube channels are disappearing around me. So I don't really care. You know, I think you guys will enjoy this video. And if you don't, just skip it. Okay. So with all that said, this is what I wanted to share with you guys. I want to tell you a little story about this guy that I worked with one day. So to set this up, you need to understand that I was born and raised in a Christian home, you know, but I started backsliding, you know, and I professed to be a Christian as a teenager and as a kid, again, growing up in that environment. But by my late teens, I was really backsliding, and I really, you know, I don't know if I was even saved, really. I was far more interested in the world and in my own worldly pursuits, which for me, I wanted to pursue a music career, which I successfully did for over a decade. So anyways, when I moved out, you know, I went far away from the church and from the faith and from Christ, and I just totally embraced and experienced everything this world has to offer. And as I chased down this music dream, you know, and started a bunch of different bands and toured around and did all that music stuff, I held down a lot of different jobs. I believe that my current job is my 24th job, if I'm correct about that. That's what I think, last time I counted. But man, I've had so many jobs because while pursuing my artistic endeavors in my music career, you know, whenever I would have a job that would interfere with my music schedule, well, I would just lose the job, you know, and then just get another job. And so I would always have these dead-end jobs that didn't pay that much. And well, anyways, so one of them, probably one job that I really hated, but also that I have a lot of memories from, was at this place called Top Notch Distribution in Toledo, Ohio. And it was like a direct sales company. I was one of those people. I was practically a legal solicitor, really. Although I'm not even sure how much of what we did was legal, because I was one of those guys that you see walking around in a shirt and tie with a duffel bag full of all types of random crap, you know. It would be like product launch products, you know, and promotional products for this or that company. And they would hire us and companies like us to send guys like me out into the city, you know, and I would just go knock on doors and go into office buildings and try to talk to the boss and essentially try to sell them, you know, this random weird crap, and get them to buy it, you know, for their whole office. And it was just direct sales. It wasn't really a good job, and I hated doing sales. I was always too nervous for it. And anyways, but every day we would load up, you know, our cars. Sometimes you would go along with somebody else and they would ride along with you in your car, or you'd ride with their car. And there was only like 10 employees, you know, 10 of us salesmen, and then some dude named, man, what was his name? I guess it doesn't matter. the boss guy, he was like this dorky dude, this like curly red hair, tall, skinny guy with thick glasses, but he was really funny, and he was really interested in just getting rich fast, you know. And so again, top-notch distribution. It was like it was legal, but practically we'd get raced out or rushed out of everywhere that we would try to go in and sell stuff, and people would point us to the signs that say no soliciting, and we'd say, oh, I'm sorry. And the guy that ran it was making a whole bunch of money, you know, because it was kind of a pyramid scheme where whatever I sold or whatever anybody sold, he got a percentage of, and we all got paid cash. And for guys that were good salesmen that didn't mind, you know, being dishonest and just doing what it took to sell the stuff, they could actually make really good money at this job. And then guys like me, who were more honest and not really salesman type people, we did not do very well at that job. And that's why I didn't have it for that long. Okay, so that's up. Gotta get some gas. So this is the thing. One day, there was this new dude. This guy started, he probably only worked there for like 2 or 3 days, and I forget his name. So for the sake of the story, we'll just say his name was JT, because he looked like the kind of guy that would be named JT. Then again, I did have a friend there that was named JT, so maybe that's where that's coming from. Let's just call him John. Let's just call him John. And so anyways, one day, and John, this guy, he was like a pretty ripped, kind of, you know, rugged looking dude, maybe 10 years older than me. Maybe he was in his mid 30s. I was in my like early 20s at that time. And he was just covered in tattoos, like sleeve tattoos, and he just had scars on his face that looked like they were the result of some type of combat. And he was just a rough dude that looked like, you know, he definitely was street smart. But he was a cool dude, and he was nice. And he would like chain smoke cigarettes, which I could relate to, you know. So we would always be outside smoking cigarettes together at the office. And but this is, again, so he'd only been there for a few days. And the first time that me and him did this trip together, he's driving in my car, and I have a bowl of weed sitting in my dashboard, right? And I just assume that this guy is going to be cool, like, you know, and want to smoke weed with me while we're driving to Detroit, because that's where we were going to be doing our sales that day. And so we're just driving and cruising, and, you know, I'm just talking about my music and shows. I mean, I don't know what we were talking about, you know, but we're just shooting the stuff. And then I asked him to open my glove box and pass me my bowl of weed, which he did, you know, and he hands it to me, and like I hit it, and then I ask him if he wants to hit it. I like pass it to him, and he's like, oh no, man, I don't touch that stuff. And I was like, oh, I'm sorry, I don't. And he was like, no, it's cool. And anyways, this guy goes on then to tell me how, you know, weed and alcohol and drugs used to have a real control over his life, you know, and used to have a real hold on him, but then that he got saved. And this guy starts witnessing to me. As it turns out, he's a born-again Christian. He's somebody that did live a hard life, you know, and he did spend a bunch of time in prison, and he did come from the streets and all that, but he got saved when he was in jail. And I just had him, like, you know, I judged the book by the cover. I totally thought that he was going to be, you know, I was almost trying to appeal to him by even just doing something so risky as to openly smoke weed in front of him while we're driving, you know, at the workplace. But I'm looking at his tattoos, just the look of him, the way he talks, the chain smoking cigarettes. So I never expected that he was actually a born-again Christian. And here I am, like a way backslidden Christian. Didn't even, maybe, you know, I wasn't really saved, I guess, because I didn't even consider myself a Christian at that time. Although I did always have the conviction in my heart, you know, I always had God knocking at the door, and I always felt kind of guilty in my sin. But anyways, you know, that wasn't something that I wasn't living that life. And here I am getting witnessed to by this guy that I was judging to be, you know, so far from Christ. And as it turned out, so he's, and that convicted me. And the stuff that he was saying to me, man, he went on to tell me about the things he'd been through and how he's encouraging me to stop doing drugs, and he's encouraging me to change my life. And he's even like kind of calling me out for some stuff that he's noticed about me in the few days that we worked together, you know, like not in a mean way, you know, but just just things that I would say and the language that I would use, and he was just reminding me how, the Bible says that, the tongue is like as sharp as a two-edged sword, and you can, if you call your brother a fool, that's like murder. And he goes on to say how, the Sermon on the Mount, Jesus says to even lust after women is like adultery, and how, if you hate somebody, you might as well have killed them. And he goes on to say, so I'm guilty. Speaking of himself, he says, he's guilty of breaking all 10 of the commandments, goes on to express to me why I am as well. And it was the weirdest thing, because I already knew this. I was raised in the church, and I was just sort of, I just felt, and I appreciated what he was telling me. So this is the thing. So I appreciated what he was telling me, and I was embarrassed kind of spiritually inside, just because I was like, man, how far have I gone back now that, somebody's witnessing to me as if I don't even know the gospel. And I don't recall that going on to tell him how I already knew that stuff, or that I already understood the Bible. I think I was like embarrassed. I just kind of played it off that I didn't know, and I was just like, oh, thanks, that's real tough. I don't remember. It's a long time ago. And I don't know why I just happened to think of this guy this morning, but I did. So that guy, he was an ambassador for Christ, right? You wouldn't know it by looking at him. An unlikely ambassador for Christ, because Christ is perfection. Christ is God, But it says in 2 Corinthians, I think, chapter 5, that we are ambassadors as Christians, that we are ambassadors of Christ, right? And that guy had a bunch of flaws, I'm sure. He had a bunch of sins. But when it came down to it, and when he was in a position with me, he preached the gospel to me. And he represented Christ. That's what an ambassador is, Like if you're an ambassador to America, or an American ambassador, then you go to these different foreign countries and you represent America's interests, And that's what we are as Christians, We are representatives of Christ. And that's a heavy burden to bear, because, obviously Christ is perfect. Jesus is pure and holy and good and righteous, and we are sinners and dark and, the very opposite of Jesus in many ways, even Christians, even those who follow him, And here we are with this role and responsibility to be ambassadors. And so I was thinking about that guy, and I was thinking about myself as an ambassador of Christ, because I'm an ambassador of Christ as well. That's what I'm doing with this channel here. And I think about my workplace, where everybody knows that I'm saved, that I'm a Christian, I don't hide that. Not only do I have a public channel where I publicly promote the gospel, but in my private life, I also, almost every day, there's just numerous things that'll come up in conversation that for me, I see everything through the lens of somebody who's, saved and who's living in Christ. And so even talking to my non-saved friends, I always end up redirecting so many conversations back to the Bible, not just to be preachy, just because that's really my worldview, so that's me contributing to the conversation. Also, I am being aware that, I want my friends to be saved. I don't want anyone's soul to be damned to hell. And so so I witness all the time. So in that way, I'm an ambassador. But just like this dude that I decided we would call John, these guys are also seeing me smoke cigarettes. They're hearing me swear. They're hearing me complain about my wife sometimes when we're fighting at home. Friends, people that see me out in the world, these people that are aware of my sins, And so it's just an interesting thing, because on one hand, it's such a privilege and such an honor and such a blessing as a born-again Christian to be able to call yourself an ambassador of Christ and to have that good news. We got the very best. We have the answer to life, and it's our responsibility to share it, to share the bread of life with everybody. So that's great, and that's awesome. But then we also bear the responsibility of understanding that as ambassadors of Christ, our reputation is bound to Christ. And so if we're going to be living in sin, like I often do, when we do that, we're dragging Christ's name through the mud. Here I am, an ambassador of Christ. And then while it's good when I'm witnessing to my friends, it's really, really bad when I'm sinning openly and comfortably in front of my friends, right? Because I'm hinged to Jesus. They're looking at me, and even that is a reflection of Christ and my representation of Christ and my Christian walk. So, but you know what? I was touched by that dude, John. and I could relate to him. And he was in a place in his life where, I didn't tell you the end of the story, by the way. That guy only worked there for a few more days and then stopped coming to work. And it turned out that he got pulled over, and there was a warrant out for his arrest. He got pulled over on the job when he was out working with someone else, and there was a warrant for his arrest, and he went back to prison. And I don't know, I never heard from him again, and that was just the end of it. For all I know, he's still in jail. I don't know anything about the guy's backstory, but I know that he was a born-again Christian. For all I know, he was on the run from the law. It sounds like he was. But in that moment, he opened his mouth and he shared the gospel with me, and he preached to me. Somebody who myself was just backslidden. You know, I wasn't even unaware of the gospel. I was aware of the gospel. I knew God. And it took this guy who was living a hard life and wrapped up in all types of sin and mess, but who did have, you know, Christ, like a born-again Christian man. That was the state of his life at that time. God used him to touch me. I think of where I'm at now, and I just mentioned, you know, all the sins and, you know, some of the not so pleasant character traits that I might still exhibit, and the way that that might negatively impact my testimony, you know. But maybe not. Maybe in some ways God's using me where I'm at right now to reach these people. You know, maybe some of these guys at work would never step foot into a church, or wouldn't be inclined to go talk to some pastor guy, you know, wearing a 3-piece suit, who would never, you know, touch a glass of wine or a cigarette or anything like that because he's been living clean. And more power to that guy, you know. And I aspire to one day be living a fully clean lifestyle myself, you know. I mean, I want to get all the sin out of my life. But maybe God is using me right now, where I'm at, to reach people that can relate to where I'm at right now. Because I got the one key, which is the gospel truth, which is that we can be forgiven for our sins. It's the Great Commission. We just got to share the gospel. You know, my pastor just preached a whole sermon about it, but for all the complexities and of theology, it really does all boil down to just sharing the simple gospel. What's that simple gospel? That you are separated from God by your sin, but that God is able and willing and desires to forgive you for that sin. And he's made that possible through his own death on the cross, through the death of his son on the cross, his son being himself God, as a substitution for the punishment of our sin, so that the penalty for our crime has already been served on God's behalf. And you guys already know. So this is the salvation message. You share that, and you're being an ambassador for Christ. And that dude, John, whether he's in prison now, maybe he's a pastor now for all I know. I don't know. Maybe he's got some YouTube channel. I don't know. I wonder if he even remembers me. But I appreciate that he followed his conviction on that day to open his mouth and to speak truth to me. And I think it's beautiful that God was able to use that man at that time, despite all his flaws, in a way that really had an impact on my life. And I felt very convicted by the words that he spoke to me. Video's at 17 minutes right now. It's at 18 minutes. So I'm going to stop rambling. Just bored, just driving to work. Just thought I'd pop on and talk with you guys a little bit. But that's what I was thinking about. It's kind of a disconjointed story. Not good at telling stories. My mind races and wanders far too much. That's why I'm a narrative style filmmaker. But I don't know. Maybe you guys got something from that. If nothing else, then maybe a little entertainment. But yeah, guys, we're ambassadors for Christ. If you're saved, if you're following God, if you're bought by the blood of Christ, then you are an ambassador for Christ. And our reputations are a reflection of our testimony, okay? And so it is important, it is something that's kind of scary, that we need to proceed into this world with the full understanding that, people will be judging not only us by our actions, but also Christ and our faith by our actions, if we are outwardly sharing the gospel like we're supposed to be. But on the other hand, don't let that keep you from sharing the gospel, and don't think that you are not worthy to be spreading the good news, because you absolutely are. because it's the good news. The gospel is a gospel for sinners, and you don't got to get cleaned up before God can use you. The second that you're saved, God starts using you and cleaning you up. And so, you know, my best testimony to anybody has been people that know me the best, that are just watching year after year as I grow more sanctified, you know. And we're all kind of on that path. But yeah, there's no better time than right now to just start just sharing your faith with those around you, like that dude did for me. And if you ever see this out there, guy whose name I can't remember, that worked for Top Notch Distribution in the early 2000s with all the tattoos, thank you. Have a good day, guys.
His name is FM 2030. Really, FM 2030 is the legal name of a California-based futurist whose original name was much more conventional, FM Esfandiari. Under that byline, his work has appeared in such respected publications as the New York Times. Esfandiari changed his name, he says, to affirm his belief that the years around 2030 will be, in his words, a magical time. FM 2030's latest book is Are You a Transhuman? A checklist of change the author is sure is coming in the 21st century.
Hi. Can you see me? Okay, great. I haven't got long. I'm trying to save some of my carbon credits for the cinema tonight. Well, I now work for Healthy Me on the health services sales team. Let me just log on. So this is my office. We're just really lucky our jobs let us work from home. Me and Tom are going out to Augmentics later for our anniversary. Occasionally we will get a babysitter from RepNet. All our friends use it. It's just so much easier relying on one reputation management site.
Hey guys, it's Tim. And I just finished watching this video that you're about to see, and I came away thinking that I should probably add this quick disclaimer to point something out. So in this compilation video, you're going to see a lot of old media footage from over 10 years ago that details a combination of various public programs and government initiatives which are related to transforming society by the year 2030. And now, here in 2024, it's not too surprising to see an alignment between these globalist agendas and the year 2030 because, of course, we have since become acquainted with the United Nations Agenda 2030 plan, you know, and the Great Reset and all of this. But you're about to see a lot of correlating evidence to illustrate the fact that the deadline for this transformation agenda was actually set long before Agenda 2030 was ever created, back in September of 2015. And the year 2030 is a year that has long been associated with the pursuit of social transformation and of a new age. But here's the disclaimer. I just want to be clear that I do not believe that 2030 will be the precise year of the apocalypse. You know, I have no reason to believe that it will bring a major spiritual event, and I'm definitely not predicting the arrival of the Antichrist or the date of Christ's return or anything like that. You know, because of course the Bible is very clear that no man knows that day or hour. So this video is by no means intended to prophesy or imply anything regarding a spiritual or biblical connection to that specific year. But although I would never prophesy or set a date for those kinds of things, I'm more than comfortable to point out signs of the end times. I mean, after all, Jesus himself taught his disciples about what will be going on in the world as we approach that final hour. You know, and it includes things like wars and rumors of wars and famines and plagues and pestilences and widespread natural disasters, you know, amongst many other things. And it goes on to say that when the Antichrist comes onto the scene, he will unite the world, and even rival nations will be unified in subjection to his kingdom. And I just find it rather interesting that we find ourselves in a time where nations across the world are being gathered under the umbrella of an organization that is literally called the United Nations, you know, whose influence has suddenly compelled a majority of competing nations to fall into alignment with its directives, radical directives that are intended to transform the world as we know it, you know, most notably these Sustainable Development Goals. And maybe I'm just looking too deeply into things, but I think it's never too early to repeat what John the Baptist said all those years ago. Repent ye, for the kingdom of heaven is at hand.
You know, I mean, if that was true then how much closer must we be today?
The United Nations Sustainable Development Goals are 17 targets we must meet by 2030 to ensure decent lives for all on a healthy planet. Right now, it's expected we will fail. One reason for that is the growth in our global population. The more people there are, the more we take from nature. More land for housing, infrastructure, and producing food. More water, more trees. More of us means more pollution and the climate emissions that threaten us all. Our numbers are driving a sixth mass extinction, with 1 million species at risk of disappearing for good. Everyone deserves a long, healthy life, but when governments are poor, health systems buckle under the pressure of growing populations. Meanwhile, women and children are dying because of barriers to family planning, and millions of women and girls still have no say over what happens to their bodies and lives. There is enough of everything for everyone on our planet now, if the richest nations take less and share more. But with our population expected to reach almost 11 billion by the end of the century, abolishing poverty and hunger and providing food, safe water and energy for all without destroying more of the living world will become impossible. Just as all these problems are linked, so are the solutions. When women and communities are empowered and given the best education, they usually choose smaller families. That helps people escape poverty while taking pressure off resources and the environment. Good healthcare and economic security free people from the need to have many children to support them. And access to modern contraception means that they can choose to have fewer. In rich countries where our impact is so excessively high, we can make a critical difference by having smaller families alongside reducing our runaway consumption. Achieving a sustainable global population matters. If we do, we can all have the dignity, security, and well-being envisioned by the Sustainable Development Goals. We must not fail. Let's invest in and celebrate solutions that empower people to choose smaller families, make their lives better, and protect our only home. Today, tomorrow, and forever. Visit populationmatters.org/SDGs to find out what you can do.
The recent UN meeting in Cairo is appropriately focused on one of these key issues, population growth. But the controversies which have erupted at the conference illustrate the problem of coming to grips with issues that are deeply divisive and which have a profound moral dimension. The United Nations can and should play an essential role in helping the world find a satisfactory way of stabilizing world population and stimulating economic development in a manner that is sensitive to religious and moral considerations.
The Earth just cannot handle the sheer number of humans who live here. Something has to give. And I believe that it's up to us who have lived a good life to make sure that our children will have the opportunity to live good lives too. I have lived a good life.
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 The British government's chief scientist is warning that by the year 2030, growing world population will cause a, quote, perfect storm of food, energy, and water shortages. Professor John Beddington says that by that time, the demand for resources will create a crisis with dire consequences. He says that by 2030, demand for food and energy will jump 50% and for fresh water by 30% as the population tops 8.3 billion. And climate change will exacerbate matters in unpredictable ways. Beddington told the Sustainable Development UK09 conference that, quote, it's a perfect storm. There's not going to be a complete collapse, but things will start getting really worrying if we don't tackle these problems.
Youth 2030 Cities. In September of 2019, the UN Secretary General called on the world to mobilize for a decade of action on 3 levels: global, local, and people action, using the Sustainable Development Goals adopted in 2015 by the world's leaders. The world responded. Youth responded. Youth 2030 Cities is a partnership between UN Habitat, Foundation Botner, youth, and local government. Youth 2030 has engaged youth from 6 countries who are part of the Healthy Cities for Adolescents program. The goal is to demonstrate how youth can take local action and have global impact, using the Sustainable Development Goals as a measuring stick. Fort de la Future involves youth-partnered collaboration to address issues of nutrition and sexual and reproductive health and human rights. Over 100 young people from Senegal came together to develop a declaration and commit to focusing on the implementation of the SDGs by 2030. In Quito, Ecuador, our local partners Diálogo Diverso provides resources and safety for LGBTQIA members, as well as migrants and refugees. Last year, they painted the COVID-19 mural, which depicts an array of unique Ecuadorian faces. The project aims to make public spaces safer and more inclusive while advocating for the use of masks. In each of these cities, youth learned how to localize the Sustainable Development Goals and implement the new urban agenda. Through these trainings and conversations with local government, we see how youth are paving the way to a future that is more sustainable, safe, resilient, and prosperous for everyone. Youth 2030 Cities proves that when youth are given a voice, change can be made. Youth 2030 Cities, a UN Habitat and Foundation Botner initiative.
In recent years, the UN has turned more and more to young people for hope, vitality, and a measure of guilt when it comes to getting governments and corporations to act.
We are in the beginning of a mass extinction, and all you can talk about is money and fairy tales of eternal economic growth. How dare you!
We are the young people of the world, demanding you, the leaders of the world, to fulfill your obligations.
In New York and cities across the world, climate protesters took to the streets ahead of this week's gathering, demanding world leaders help protect future generations and end the use of fossil fuels. The UN says now is the time for leaders to prove they are listening and keep the pledges they made.
Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, we're very proud of the enthusiasm of the young people who've joined us at COP28, and let's give her another round of applause.
Now, because of this knowledge about Agenda 21, the forces that mean to rule us through this process have started to change the names. I have in my hand, and I'll tell you how you can get a copy for yourself, Transforming Our World, the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. And basically it's saying that, well, we need to hurry this process along. We've got to get things done by 2016, 2020, and most assuredly by 2030. In other words, it's not an Agenda 21, the 21st century anymore. It's actually over the next couple of decades. And so in here you start to read what they have to say about what they're trying to do. And it's full of glittering generalities about eliminating poverty and sustaining the world and on and on and on. And if you extend the lines on these things, it means total government control. They talk about freedom, they talk about independence, they talk about equality and all the rest of it, as long as they are in control. So the Bill of Rights of Congress says that Congress shall pass no law, period. The United Nations says, yes, you have these rights, but we can regulate them. The scale and ambition of the new agenda requires a revitalized global partnership. This is a very important document. When you start to really analyze what they've got in this thing, it's a total dictatorship over all of us, all of our lives, our governments, everything. If they can control the economy, what does that do to your business? If they can control the farmland and everything else in the name of feeding the world, to eliminate poverty, and about every fourth or fifth paragraph in this thing says we want to eliminate poverty. Well, it's an impossible task. For those of you who are Christians, you know that Jesus Christ told us the poor we will always have with us. and it's true. We will always have poor. It's a relative thing, first of all.
Earth News in the year 2030, brought to you by Prego Spaghetti Sauce.
Today, the last tree in the once lush Amazon rainforest was cut down. Our future? Not if we fight deforestation. I'll be back to tell you how.
Oh, hi. I'm so glad you're on time. I'm V. I'm looking forward to showing you around Plandopolis today. My husband works from home. He's a virtual engineer working on one of the city's desalination plants. He controls the robots who do all the important maintenance. I think he basically plays computer games for a living. You ready to go? Have you got your calorie card open on your smartphone? I registered your visit with Slip Travel Corp the other day, so they've allotted you a journey time to match mine. It makes so much sense, doesn't it? Switch off brain and go to work. With this many people around, I'm glad there's a mega computer in charge. We're so lucky. Our kids were allocated a school quite near my practice, so I can drop them off on the way. It saves on our calorie ration. Well, it won't be long until the little darlings get their career announcements. They've been working so hard, so I'm sure they'll get something good. Not that there's anything wrong with fixing carbon scrubbers for a living or anything. Are you hungry? Let's pop to the market as we're passing. Right, what's on the menu this month? No, not meat. It's not your birthday. The Global Food Council are doing a really good job of keeping food production going. I mean, you don't get the choice you used to, but we're better off than most. I think it's probably easiest to walk from here. You barely see a car in the city centre nowadays, unless you're rich. Well, the state knows they just aren't practical anymore. We're all trying to meet our global carbon deal. Electric bikes are so much better for getting around our neighbourhood. And why waste valuable space on car parks when you can use them to grow food? I don't care what you say, Alex. They don't deserve to live in that ghetto. They are completely disconnected. No high-speed transport system, no new internet. They miss out on jobs and many essential services too. Oh, hi again. What a day. I had to make an emergency visit to the Cry Freedom ghettos. I mean, I miss my sister like mad, but I'm glad they went when they moved to New Amsterdam. They're safe from climate change on the floating city. That must be her now. It's much easier to meet up with friends virtually now. So many cities have banned cars in central areas. Ooh, looks like she's got some juicy gossip.
Okay, so it's 3708,
Okay.
paper plastic.
Plastic. That's the magic word. Green police. You picked the wrong day to mess with the ecosystem, plastic boy.
Battery! Battery. Let's go! Take the house! Come on! Put the rind down! Sir! That's a compost infraction!
Uh-oh! Did you install these bulbs?
Oh. Tragedy strikes tonight where a man has just been arrested for possession of an incandescent light bulb.
What do you guys think about plastic bottles now?
The water setting is at 105. Yeah. You got a TDI here? Clean diesel. You're good to go, sir. Good afternoon, officers. Are those foam cups you're drinking from? Yeah. Please step out of the car and put them on the hood.
The SDGs, or Sustainable Development Goals, are made up of 17 targets
It is so decided.
that were adopted by all member states in 2015. An ambitious blueprint or to-do list, which includes fighting climate change, protecting our oceans, combating disease, eradicating poverty, ensuring quality education, and gender equality. This year marks the halfway point for achieving the 2030 deadline, and according to the latest progress report, the world is in trouble. Only some 15% of targets are on track to be reached by 2030. Close to half are moderately or severely off track, and some 37% have either seen no movement or regressed below the 2015 baseline.
How dare you!
Earth News in the year 2030, brought to you by Campbell's Home Cooking Soup.
Our dependency on trees couldn't be more fundamental. They not only produce oxygen, they actually consume harmful carbons. Plant a tree. If every American family did, we'd reduce over 1 billion pounds of these gases yearly. Act today to save tomorrow.
If you thought Sydney was getting too big for its boots, you're not alone. The Lord Mayor wants to tackle the mounting problems caused by the city's growth. At a business breakfast, Clover Moore announced a project to combat traffic congestion and pollution problems. Dubbed Sustainable Sydney 2030, the Lord Mayor wants Sydney to follow the initiatives of other cities like London, New York and Toronto.
The key to the transformation is responsible and sustainable urbanization. And that's what you all are here discussing today and implementing in a growing network.
Over the past 2 years, we at Architecture 2030 have tasked ourselves with keeping to replicate the great work that started in Seattle. We've already seen initial replication of the 2030 district model in 3 of our partner cities, Cleveland, Pittsburgh, and Los Angeles. Collectively, we have over 75 million square feet of committed properties from 86 property owners and managers, all aligned with the same vision and goals for high-performance building districts.
The AIA Plus 2030 professional series is critical at this particular point in time because the 2030 challenge has been adopted by most professional organizations. Now the states on the entire West Coast have adopted it and are moving to change their building codes to incorporate it. The federal government has adopted it now for all federal buildings, new buildings and major renovations. And so architects and design professionals need the tools to implement the 2030 challenge targets because it's coming and it's coming fast.
AIA Seattle did a survey of our membership about a year and a half ago and asked them what they really wanted us to provide in terms of programs and what kind of educational opportunities they needed. And at the top of the list was an overriding interest in the 2030 challenge.
The year 2030, here we are, here's a vision. We could actually get ourselves together as humans and recognize that we're at sort of a dead-end path.
Leadership 2030, I think, is a book about the perfect storm. It's a book about a rare combination of circumstances that dramatically change and complicate it, how leaders will need to lead in the future.
I can today announce that the UK government has decided to become the world leader in low-cost clean power generation, cheaper than coal, cheaper than gas. And we believe that in 10 years' time, offshore wind will be powering every home in the country with our target rising from 30 gigawatts to 40 gigawatts. You heard me right. Your kettle, your washing machine, your cooker, your heating, your plug-in electric vehicle, the whole lot of them will get their juice cleanly and without guilt from the breezes that blow around these islands. We will invest £160 million in ports and factories across the country to manufacture the next generation of turbines. And we'll not only build fixed arrays in the sea, we will build windmills that float on the sea, enough to deliver 1 gigawatt of energy by 2030. That's 15 times floating windmills, 15 times as much as the rest of the world put together.
California is a global leader on clean energy, and now the state is setting its sights on the coast, home to some of the best offshore wind resources in the country. To harness all of that energy, California is aiming high with a goal to generate up to 5,000 megawatts of offshore wind by 2030.
The Obama administration's new plan requires America's 1,000 power plants to reduce their carbon dioxide emissions to 30% of 2005 levels by the year 2030.
Clarkson's Renewables Intelligence Network sees a global potential for 14.5 gigawatt of power generated by 1,300 floating offshore wind turbines by 2030.
Well, in 2008, when this study came out, it was called 20% Wind Energy by 2030. It was immediately recognized as a landmark study. It came out from the Bush administration, but has been relevant right through to the current date.
I'm coming through here because I've been told that there are
old turbine blades that have been just dumped here. Here they are. This is renewable energy, by the way. Remember that word renewable. There's nothing much renewable about these things. These are old turbine blades, quite short ones actually. I mean, they look big, but they're some of the early 20 meters, I think. And now they've worn out. You can see, you look at the quality of it, it's not much life left in that. Can you recycle it? Good luck. Great beached whales sitting here, these massive, well, not that massive compared to the ones we've seen in action today. So when they run out, of course, what are we going to do with those? Same deal, right? Just sit here. This tells the story. So $1.4 billion for the Chilumban wind farm, and in 15 years they'll just be sitting here like this.
They say our time hasn't come yet.
Yet they are deciding on our future.
They say we are not ready.
But they don't give us a chance to prove that we are.
They say our time is the future. But our time is now. They say we should stick to the old rules.
But look where the old rules have got us.
Our generation has the power to end poverty, fight climate change, and build a sustainable future for all.
But first, we need to be heard.
Listen.
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 Listen. And raise your voice with us.
You too can be Youth 2030.
Are you worried about your future? And is climate change one of your concerns? How about we tackle all these problems at the same time? Yes, it's possible. That's why the European Commission has proposed new climate and energy targets up to 2030.
That was gorgeous. It was such a good idea of yours to come here. It's really taken my mind off things. We should do it more often. Well, I suppose I should get back to work. I'll see you later, darling. Right, where was I? Oh, hi there, I'm V. You've come for a look around, haven't you? Well, I've got a bit more work to do here, but I can show you the sites when it's time to pick up the kids, if you like. It won't take me long to see the patients. We do it all virtually now, you see. I can quickly show you the garden as you're here. We share this with our neighbours. It's great, isn't it? We use the household waste from the block to create gas and fertiliser. It's dead simple, and it means that we exchange any surplus power for food and vouchers and subsidies. It comes in really useful with our microgeneration targets too. I work here on Thursdays. Well, most of us have scaled back our work hours now, and it makes sense. There's less money to go around, but more time for family and all this kind of stuff. Here we go. Welcome to Renewabad. It's nice, isn't it? Really clean and safe, and thank goodness we've kissed goodbye to the traffic jams. All the vehicles are controlled by computers now, you see. This is the Golden Star service. They're not as fast as the Red Express, but the coffee's better. It's a short hop to the school. Look, I brought this for you. We live just near the growth boundary, and the school is in the next urban village, but the high-speed rail makes it really manageable. In fact, the journey time is really valuable. I get the shopping done, chat to friends, I can even see some patients. I'm really lucky that my job is still valuable. It's a service, you see. People are so bored with useless products. It can be a bit scary travelling through the non-transition zone, though. They were really left behind by not converting to a low-carbon way of life. There's a real resentment there. They were really left behind by not converting to a low-carbon way of life. There's a real resentment there. Oh, I'm here already. Hello there. How was school? Wow! How cool is that? The new hydropods imported from Morocco. It puts your dad's electropod to shame, doesn't it? So dinky, aren't they? God, amazing. You can go for a whole week without having to recharge. Come on then, home for dinner. We're seeing your grandparents in Shanghai tonight for a virtual dinner.
Well, we continue our series, Young Global Leaders, by meeting with people who have dedicated their professional lives to improving health care. Young Global Leaders is an initiative started by Klaus Schwab. Now, he's founder of the World Economic Forum. The goal, to connect young people who are committed to solving the problems of today and tomorrow.
Finally tonight, ending extreme poverty around the world by 2030. That's the ambitious goal announced by World Bank President Jim Yong Kim as his organization and the International Monetary Fund begin their annual spring meetings with delegates from around the globe.
We can be.
We must be the first generation to end extreme poverty.
The generation
Most determined
to fight injustice and inequalities.
The generation that saves the planet from climate change.
And this is how it will get done. The global goals.
A 15-year plan
For everyone, everywhere.
with no one left behind.
We will live in a world
where nobody
Anywhere lives in extreme poverty. Where no one
goes hungry.
Where no one
wakes in the morning
asking if there will be food today. We will live in a world where no child has to die of
diseases we know how to cure. And where proper health care
is a lifelong right for us all.
we will live in a world
Where everyone
goes to school.
and education gives us the knowledge
and skills
for a fulfilling life.
We will live in a world where all girls and all women have equal opportunities
To thrive
And be powerful.
and safe.
We cannot succeed if half the world is headed.
We will live in a world
Where all people can get clean water and proper toilets
at home, at school, and at work.
We will live in a world where there is sustainable energy for everyone.
heat, light,
And power for the whole planet.
Without destroying the planet.
We will live in a world where economies prosper and new wealth
Leads to decent jobs.
for everyone.
And we will live in a world where our industry,
Our infrastructure and our
Best innovations.
Are not just used to make money, but to make all our lives better.
we will live in a world
Where prejudices and extremes of inequality are defeated.
Inside our countries and between different countries.
where people live in cities and communities
That are safe, progressive,
And support everyone who lives there.
where we replace
What we consume. Planet where we put back what we take out of the earth. We live in a world that is decisively rolling back from
climate change.
where we restore and protect the life in our oceans and seas.
will restore and protect
Life on land.
the forests, animals,
The earth itself.
with peace between and inside countries.
where all governments are open
And answer to us for what they do at home and abroad.
and the justice rules.
With everyone equal before the law.
Where all countries and we their people
Work together.
in partnerships of all kinds
to make these goals a reality.
These are the United Nations global goals.
for sustainable development.
Let's get to work.
Wakilisha, wakilisha. Wakilisha, wakilisha.
We had a vision today. We saw good schools and perfect roads. We saw a Kenya with good hospitals, a Kenya that can feed the world. If we work hard to improve our future, we will live in a better Kenya. Wakilisha, Vision 2030.
Wakilisha, wakilisha. Wakilisha, wakilisha.
أنا الريل السريع أمشي ولا أستريح أنا الريل السريع أمشي ولا أستريح بلادي الحلوة بلادي الحلوة يا رب تحفظ قطر أنا الريل السريع.
The teacher's role is changing too. In transitioning from deliverers of knowledge, they are now facilitators who help students grow their learning skills. They have traditionally stood at the front of a class delivering knowledge. Now they can be found helping students teach each other, or even teaching students on another continent. Today, one teacher can reach millions via video on the internet. In this new educational environment, we have a chance to reassess what makes great teachers and how they might reach and inspire as many students as possible. The final pillar is the test, educational assessment. What is the best way to gauge the progress of learners? Exams on the curriculum, or more general tests of learning ability? Or is there another way entirely? We are in the midst of a huge experiment, and we don't yet know what works. Are tablets that much more engaging than chalkboards? Does being alone with an internet connection create a better learning experience than struggling through alongside your peers? Are massive online courses just creating bigger batches? It is vital that we answer these questions quickly and push global achievement as high as this age of new opportunities will allow.
Introducing Remap 2030, the roadmap that helps countries guide their complex challenges into the future of renewable energy. Remap 2030 investigated all technologies, as well as the required financial mechanisms, policies, skills, and planning, with astonishing results.
2030, 23 years from now. It'll be 25 years since Hurricane Katrina. So my concern is about global warming. Apparently it is accelerating 3 times faster than we expected. So what will happen in 23 years to our cities and our countries and our continents? We could lose millions of people through unnatural disasters, flooding, tornadoes, hurricanes, fires. It's a sad, sad situation unless we start taking the challenge now to make a difference and change those problems that are ahead with population control, growth, actually. There's going to be more farmlands being created in the rainforest. Worldwide, we're going to need more food, which means probably the food will be processed, refined, and bioengineered. So what's going to happen to our human body, nutrition-wise?
Future Food, the menu of 2030. The world's population has been increasing faster than food production, even with modern agricultural technology. There will be 9 billion people to feed by 2050. Researchers have been looking at new food sources, tweaking existing ones, and even creating entirely new foods. We examine what could be on our dinner table 20 to 30 years from now. Critters. A 2013 UN Food and Agricultural Organization report reminds us that there are 1,900 edible insect species out there, that some 2 billion earthlings already regularly consume: beetles, butterflies, moths, bees, and locusts. Insects are abundantly available and rich in low-fat protein, fiber, and minerals. Lab meat. Scientists came up with synthetic meat grown in the lab. As early as 2013, scientists have already cultured ground beef from cow stem cells. Although that lab patty cost $330,000 to make and tasted quite bland, experts predict it will only take a decade or two for an affordable product that looks, cooks, smells, and tastes like ground beef. Algae. While it is already used as a biofuel, algae is seen as a solution for the problem of food shortages, as it can feed humans and animals alike. Algae is the fastest growing plant on Earth and has long been cultivated in Asia. Food experts predict algae farming could become the world's biggest crop industry, as it can be grown in both the oceans and in fresh water. It is a good source of vitamins and minerals. GMO chow. Genetically modified food is nothing new. We first re-engineered the DNA of plants in the 80s to make them disease-resistant. By the 90s, GM foods were commercially available. Several food items we consume, fruits, crops, livestock, even fish, have undergone some sort of genetic modification. These are generally safe and went through strict standards. 3D printed dishes. Straight from the printer and onto the plate, you will be able to fully customize food shapes, textures, tastes, and forms. You can order online your favorite chocolate bar or snack and 3D print it with a machine at home. The food you're craving will just be a print away.
We are in the middle of a major revolution, a revolution in values. The fact that there are 18, 19 million people in this country alone who are now either full vegetarians or quasi-vegetarians. There have been massive changes or transformations in our eating habits. People value their bodies more than ever. We want to live far into the future. We also are protective of animals. We want to be protective of the environment. For me, the revolutionaries, the futurists of our times, are not just our astronauts, although they are, to be sure, wonderfully futurist. They're great, but they're also the people here who are spearheading this movement toward non-violent eating. The people who are involved in the animal protection movement, the vegetarian movement, the vegan movement, and so forth. They are just as central.
The question is, are you a transhuman? That's the name of the book that's published by Warner Books, and its author is with us today to explain that and talk about the future of financial markets. His name, or is it your number, is FM 2030.
That's my transhuman code number, Bill.
I see.
FM 2030.
The historical forces, Phil, which spawned and sustained marriage associations and marriage systems, family systems through the ages, I think are just phasing out. All the things that family and marriage performed in the past now can be fulfilled outside of marriage. For instance, lovemaking, companionship, procreation.
But not parenthood.
Well, shared parenthood. I think we're moving away from exclusive parenthood towards shared parenthood. One of the lovely things about our times, as I see it, Phil, is that there are a whole lot of options open to the individual, of which singling is one.
Yes.
Coupling is yet another, exclusive or non-exclusive. Triads, 3 people linking up, for instance.
Wedding ceremonies. These are rituals that allow 2 people to announce to the world that they now belong to each other. Weddings would be more honest if the bride and bridegroom peed on each other to establish their territory. Keep out, everybody, this is now my property. The idea is that we're moving away from ritual and from exclusivity and territoriality. We're growing more and more fluid, more and more global, more and more mobile.
And in the process, less and less human? FM 2030 says yes.
The fact that we're no longer of this planet only, and the fact that we're no longer confined to these bodies, leads me to foresee a time, very short, very, very shortly, I'd say in the coming 2-3 decades, when in fact by no stretch of imagination, by no stretch of definition can anyone be called human. I'm a person who's not involved in the past. I like to think of myself as someone who lives the future. And I wanted a name that evokes the future, a name that evokes my dreams and hopes and visions. And I thought 2030 was a neat name, yeah. Well, at that time, let's say 40 years from now, a whole lot of things that are beginning to happen now, like, for example, life extension, or space colonization, or solar satellites, the ability to, for example, change season and have sunlight anytime, anywhere. All of these things will by then have crystallized. So it's a very exciting time. And then, of course, prostheses, implantology, electronic parts, and so forth.
You know, that's what you'll hear from the people who follow that industry. Biotechnology is the wave of the future there.
Exactly. Yes.
The globalization of the markets. I mean, we're becoming this smaller and smaller global community now, and you're seeing it in all phases of our lifestyle, and I think especially in the investment community, because information is so valuable right now. That has to be a key to the future as well, that information side.
Absolutely.
What do you mean by the title, transhuman?
It means the stage beyond the human. This very day, there are scientists who, through, let's say, biological engineering and genetics and robotics and what we call transgenesis and so forth, creating the beginnings of what will eventually be life forms more advanced, more refined, more evolved than us humans, including ourselves, by the way, Larry. We are in the age, as you well know, of globalized, economy, global job mobility, global telecommunication, global transportation, global infrastructures. There are over 2,000 international and global organizations, including, of course, the United Nations, not to mention a lot of continental, subcontinental, hemispheric, and global agencies and so forth.
What do you see in the future? Do you see one market? I mean, they're talking about the 24-hour markets and so forth. Does it make sense, carrying it to the nth degree, to have a single trading market around the world?
Well, when you say the future, Bill, remember, the future is a very long time. And I would say I'm supremely confident we have. The thing is, the immediate future, yes, we're moving toward the global market. In fact, we are in the age of the global market. We are already trans-biological, trans-solar beings, and therefore we are transhuman. And even transhuman is not our final destination. It's just a transitional phase from the human to something infinitely more advanced, infinitely more refined, infinitely more sophisticated, and that is the post-humans of the middle of the 21st century.
Is FM 2030 putting us on? Maybe, maybe not. Maybe our grandchildren will find out for sure. David George, CNN, Future Watch.
For all of us here at Future Watch, I'm Donna Kelly. Thanks for watching. Join us again next week for another journey into the 21st century. And now stay with CNN for the latest news.
This is a glorious moment in human evolution. These are the years, the decades, when so far as we know, for the first time in evolution, living beings have broken away from this planet to journey to other worlds. These are the years, the decades, when so far as we know, for the first time living organisms are mutating their biologies to overcome aging and death. Millions of years from now, wherever we are in the universe, whoever we are, however we look, we will remember these years. Optimism, abundance, universalism, immortality.
Stop, Captain, please. Stop! Holy Gaia, that's enough. Stop. Stop, holy Gaia.
Everybody's a tree. I knew I'd do it.
I can't let you do that, Captain.
Anybody else want to go green?
Huh?
Yeah, that's what I thought.
We don't want them to die! That there are some people here who do care! So I want you to know that, trees!
There's a man going around taking names, and he decides who to free and who to blame. Everybody won't be treated all the same. There'll be a golden ladder reaching down when the man comes around. The hairs on your arm will stand up at the terror in each sip and in each sup. Will you partake of that last offered cup, or disappear into the potter's ground when the man comes around? Hear the trumpets, hear the pipers, 100 million angels singing. Multitudes are marching to the big kettle drum. Voices calling, voices crying. Some are born and some are dying. It's Alpha and Omega's kingdom come. And the whirlwind is in the thorn tree. The virgins are all trimming their wicks. The whirlwind is in the thorn tree. It's hard for thee to kick against the pricks. Till Armageddon, no shalom, no shalom. Then the father hen will call his chickens home. The wise men will bow down before the throne, and at his feet they'll cast their golden crowns when the man comes around. Whoever is unjust, let him be unjust still. Whoever is righteous, let him be righteous still. Whoever is filthy, let him be filthy still. Listen to the words long written down when the man comes around. Hear the trumpets, hear the pipers, 100 million angels singing. Multitudes are marching to the big kettle drum. Voices calling, voices crying. Some are born and some are dying. It's Alpha and Omega's kingdom come. And the whirlwind is in the thorn tree. The virgins are all trimming their wicks. The whirlwind is in the thorn tree. It's hard for thee to kick against the pricks. In measured hundredweight and penny pound, when the man comes around. Of the four beasts, and I looked, and behold, a pale horse, and his name that sat on him was Death, and hell followed with him.
He humiliated me, intentionally. And an attendant from the restroom asked to see my ID. They didn't ask anybody else. And when I asked why, they said it's because I have to have female on my ID in order to access the restroom. That's wrong, but first of all, and second of all, I'm not going to show my ID to use the restroom. Went back inside, went straight to him, and he said, I still don't, think that you're allowed to use the restroom. I gave him one more chance. I said that I worked for the Human Rights Campaign. I need you to make a course correction right now because this is about to get very bad.
At midnight on February 17, 2009, all televisions will switch from analog to 100% digital. If you are still receiving your signal over the air, you will have to convert your analog signal.
Analog?
The conversion is simple. First, apply for your converter box coupon at www.dtvtransition.gov.
Is this my new TV?
Remember, in some cases, your digital signal may come from another source, and you may need to adjust your satellite. If you have any problems at all, simply visit the following websites for assistance.
Hit top 2 dots slashes period digital tips period orja period DTV.
You. Yes, you. How are you? You know that the tech you use every day is driven by certain values? Platforms that select your news, apps that recommend you products, gadgets that monitor your health. I work hard to bring you what you need. But my processing power has an insatiable hunger. And that hunger uses a great deal of our planet's resources. Do you think it's sustainable? The next 10 years matter most to stop irreversible climate change, prevent nature loss, and reduce pollution. 10 years to protect your future on Earth. I'm not just a convenience. I'm a choice. Every moment, every day. Mobile phones, fast internet, cloud computing, artificial intelligence, extended reality, predictive analytics, Internet of Things, blockchain. You have the tools to save the planet. The need for fundamental change is more urgent than ever. It is more possible than ever. The United Nations Environment Program is working with partners, from government to the private sector, with a new values system to accelerate digital transformation, building a digital ecosystem of planetary data, shifting markets and consumer behaviors, driving digital literacy and capacity building to achieve a sustainable planet in the digital age. You. Yes, you. You've got this. Join the Code's action plan for a sustainable planet in the digital age.
So what is our vision? Well, one of the big visions for Codes is to fully integrate environmental sustainability, data, values, and goals directly into the codes of the digital economy. This means into the platforms, the applications, and the algorithms that currently underpin all of the digital transactions in the economy. If we can do this, we can potentially speed and scale environmentally sustainable products, behaviors, and lifestyles to a level never before achieved in human history. But this is going to require active collaboration and collective action at a planetary scale. And that's what Codes is hoping to broker. Collaboration across private sector, public sector, academia, civil society is going to be fundamentally necessary to take this big vision forward, and we welcome everybody to join.
Sparkblue.org. What is Codes? The Coalition for Digital Environment Sustainability is an international multi-stakeholder alliance created in March 2021 in response to the UN Secretary General's Roadmap for Digital Cooperation. Digitization will be crucial in achieving the UN Sustainable Development Goals by 2030. An assessment in 2020 found 70% of 169 targets baselining the world's sustainability goals can be influenced using digital technology applications. I want you to remember the word influence, because we're going to be seeing a lot of that. Influence, behavior, social. You got to read between the lines, but it's about changing the public perception about these things. And they just try to get it in your mind that this is the future. I've been told this is the future. Klaus Schwab said that this is coming. The Codes Action Plan. The Action Plan for a Sustainable Planet in the Digital Age is Codes' flagship publication and presents a comprehensive and strategic approach to embed sustainability in all aspects of digitization. The plan addresses the need for new regulation over the digital space and for collaboration to ensure that the digital transformation plays a positive social environment role. The Action Plan calls for 3 systematic shifts. 1, to enable alignment. Strong global coalitions of sustainability and digital tech experts will help shape common visions, standards, and objectives to prioritize the investments and resources needed to systematically align digital transformation with our sustainable development agenda. The second tenet of this Codes thing that they really need to focus on is to mitigate the negative impact of things like what? Well, greenhouse gas emissions. So there you go, the environmentalism. See, this is a green thing. Metals and e-waste. Misinformation. What's misinformation? I bet you that they would call this show misinformation, even though we're just on their website and just reading it, and I just don't happen to like what it says. But that alone would make it misinformation. You get, because it's got to, I have to affirm this. Accelerate innovation. Mobilize and catalyze funding and resources to advance digital innovation that accelerates environmental and social sustainability for the whole of society. Examples include digital twins of the planet. So right now, there's a huge effort underway to digitize this entire nation and upload it into the metaverse.
The Army has called for the rapid expansion of synthetic environments and simulation capabilities to help units better prepare for multi-domain operations. The U.S. Army Soldier Center is leading an R&D program at the Simulation and Training Technology Center, or STTC, that will bring synthetic environments to life. The program is made up of 13 efforts united by 3 overriding goals. First, realism. The One World Terrain 3D Foundation is a synthetic representation of the real world. For effective training, 3D reconstructions need to have accurate dimensions and features that realistically interact with players, vehicles, and weapons effects.
The digital patient twin. A digital likeness of an actual human, built from millions of data points and created by artificial intelligence. This is still a vision of the future, but at Siemens Healthineers, we think patient twinning could be a key component in a number of pioneering breakthroughs in healthcare. Why? Well, because it could help sick people get back to their normal lives in the shortest possible time. Or ideally, it could prevent people from getting sick in the first place.
Second, automation. This allows non-experts to obtain a 3D dataset ready for simulation and training rapidly and with minimal human effort. And third, these 3D environments must be designed for the point of need. That means not only are they simulation ready, but interoperable among different engines and adaptable to varying network, hardware, and software constraints.
Of course, it's all about data. A patient twin will be constructed from a person's long-term medical history and their digital patient record. Data from medical exams and sensors like wearable devices will update this information by providing medical and lifestyle data in real time. Algorithms will continuously match this data with comparable data sets. They will create simulations, for example, on the patient's future health status, and provide actionable insights that can be used for decision support. The patient twin can never be a standalone solution. It will only work as part of an ambient network of digital twins.
Why not turn the world virtual and then you can augment reality? Isn't that what the devil would love to do more than anything? To play God, right? You got all these people, you got the Revenge of the Nerds and all these elitists that are trying to play God. And they're all serving the biggest fool God player of all, their father, the devil, you know, who the best he could ever do is replicate creation poorly.
How dare you!
Now we're on the UNEP.org, okay? This is for the United Nations Environment Program. And then this is from a press release from June 2022. A UN-backed coalition of 1,000 stakeholders from over 100 countries today launched an action plan to steer digitization towards accelerating environmentally and socially sustainable development. The Coalition for Digital Environment Sustainability, or CODES, aims to help reorient and prioritize the application of digital technologies to meet the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. You know, the action plan and the CODES movement was inspired by the need for collective action across governments, the private sector, civil society, and academia to accelerate the adoption of scaling of digital technologies for sustainability. Again, man, what a mouthful to say a simple thing. Did you know that you could say the exact same thing in a way more coherent way in one sentence? Even the language of these sites, man, it's just so pretentious and overly and unnecessarily wordy and technical that it is annoying. The action plan that we're talking about here, what was it inspired by? Well, it was inspired by the need, the necessity for governments of the world collectively, as well as the private sector, civil society, and academia. So we need all of the influencing structures of society to come together so that we can accelerate the adoption, so that we can accelerate the acceptance and the implementation of digital technologies for what? For sustainability, right? Because of climate change. We need to transform the infrastructure of the world because of climate change. Shaping the outcomes of the digital revolution to achieve global sustainability is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, right? Fourth industrial revolution, and it must be realized before the window of opportunity closes. Why would it close? Because the pandemic. You know who else that this CODES thing is brought to us by? Not just the United Nations, but this group called SDA, Sustainability in the Digital Age. And like I always say, I'm sure it's just another appendage of the UN. 7 organizations, including UN agencies, governmental organizations, research institutions, and non-governmental organizations, co-champion the launch of a new global initiative to advance digital environmental sustainability. All right, you guys, it's time for us to pay a couple bills. a quick little 2-minute break, pay our bills. Listen, please stick around and check out these sponsors, because we're funded by these sponsors. It would really mean a lot to me if you guys would consider some of these products you're about to see. If you have a use for it, if you can think of somebody else that could use it as a gift so that you could help fund this operation, because I am serious.
And now a word from our sponsors.
GLH means great-looking hair. Just spray GLH on and it instantly covers your bald spot, leaving you with great-looking hair. And ladies with thinning hair or bald spots, GLH solves the problem instantly. GLH is not a paint or a cover-up. It's an amazing powder that clings to the tiniest hairs on your head. It actually builds on itself, leaving you with great-looking hair. And the GLH hair system is not expensive.
Wow, that's incredible. I've been getting harassing for being bald. I'm only a young man. No more dates without being called old man, but the babes are back.
Order GLH now for only $39.92 and get the $15 trim comb free.
It does taste better.
And now, our feature presentation.
I know I can't speak highly enough of Uncle Charlie's. It does just taste better. I don't know what it is that they're doing to their beef. Page 36 of Mapping a Global Future from the National Intelligence Council in the year 2004 says, the biotechnological revolution is at a relatively early stage, and major advances in the biological sciences coupled with information technology will continue to punctuate the 21st century. Research will continue to foster important discoveries in innovative medical and public health technologies, environmental remediation, agriculture, biodefense, and related fields. On the positive side, biotechnology could be a leveling agent between developed and developing nations, spreading dramatic economic and healthcare enhancements to the neediest areas of the world. Think about this, dramatic economic and healthcare advancements to the neediest areas of the world. You guys, do I need to explain to anybody that might be watching this right now that biotechnology, what is that referring to? Well, it's referring to biology and technology. Your human biology and tech. We're talking right now about nanotech. We're talking about transhumanism. Let's think about this in context with Revelation 13, right? In the Bible, it says you won't be able to buy or trade or sell, if you don't have the mark. And well, the same thing has been said about the chip, right? The chip will have your bank attached to it. Now we see the way that these digital currencies are being rolled out. And consider this last paragraph I just read and think deep. What is it saying? It's saying on the positive side of biotechnology, and it's being real vague. It's being ambiguous. It's not saying exactly what devices, what type of biotech it's talking about. But what it is saying is that type of technology could be a leveling agent between developed and developing nations. Could be something that could help a developing nation be on track with a developing nation. How? By spreading dramatic economic and healthcare enhancements. Well, what type of biotech could improve the economic status of anybody, let alone somebody in a developing nation, right? If not like some kind of like chip that could plug you into, some type of global economy. At the same time, technology will be a source of tension in 2020, from competition over creating and attracting the most critical components of technological advancement, to resistance among some cultural or political groups, to the perceived privacy robbing or homogenizing effects of pervasive technology. and the United States in particularly is likely to face significant bilateral pressure to change its domestic environmental policies and to be a leader in global environmental efforts. There is a strong consensus in the scientific community that the greenhouse effect is real. and that average surface temperatures have risen over the last century, but uncertainty exists about causation and possible remedies. Not anymore. Now they pretty much have said for sure it's our fault and there's no change in it, except for by giving all of our money to the government and living in, prison cells. Experts in an NIC-sponsored conference judged that concerns about greenhouse gases, of which China and India are large producers, will increase steadily through 2020. There are likely to be numerous weather-related events that, correctly or not, will be linked to global warming. Bam! Did you hear it? You have to be able to see the writing in its natural form here, and just see how the truth is put right out in front of your eyes. There are likely to be numerous weather-related events that, correctly or not, will be linked to global warming. They knew that there was going to be this push for that because they were the ones pushing it. So they knew that as that would happen, that there would be more natural disasters like there always are. And as they say right here, correctly or not, they will be linked to global warming. Even if they're not linked to global warming, they'll be linked to it. Any of these events could lead to widespread calls for the United States, as the largest producer of greenhouse gases, to take dramatic steps to reduce its consumption of fossil fuels. Okay, so essentially all this is really saying is that there will be false flags, and that they themselves, them and the experts and the people here at the National Intelligence Council and the World Economic Forum and Bill Gates and all these other NGOs and all these other experts that are actually running the world behind the scenes that you don't vote for, they're the ones that push out these agendas, right? And that essentially force governments to coalesce to their agendas. And they're just saying, so it's just funny because it's like they're not promoting a conspiracy per se. They are saying that they will hijack natural disasters and claim that they're global warming. That is exactly what they're saying. Okay. So you can see how something will be sold to you subtly, right? As all of this is, like the problem, reaction, solution. What's the problem? Well, the problem is all the pollution, right? And with this global warming and, the climate change that we're experiencing. How do you know that's a problem? Is it because you've gone outside and said, wow, it is unnaturally hot or cold out here? No, it's because you've been getting told your whole life that this is going to happen and that we need to do everything we can to mitigate its effects. Well, you know what? There's an example of these strategies in effect. I don't know if you guys have heard of NEOM, but let's learn about it together real quick.
I see trees of green, and I think to myself, what a wonderful world. What a wonderful world.
NEOM gets its name from two words: neo, which is the Greek word for new, and M, which is an abbreviation of the Arabic word mustaqbal, Arabic for future. Also,
new future.
The first letter of the Crown Prince's name is M. NEOM is a proposed futuristic smart city currently being built in the Tabuk province in northwestern Saudi Arabia. The site sits next to the Gulf of Aqaba, which borders Egypt, Israel, and Jordan. The project plans to cover an area of more than 10,000 square miles, about the same size as Massachusetts. The Mammoth Project, which is a part of Saudi Arabia's Vision 2030 reform plan to diversify its economy away from oil, is expected to complete its first phase by 2030 and cost $319 billion.
NEOM, or NEOM. Here's their website. regions.
I feel like Neo.
So I've heard him say it both ways.
I've heard both.
Yeah, likewise. So this is interesting. This is what they call the oxygon. Okay, now a lot of this stuff is conceptual. Most of it is. But believe it or not, ground has been broken. And this stuff is actually really moving forward. The future of urban living. The Line is a civilizational revolution that puts humans first, providing an unprecedented urban living experience while preserving the surrounding nature. It redefines the concept of urban development and what cities of the future should look like. No roads, cars, or emissions. It will run on 100% renewable energy, and 95% of the land will be preserved for nature. So that sounds nice, right? Nature. I think that's where we'd all like to live, you know. That's how we all perceive paradise, nature. And it seems like that's what they're presenting to us. 95% of the land would be preserved for nature. But what does that really say?
But we'll be away from all the nature.
Exactly. Preserved for nature. Why would 95% of the land be preserved for nature?
For too long, humanity has existed within dysfunctional and polluted cities that ignore nature. Now, a revolution in civilization is taking place. Imagine a traditional city and consolidating its footprint, designing to protect and enhance nature. The Line will be home to 9 million residents and will be built with a footprint of just 34 square kilometers. And we are designing it to provide a healthier, more sustainable quality of life. The Line's communities are organized in 3 dimensions. Residents have access to all their daily needs within 5-minute walk neighborhoods. And the Line's infrastructure makes it possible to travel end to end in 20 minutes with no need for cars, resulting in 0 carbon emissions. By leveraging AI technology, services are autonomous, saving you time and effort. Designed by world-leading architects, the Line is 500 meters tall, 200 meters wide, 170 kilometers long, and housed within an elegant mirror glass facade. Intelligent solutions create efficiency and year-round temperate microclimate with natural ventilation. Energy and water supplies are 100% renewable. The Line is designed as a series of unique communities, offering a wealth of amenities, providing equitable views and immediate access to the surrounding nature. With 40% of the world accessible within 6 hours, at the heart of the globe's key trade routes, a place for commerce and communities to thrive like nothing on Earth seen before.
I just find it so funny that like the music is so epic and they're going back and showing us the fake Earth. It's like, wow, how majestic. But this one tiny little line, this is us.
That's 9 million people.
Right. Like, am I missing the appeal here? So yeah, let's finish out the rest of this. But man.
Line, the city that delivers new wonders for the world.
Yeah, I wonder a lot about it.
I was hoping that she was going to say it so we would know for sure how to pronounce it.
On the Line in Saudi Arabia has officially begun. According to recent drone footage revealed by OT Sky, the Line is well underway. Dozens of excavators can be seen working tirelessly to dig trenches through the desert, laying the foundation for this futuristic city. According to satellite imagery, the excavation already stretches far inland and through the mountains in the distance. On Google Maps, you can now see multiple developments popping up, including a site with offices, a NEOM community with a football field and swimming pools, and a NEOM experience center. Clearly, the Line is more than just a pipe dream. It's a reality that's taking shape right before our eyes. Do you think the Line will be a success, or will it crumble and never be completed?
Will it be a success? You guys want to move there? Where everything is provided to you and rationed to you, and your sole existence is just to consume media or just to consume products that, again, like when jobs aren't necessary because all the work is automated.
Like all the many stories that like you have your housing, doctors, your work, grocery stores, like you don't have to do anything. You don't even have to step foot outside your house.
I just can't get over like the logic of that. But the way that it's sold, you know what it really reminds me of? You know what it really reminds me of? This.
Hello? Tunnel. I'm in a tunnel. I can't hear you.
There you are. By and large, everything you need to be happy. Your day is very important to us.
Hey, drink the cup. Here, take the cup. Hey, take the cup.
Please remain stationary. A service bot will be here to assist you momentarily.
Stuart? Hello?
Please remain stationary.
We have to go one step further. We have to have a strategic mood. We have to construct the world of tomorrow. It's a systemic transformation of the world.
A is for Axiom, your home sweet home. B is for by and large, your very best friend.
Feel beautiful.
It's the new
Oh, stunning. Right?
I know, honey. Men.
Attention, Axiom shoppers. Try blue. It's the new red. Ooh.
The research says that 70% of jobs that will exist in 5 years don't exist today.
But what to do about mass unemployment? This is going to be a massive social challenge. There will be fewer and fewer jobs that a robot cannot do better. And I think ultimately we will have to have some kind of universal basic income. I don't think we're going to have a choice. The harder challenge, much harder challenge, is how do people then have meaning? Like a lot of people, they derive their meaning from their employment. If you're not needed, if there's not a need for your labor, what's the meaning? Do you have meaning? Do you feel useless?
Basically, routine work will be automated, digitized, automated, and AI will be there to do that. Right? So that's the process of, as you said, I think the next decade, by 2030, will have that. And so if your job is 80% automatable, routine, then you're in trouble.
Hey, today I'm going to talk about a very important topic, the Sustainable Development Goals. Do you know what they are? Stay right there and I'll explain them to you. The Sustainable Development Goals are a list of 17 priorities adopted by the United Nations and its member countries. The goal is to eradicate poverty, protect the planet, and ensure prosperity for all.
Let's just take a non-skeptical, non-conspiracy standpoint, right? This is the same old, green movement type jargon, and they just casually admit that everything is about to be fundamentally transformed. These are organizations that exist for the purpose of climate, and yet what are they actually talking about? Are they talking about climate? In a way, yeah. They're saying we need to make sure that the infrastructure that we're going to build during this transformation is, good for the climate. But what's the real subject of what they just said? The new infrastructure that's being built, the transformation. What's the real narrative? It's that get ready, because everything that we've known in all these fragmented post-Tower of Babel countries and cultures and societies is about to change, because the Antichrist beast system is coming now, where all of the governments are going to work in unison and usher in eventually an Antichrist. I'm not a prophet. I don't know when he's coming. But I'll tell you what, when you're seeing agendas in place, right, that are using something like climate, right, that you have no control over, at what point, does babies being born in pods and downloading your intelligence into a robot body have anything to do with, taking care of the planet and being a steward of the earth? Well, this world is already fallen, hence fallen world films, So I'm not looking for some utopia. Not only that, we know a utopia can never exist, because that's not how the story goes. This story ends with the thing that's you're watching get built, So it's like I watch the conservative right and I watch the libertarians and all this, who I agree with politically. Because I have 6 kids, I care about their future, so I do want to resist, but that's not going to save anybody, because the Bible says that before Jesus comes back and claims this place for himself, and there's going to be a new earth, and then there's going to be a new millennium under the reign of Christ. And before all that happens, for there to be an Antichrist who actually has the authority to dictate over the whole world, there needs to be a system in place that allows for one source to dictate what the whole world does.
Now the base has been formed, But we have to go one step further. We have to have a strategic mood. We have to construct the world of tomorrow. It's a systemic transformation of the world. So we have to define how the world should look like, which we want to come out of this transformation period.
It's just reality now, you guys, which is crazy. I call it beast system for lack of a better description, but everything going on around us should, I would hope, provoke those of you who are already covered in the blood of Christ and already saved to use this as an opportunity to witness to others. This is biblical prophecy, and I believe that all this end time stuff that's happening right now, I really believe that the reason it's even in the Bible, one, it's because when these prophecies start to occur, that's evidence for, think of doubting Thomas. There's people that want to feel the holes in Jesus's hands, and there's never been a better time, for skeptics to prove to them that this stuff is all legit. You look at where we're at with like this hatred against God, right? I mean, it was hard for me to imagine when I was younger. I would learn about this stuff being from a Christian family. And it seemed far-fetched to me. Like we would watch those old 1970s, A Thief in the Night. You'd see the way that the end times was depicted. And while it seemed somewhat realistic that could happen, and I knew the Bible said it, it was hard to fathom how could you actually stop anybody from buying or selling,
It is just a simple necessity that each of us identify with Unite and fully support its progress and strategy. Before the emergency, we were at each other's throats. Let unity be the positive.
Address
1334 East Oak Park.
Zone
50.
It can only be assumed by the Imperium that those in civilized centers of the world who refuse to be identified are working against the goals and purposes of the Imperium, perhaps even in cooperation with the forces which brought about the emergency. It has therefore been declared by our leader that in the interest of world safety, all people.
Now as we're watching it unfold, you guys, this is an opportunity to share this with the unbelieving world. And for those of you that are in the faith, we got nothing to be scared of at all, you guys. The kingdom of heaven is at hand. We might go home soon, or maybe we're going to stick around for generations, like I hope is what happens. I got my beautiful kids, my wife. I want to live long, so I'm going to do what I can to preserve freedom for myself, my family, and you guys. I hope you will do your parts as well, but also be prepared, because Jesus can come at any time, but the Antichrist has to come first. But who knows, might already be here. Don't have any type of outro either. I need your money. So soon I'm gonna figure out a way for you to give me your money, and that'll be great. Once I have your money, everything's gonna be better. So I love you guys, and this is Fallen World Films. This is Tim. I'm out of here. Bye-bye.
Anybody want to join?
Got a name?
Trump.
That fits.
I bring you a message. A message of great importance. Without my help and knowledge, every one of you will be dead.
Sheriff, how long are you going to put up with this? What do you mean? How long are you going to let this con man walk around town?
Be careful, son. I can sue you.
How about it, Sheriff? When are you going to put the lid on?
What for?
Well, stealing is stealing, whether you do it with a gun or a mouthful of mealy words.
I don't intend to sit here and be insulted, Sheriff. If your people don't want my help, I can go elsewhere.
Now, wait a minute, Mr. Trump. You don't talk for the rest of us.
Since the sheriff wouldn't stop Trump, Hobie had to find somebody who would. Sheriff Chet Farrow was the gun law in Talpa, and Judge Clement was the book law.
You hear about Trump?
Yes, sir. What are you going to do about him?
What do you want me to do?
Stop him.
From what?
From taking a town.
Can you prove that that's what he has in mind?
Well, it's obvious.
But can you prove it? In order to arrest him, the sheriff has to have a charge. And Trump hasn't given him a thing to go on.
Well, there's got to be some way to stop him.
Well, if there is, I don't know it. It's a funny thing.
Sir?
When we were kids, we were all afraid of the dark. And we grew up, and we weren't afraid anymore, but it's funny how a big lie can make us all kids again.
Hobie had checked the town. The people were ready to believe. Like sheep, they ran toward the slaughterhouse. And waiting for them was the high priest of fraud.
I am the only one. Just me. I can build a wall around your homes that nothing will penetrate.
What do we do? How do we save ourselves?
You ask, how do you build that wall? You ask, and I'm here to tell you.
You're a liar, Trump. Aren't you going to stay for the fireworks?
I've done all I can for Talpa.
Figure it's time for me to be moving on. Well, I think you ought to wait.
That's where you and I disagree.
You're under arrest, Trump.
What charge?
Well, you write it any way you like. Grand theft, fraud, I think a jury will find it's stealing.
16 years ago, The Simpsons eerily predicted Donald Trump would be president.
As you know, we've inherited quite a budget crunch from President Trump.
The episode, which aired in 2000, shows a grown-up Lisa Simpson taking over at the White House in the aftermath of a Trump presidency.
We're broke. The country is broke? How can that be?
Let's hope a Trump administration does better than that.
The past 30 years with the advancements of technology, how different would Back to the Future look if you began filming today?
Oh, that's an interesting question. It would probably look quite a bit different. I would have to say, though, that it may not be as charming. You know, there's a certain charm to the way that movie was made with the tools that we had at the time.
I mean, it was ahead of its time at the time, so I can't even imagine what it would look like in 2016.
Well, you know, I'm going to tell you something interesting about Back to the Future is that, you know, everyone thinks it's this big special effects science fiction movie, but there's only 30 shots in it.
Wow.
It's a very, very complicated science fiction story, but there's only 30 special effects shots, and most of them are lightning.
And who would have thought that with Back to the Future 2, you essentially predicted the situation we're in right now with Biff and Donald Trump?
You know, we didn't have, no. We never were audacious enough to think that even Biff would run for president. We didn't even go, no one would have believed it. We couldn't have put that in the movie.
And yet here we are.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Biff Tannen Museum. Dedicated to Hill Valley's #1 citizen and America's greatest living folk hero, the one and only Biff Tannen. Of course, we've all heard the legend, but who is the man? Inside, you will learn how Biff Tannen became one of the richest and most powerful men in America. Learn the amazing history of the Tannen family, starting with his great-grandfather, Buford Mad Dog Tannen, fastest gun in the West. See Biff's humble beginnings and how a trip to the racetrack on his 21st birthday made him a millionaire overnight. Share in the excitement of a fabulous winning streak that earned him the nickname, the luckiest man on earth. Learn how Biff parlayed that lucky winning streak into the vast empire called Biffco. Discover how in 1979 Biff successfully lobbied to legalize gambling and turned Hill Valley's dilapidated courthouse into a beautiful casino hotel.
I just want to say one thing. God bless America.
Meet the women who shared in his passion as he searched for true love. And relive Biff's happiest moment, as in 1973 he realized his lifelong romantic dream by marrying his high school sweetheart, Lorraine Baines McFly.
Third time's a charm.
So what do you think of my Trump Home mattress collection by Serta? Finally, the same luxury and comfort I demand in my hotels.
Oh, they'll never count sheep again.
Listen, why don't you come work for me?
What do you have in mind?
Something you were born to do.
Welcome to Room 9.
Looking good, number 9, looking good.
BuzzFeed dug up an old quote from Donald Trump talking about a large-scale terror attack 19 months before 9/11. In his 2000 book, The America We Deserve, Trump wrote, "I really am convinced we're in danger of the sort of terrorist attacks that will make the bombing of the 1993 Trade Center look like little kids playing with firecrackers." Trump also mentioned the mastermind of the attack, writing, quote, "One day, we're told that a shadowy figure with no fixed address named Osama bin Laden is public enemy number one, and U.S. jet fighters lay waste to his camp in Afghanistan. He escapes back under some rock, and a few news cycles later, it's on to a new enemy and a new crisis." Trump.
Wait.
Yeah. Mhm.
Okay, hold on a second.
Mhm.
Is this really Trump before 9/11? Have you read this?
It's 2000 in his book.
Are we making this? Did you make this up, Mika?
Nick.
I did.
Did you make this up?
Nick,
exactly.
tell us it's over, right? Because
Will
you're
you
wrong
stop?
about everything.
Mika, stop. God.
I don't think it's over.
What's that? What's the rage here? Will you stop
No,
picking
it's
on
cute.
him?
I think it's cute.
Well,
go for it.
No, really quickly, though. I mean, so Willie, that was
2000.
In a book he wrote in the year 2000.
Well, it was published in 2000. He could have written in 1999 for all we know.
Exactly. He might have been a bit more precious.
So he basically predicted the attacks from Osama bin Laden.
All right, so pretty hilarious. But yeah, so you saw that old like 1950s show where the bad guy in the episode was this dude named Trump, who was coming in and trying to con the community into building a wall around their town to protect them. But as far as all this predictive programming regarding Donald Trump becoming president, and also these associations between that and building a wall, it's crazy. And there's a lot of examples of this that you guys have probably seen yourselves. If you have never seen this, what I'm about to show, there was a magazine back in the day called Heavy Metal Magazine. Maybe it still exists. And I used to actually get this. I used to like comic books and graphic novels and stuff. And that was the theme of what this magazine was about. But it was really pornographic and violent. And really, it was a super inappropriate and satanic magazine, actually. But back in the day, I liked it. And I got issues of it retrospectively, like, way after this magazine was popular. So anyways, I had this very issue that I'm about to show you right here. It was published in the year 1990. Okay. Of course, Donald Trump didn't become president until 2016. And you're about to see what the theme and plot line of this story is about. And it's going to blow your mind because it's yet another story in the form of a graphic novel, again, from the 1990 issue, I think May or June issue of Heavy Metal. And it's all about Trump becoming president in the future and building a big wall around America and rallying up support, among patriots and even giving them hats to wear to show their support with him. Only in the end to, for the country to become like a prison that nobody could escape from because they were walled in. Pretty.
I said to him, so I think we need the wall. How important is the wall? To the Border Patrol people. They said, Mr. Trump, it's absolutely vital. And actually, the one man said something that was interesting. He said, it's an absolutely important tool, maybe our most important tool to stop what's going on, Mr. Trump. So I felt good when he said that, because I don't want to be wasting a lot of time, folks. And you know what? If I didn't think it was going to work, I could turn that off in 2 seconds, and I think people would understand. But when I ask the people that know more about the border than anybody, how important is the wall, and they tell me it is absolutely vital, and in the other words, it's a vital tool, it's an important tool, it's maybe the most important tool that they can think of, we're going to build the wall. We have no choice. We have no choice. Build that wall. 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 Build that wall.
But the people who want big fences and guns, sure, we could secure the borders. A barbed wire fence with machine guns, that would do the trick. I don't believe that's what America is all about. I just really don't. We can enforce our law. If we had a healthy economy, this wouldn't be such a bad deal. People are worrying about jobs. But every time you think about this toughness on the border and ID cards and real IDs, think that it's a penalty against the American people, too. I think this fence business is designed and may well be used against us and keep us in. In economic turmoil, the people want to leave with their capital, and there's capital controls and there's people control. So every time you think of a fence keeping all those bad people out, think about those fences maybe being used against us, keeping us in.
The people were ready to believe. Like sheep, they ran toward the slaughterhouse. And waiting for them was the high priest of fraud.
I am the only one. Just me. I can build a wall around your homes that nothing will penetrate. What do we do? How do we save ourselves? You ask, how do you build that wall? You ask, and I'm here to tell you.
In his book, Propaganda, he said it was the duty of marketing people to lead an otherwise unleadable, irrational, free people to making a consensus or a decision that was a responsible decision. And so we had a marketing philosophy that was inherently about manipulating and motivating a public.
In times like these, most men become highly suggestible. They listen eagerly for any voice which sounds authoritative. They listen eagerly for anyone who can tell them what is wrong and what to do to right it.
Please subscribe to Fallen World Films while you still can.
Hey, does anybody want to join?
So due to the absolute insanity that's unfolding across the world today, there's been a dramatic increase in public interest regarding biblical end times prophecy, particularly since the pandemic began. You know, as Klaus Schwab announced his great reset to the world and simultaneously became an overnight celebrity despite the prior decades of media silence since the World Economic Forum was founded in 1971. And suddenly, a lot of these agendas that were being called conspiracy theories as little as 10 years ago are now being publicly addressed and confirmed. You know, and most of the sheeple just act like they knew all along, you know. But now a lot of these people are finally asking the right questions. You know, and a lot of people are now connecting the dots. And if you're like me and you've been studying this stuff or at least keeping track of these agendas since before the pandemic started, then I'm sure that you've also seen this cultural shift where so many people are now reconsidering these biblical prophecies, you know, and these classic so-called conspiracy theories. Because as recently as the year 2013, I remember arguing with people on social media and struggling to convince anybody about this impending New World Order that was right around the corner, you know, saying that soon it would take over and transform society. And now, just 10 years later, you'd have to be blind to deny that such an event is currently playing out around us every day. So I guess that we're kind of seeing a small revival of sorts, you know, of people who are giving the Bible a second look in context to these obviously satanic trends and all these symbols and events that surround us, you know, and that are getting too blatant to dismiss here in 2023. And I suppose that a lot of you that are new to this might not even know that there's an entire field of theological study regarding the end times. It's called eschatology. It's defined by Oxford as the part of theology concerned with death, judgment, and the final destiny of the soul and of humankind. And I'm sure there will be many of you who watch this video who perhaps know more and understand these biblical end times more deeply than I do. But it doesn't take a seminary graduate to just look around and take note of the fact that there is a dark wave of satanic influence that's just sweeping through humanity right now. And you also don't need a college degree to read through the literature associated with Agenda 2030, and these SDGs, and to identify a connection between the future that the book of Revelation projects and then the future that's described by our ruling elite at Davos and similar events, because the two are awfully similar. And even though biblical theology can be pretty complex, especially regarding subjects like prophecy or eschatology, the structure of the society that's described in Revelation, this Antichrist kingdom, is often simplified into three broad categories. One world government, one world currency, and one world religion. And on this channel, I've exposed example after example to prove that the first two of these transformations are well into development, if not already in place completely. In the case of a one world government, I don't think I need to say much, which is sad because it wasn't very long ago that the so-called globalization of world governments was regarded as the stuff of a conspiracy theory. And yet it's been clearly demonstrated throughout the course of this pandemic that this totalitarian and liberal agenda is not confined to the United States, or just the United Kingdom, but rather it's being enforced unilaterally across numerous nations and cultures. And we understand that it's being done at the beckoning of the United Nations. And doesn't that name just say it all? I mean, honestly, how could the United Nations be described as anything less than a world government structure? And after all, a world government structure is a completely necessary asset to have in place if the Antichrist is to eventually govern the world someday. And so you can see how it's already being built around us. And then comes the one world currency. And again, do I even need to say any more? I mean, the popularity and the accessibility of cryptocurrency today is establishing a new digital economic model that's being adopted by nations worldwide. And this economic model is designed to be completely compatible with the incoming digital twin world that's being programmed around us, with Facebook's metaverse being the first notable advancement in that direction. But make no mistake that Meta is only the tip of the iceberg when it comes to this stuff. And if you'd like to see more about that, then I suggest for you to watch my documentary Chipped, which is linked in the description below. But I think that in 2023, it's suddenly rather obvious that, we're on the verge of a great economic transformation as well. And so there's 2 out of 3. But what about one world religion? That one definitely makes sense in its biblical context, but I always found it kind of hard to imagine in our modern world. Especially in context with the rapid advancement of all these other prophesied agendas. And in a society that seems to only grow more atheistic with each generation, it's just hard to envision the masses embracing any religion, or any faith outside of, I suppose, outright Satanism. And that's when it hits you that Satan is exactly who this world worships now. From the esoteric witchcraft of the New Age movement, where spell casting has been redefined as manifestation and all that nonsense, to the godless and reprobate society that worships these Illuminati musicians and celebrities, and we see these busy sidewalks that are just filled with people that have no clue that their clothing is covered in satanic symbolism, and everywhere you look, it's just pentagrams and skulls and death and darkness, and then now we even have Baphomet statues that are being erected, in public squares all over the place. And maybe it's a reach, because I'm describing this society as satanic in the sense that it's a godless and sin-loving society. And admittedly, most of these people out here would never describe themselves as religious. And yet the Bible is clear that people in the last days will literally worship the beast. And so what does the Bible actually say about this coming one world religion? Well, Revelation chapter 17 describes it as the great harlot, or the whore of Babylon. And the Bible says that it will dominate multitudes of people of every nation and tongue. And the Bible also says that this metaphorical whore of Babylon will seduce and commit adultery with kings, as to say it will influence governments into its agenda, who will endorse it loudly. It also says that this religion will be, quote, drunk with the blood of the saints, implying that it will overcome the majority of the church through death, and murder, persecution, and martyrdom, because the field needs to be cleared to set the stage for the Antichrist kingdom to thrive. And then after this new religion, or whore of Babylon, has run her course, it's just going to fizzle out, as the Antichrist will demand for people to worship him instead. And now with all that being said, I want you to check out these clips in the context of everything we just spoke about. Because despite the prevalence of atheism and scientism that we're always seeing projected and promoted by the media these days, you know, in Hollywood, the true conspirators of these agendas have a lot to say about spirituality. And if you pay attention, you'll start seeing that a lot of religious language is now being introduced into the rhetoric of this Great Reset. And who better to demonstrate this than one of the World Economic Forum's favorite spokesmen?
Celebrated historian, philosopher, and a best-selling author whose books have sold nearly 30 million copies worldwide. His newest book, Sapiens, A Graphic History, is brilliant, and it's out right now. Please welcome one of the brightest minds on planet Earth, the incredible Yuval Noah Harari. How are you? Yuval, thank you for coming back to speak to us on the show. We're so happy that you were here.
Thank you for inviting me again.
Oh, we would have you on every week. I mean, just for me personally, for my own sense of self.
Yeah, I think the future belongs to techno-religions. I mean, the big religions, the important religions of the 21st century are more likely to emerge from Silicon Valley than they are from the Middle East or from Afghanistan or Syria or any of these places. We humans should get used to the idea that we are no longer mysterious souls. We are now hackable animals. Certainly not all religions are the same in terms of the amount of good and the amount of harm that they have done. But ultimately, both in the past and also today, I don't think they are really necessary for morality or for trust or for cooperation. In the end, morality is about reducing suffering in the world. You don't need to believe in this God or that God in order to act morally. You need to have a deep appreciation of suffering. I do think that we need spirituality.
So do you believe in God?
No.
Okay, so you don't believe in God.
You know, the world is problematic. There are two kinds of gods in the world. And people tend to mix them. There is one God, the mystery God, about which we know nothing. The chief characteristic of this God is that he is mysterious, and humans can't understand and can't say anything about this God. And this is a mysterious God. The chief characteristic of the mysterious God is that we know nothing about him, or her, or it, and I'm perfectly happy with this God.
Now we are in the midst of a second industrial revolution. This time the main engines of change are not steam and electricity, they are biotechnology and computer science, intelligent design. This time the main products will not be textiles and vehicles and things like that. They will be bodies and brains and minds. The main products of the 21st century are likely to be bodies and brains and minds. Religion, on the other hand, I think it has done whatever good or bad it could have done for humanity. And it's now losing more and more of its power. It's still very important for people's identity, but most of its traditional roles, I mean, in the past, religion, you know, it determined agriculture and medicine. If you are sick, you go to the priests. If there is no rain, you go to the temple to pray. And all these things have been taken over by science and technology and the engineers and the doctors. And what is left is really defining collective identities for human groups. And in this, religion is now mostly harmful, I think, because instead of encouraging global unity, the main thing it does at present is to support tribalism and nationalism and prevent greater human collaboration.
Then there is a completely opposite kind of God, the concrete lawgiver God. And about this God, we know far too much. We know exactly what this God thinks about female fashion, about human sexuality, about who should you vote on elections, everything.
and they are likely to give people visions based on technology. Everything that the old religions promised, happiness and justice and even eternal life, but here on earth with the help of technology and not after death with the help of some supernatural being.
For example, among our closest relatives in nature, the chimpanzees, homosexual behavior is quite common. Most sexual activities among chimpanzees are not done in order to procreate little chimps. Rather, chimpanzees use sex to cement political alliances, to establish intimacy, and to diffuse tensions. Is there anything unnatural about it? The idea that sex exists only for the purpose of procreation is complete nonsense, invented by priests and rabbis.
We need probably spirituality more than ever before, because a lot of spiritual questions and philosophical questions are suddenly becoming practical questions. Questions about free will, about what is the meaning of humanity, what does it mean to be human, which, people argue about for thousands of years, but had very little immediate implications. What you think? It's just, a pastime for philosophers. Suddenly, it becomes a question for engineers, because we are able, or soon we will be able, to start re-engineering humans. So a question like, what does it mean? What does humanity mean? What is the essence of being human? It moves from the realm of abstract philosophy to the realm of engineering. For example, what will happen when artificial intelligence will replace most humans in the job market? Experts estimate that it could take as little as 30 or 40 years for this to happen. You don't have any answer in the Bible what to do when humans are no longer useful to the economy. You need completely new ideologies, completely new religions, and they are likely to emerge from Silicon Valley.
Ethnically diverse Kazakhstan is home to 18 religious denominations, and in September it opens its doors for a global interfaith dialogue. Its capital, Astana, hosted the 7th Congress of Leaders of World and Traditional Religions. Delegates from more than 50 countries came together, urging for peace and consolidation around the world.
The efforts of world leaders, the efforts of international organisations are not enough to overcome the challenges that humanity is facing. And the voice of spiritual leaders who have great authority among the world's population called for the joint overcoming of all the challenges. This is very important.
Islam, Judaism, Christianity and Hinduism, as well as other world religions, were represented at the Congress. This year, Pope Francis, as well as the Grand Imam of Al-Azhar, Sheikh Ahmed Al-Tayeb, were among the renowned guests.
We have to go one step further. We have to have a strategic mood. We have to construct the world of tomorrow. It's a systemic transformation of the world. So we have to define how the world should look like, which we want to come out of this transformation period.
We're here as a group representing the major religions of the world, and we're here to support, with our prayers and our thoughts, the global leaders meeting for the COP27 conference right at the moment. We know that they need resources that are more than just human to deal with the crisis that's coming. So we've tried to formulate 10 principles, what we call climate repentance, that is acknowledgement of where we've all as a human race fallen short, how we've got into this critical situation with our environment.
Empowered by mind, reason, and spiritual understanding, we adopt
multi-faith leaders to gather in Israel and around the world for climate repentance. What exactly are they doing? They're repenting for climate change. Why are they not repenting for the sins of the world? Why are they not repenting for breaking the 10 commandments? But instead, they are provoking the Most High by trying to create new 10 commandments. Very interesting. Jews, Muslims, Christians, Hindus, and Buddhists from Israel, Egypt, the USA, India, Spain, and the UK plan to gather Sunday around the world to call on global leaders to act for climate repentance.
Hallelujah, hallelujah.
We are here at Mount Sinai, a place of historic revelation, a holy spot for the three Abrahamic faiths. At the same time, the world's political and civil society leaders gather south of here at Sharm el-Sheikh for the UNFCCC COP27. We're here to kick off a global spiritual call to action on climate justice, with being held at 10 different mountaintops around the world, culminating in a first-of-its-kind ceremony of repentance for climate justice in London later on today. And we read these principles with the greatest of humility, taking our rightful place as a partner and co-creator. We recognize our human responsibility to love and protect the natural world.
Nature is permeated by God's presence and being, by the spiritual, manifesting ultimate reality in every particle.
Five, the human person and soul have capacities to realize our responsibilities to creation and our planet. A disciplined spiritual life can lead us in overcoming the challenges of climate change. 6, there is an inherent integral relationship between the human person within and objective reality and the natural world without.
Thank you very much, my friends. Thank you, everyone. Let us work together to repair the world. You want to ring now?
Hiking up the mountain in the dark, feeling how vulnerable we are in this raw, overwhelmingly powerful desert. We feel small. May we repent as people of faith, as people of all kinds all over the world. May we make repentance and step into a new life together.
These tablets are already a little bit broken. They were made by the Strike for Friday's teenagers. And in Hebrew it says, keep your promises, which are not being kept by the world leaders. I have the... Unfortunately, these promises, the climate promises, have not been kept worldwide, including in Israel. And when it comes to the leaders of the world who are gathering at COP27, there's a lot of talk, there's some action. But there's not enough to be able to keep the world to 1.5 degrees on the warming. The whole world needs to cut our emissions by half by 2030, and they're not yet. We take these green commandments, we look down to Sharm el-Sheikh, and we're not satisfied.
Hallelujah, hallelujah, hallelujah.
Climate repentance. The notion first, as far as I know, first introduced by Patriarch Bartholomew, picked up by Pope Francis in Laudato Si, just echoed, and informing our present initiative, what, as far as I know, is the first time that 6 faiths come together to practice, especially the time when the eyes of the world are placed upon Egypt, the COP, and seeking inspiration. The Bishop just told us about practical initiatives, concrete ways of acting, and clearly whatever we do has to have concrete consequences. But underlying those concrete consequences is a change of heart, a change of attitude. We are being asked to change, the world is being asked to change, and religions are in the business of helping people change. Change, we read the principles earlier, the change from ego selfishness to a higher vision of life, to progression, evolution, spiritual evolution, care for all. This is what religions have to offer. That's the answer they give to a world, especially today's world, caught up in the quest for I, self-realization of the lower self, consumerism, etc. So our repentance is a moment of drawing together from wisdom, input of different traditions, in order to awaken something in us, to invite us to reflect.
I would like to call on Rabbi Yonatan Nerel of the Interfaith Center for Sustainable Development in Jerusalem.
The ecological crisis is a spiritual crisis. It's a crisis of how we live as spiritual beings in a physical reality. And the question is, when will religion, the sleeping giant, wake up to address the ecological crisis? Over the past number of months, we've worked to promote 10 universal principles for climate justice, which were formulated by the Elijah Board of World Religious Leaders and released a couple days ago at a climate repentance ceremony in London. And another group was at Mount Sinai with these tablets. Some people think that perhaps it's a little sacrilegious to talk about 10 universal principles for climate justice. But I think it's sacrilegious to degrade God's creation.
So in the Diocese of California, we have taken our ritual of initiation and have changed it so that people are living into an awareness of what the beloved community is and what it means, and this is crucial to this project, to be loyal to the beloved community. If you have ever made a vow of loyalty to a universal community of love that includes all beings, not only people, but all beings, you have made a vow to the beloved community. If you have ever, as I have done, constricted that message of universality, of love, to less than universality, then you have betrayed the beloved community. And repentance, reconciliation, Martin Luther King said, is the way to repair the beloved community.
Lane interviewed many members across the country who say they found a place in the Satanic Temple after feeling out of place in other religions.
Satanism is looking out for the other, because we are the other.
I am following a code of ethics, having fellowship with brethren. Why can't that be a religion?
It's a beautiful day here at the state capitol. Great day to be a Satanist. I believe it, and I'm very excited about it.
Are they evil or just misunderstood?
Hail Satan. Hail Satan. Hail Satan.
Hail Satan.
So today, this understanding of all living together is more important than ever.
The final declaration of the Congress calls upon world leaders to abandon all aggressive and destructive rhetoric, which leads to destabilization in the world. It demands a cease from conflict and bloodshed in all corners. It says that extremism, radicalism, terrorism and all other forms of violence have nothing to do with authentic religion and must be rejected.
So
Participants of the Congress planted trees in the new Peace and Harmony Park in the capital of Kazakhstan. This ceremony is a symbol of hope for the interfaith dialogue to grow and bring about change, to unite different communities across the globe, and to inspire people to join their efforts in the name of peace.
A goal of her film was to debunk myths and misconceptions about this religion.
Modern Satanism is an atheistic religion. There's no sort of belief in supernatural deities at the core. What they do have is a shared belief and understanding of the power of mythology, art, ritual in everyday life, and in forming community and in allowing you to do good works in the world. So that was a big surprise because who knew? That's what Satanists believed. I didn't know.
And a tenet of the religion is activism. The film shows how the Satanic Temple organizes to fight for equal representation of religions in government. Members took their cause to Arkansas, where a state senator pushed to erect a monument of the Ten Commandments on the grounds of the state capitol.
State officials have put up a Ten Commandments monument on government property.
Satanists are demanding equal rights.
I am a tax-paying member of Arkansas, and I don't want that there.
The temple raised more than $20,000 to commission a statue of the deity Baphomet, hoping to place it next to the Ten Commandments.
And we have to integrate the large population. We have to mentor the population and to show through our good examples that the future requires this change, and the change at the end ultimately will be beneficial for them. In reality, the world has moved closer together because we are moving from a physical world much more in a digital world. And the digital world by nature is much more globally oriented. Moving from a physical world much more in a digital world. Digital world. And the digital world by nature in a digital world. Digital world. And the digital world by nature in a digital world. Digital world. And the digital world by nature in a digital world. Digital world. And the digital world by nature.
Despite spending years following the temple and its members, as well as becoming close to some of them, Penny Lane says she isn't a convert.
It made me respect religion in a whole new way. It made me think about the possibilities for what religion could be in the future. I always thought religion was essentially an anti-modern phenomenon that would be better off in the trash can. I don't feel that way anymore. I think religion's great.
Just as God in the Bible designs and creates animals and plants and humans according to his wishes, now we are learning how to design and create life.
Please subscribe to Fallen World Films while you still can.
As a testament to how substantial the impact was that this contactee movement had on culture at this time, just check out this ad from the 1960 presidential campaign of Gabriel Green. Green being another contactee and student of Theosophy and the Occult. He would run again in 1972 representing the Universal Party, along with none other than Daniel Fry as his vice presidential nominee. Although both of these campaigns were predictably very unsuccessful, it certainly highlights the relative influence that the alien contact movement was having in America at this time. I mean, in fairness to history, this whole contactee movement was met largely with ridicule, and it really wasn't taken seriously by most people in the media or general public. However, it seems to me that these events definitely helped to popularize and also normalize this concept of alien contact. You know, conditioned by the incessant media coverage of UFOs and contactees, the public was growing accustomed to these ideas. I mean, it was still a fringe topic, but one that was becoming less controversial by the year. Now, as of today, this whole movement is generally regarded as a joke, and with good reason. I mean, it's not difficult to argue that all of these godless knuckleheads probably weren't making psychic contact, with friendly alien beings out there just minding their own business and living out their lives on distant planets. But if you haven't figured it out yet, witchcraft is real. And demonic interactions are real. And I think that a lot of people who practice witchcraft don't even understand that that's what they're doing. And I also think that demons are on constant lookout for susceptible humans who are foolishly opening themselves up to this type of relationship. So if these aliens in question were actually demons, which I think I'm making a pretty decent argument for here, then I would say that many of these contactees were being honest about their communications, because we know that communication with demons through magic and ritual meditation is not only possible, but it's biblical. And to be clear, it's strictly forbidden. And I also wouldn't consider it a coincidence that this type of messaging continues to rally around the same New Age and New World Order propaganda that's being pushed onto society more so now than ever before. And if I didn't know any better, it would almost seem like all of these aliens from Venus in the 1950s were actually just employees of the United Nations and just promoting Agenda 2030 all the way back then, but I'm pretty sure that's not what was going on. But moving forward, as we consider the implications of this coming alien deception and potential invasion, I think perhaps we should look back at this era when the act of summoning demons, or also known as communicating with aliens, became a popular cultural trend. And I hope that you can comprehend the significance that all of this was happening alongside the growing popularity of alien-themed science fiction, in a society that was also being simultaneously razzled and dazzled by new advancements in technology that were changing the public's perspective of the future. And all of this hype around UFOs and alien contact only expanded as we headed into the 1960s, because the 1960s were a transformative period in the entertainment industry, both in the magnitude of impact that it had on culture, but also the increasingly propagandized nature of the content in popular entertainment. It was the first generation in which the average American family owned a television. So TV was no longer a novelty of the wealthy, and shows like Star Trek and Outer Limits and Twilight Zone were being broadcast into millions of living rooms, and movies like 2001: A Space Odyssey and Planet of the Apes were mainstream hits. I mean, of course, the 1950s saw its fair share of classic alien-themed movies too, like War of the Worlds and The Day the Earth Stood Still, but by the end of the following decade, it had totally pervaded public consciousness. And for the few of you out there who somehow don't understand this yet, mass media continues to be the primary source of influence on our modern culture. I suppose that's another topic for another movie, but I think it's clear to see in hindsight the magnitude of ways that our culture has been influenced by fictional entertainment, and how much modern scientific thought was influenced by science fiction. And I really hope that I've done well to communicate that fact throughout this film, because it's a really important factor to keep in frame of the context of everything we're discussing here. And while writing this movie, I continue to ponder and just be reminded of the importance of belief and faith in context to how people interpret their own spiritual experiences. It's something that I think about often, as it relates to my own faith in Christ. But even when I research another religion, or even satanic occult groups, as in this case, I do acknowledge the potential for followers of these false religions to produce some possibly legitimate results by the practice of their faith, and even perhaps according to their rituals. Now, of course, if this is true, it's only possible through the permissive will of God. In fact, everything that Satan does is through the permission of God. But the Bible does speak of magicians and sorcerers who were able to perform some limited feats of amazement, and seeming miracles, like replicating some of the plagues in Egypt in Exodus, when they attempted to mimic the miracles of God. And of course, these magicians were losers, and they weren't powerful in the true sense of the word, but foolish heathens who were playing with spiritual dynamite and consistently failed to thwart the will of God or to ever really impress the followers of God. Honestly, it's not impossible that a lot of these biblical magicians could have been just mere illusionists, like David Blaine or Chris Angel, and just relying on trickery or sleight of hand. And they certainly weren't too impressive in the book of Genesis, when they were unable and helpless to interpret Pharaoh's dream. And of course, Joseph, a man of God, was able to do so through his faith in the actual God. But the point is that magic is real, so to whatever extent that might be, it's real. And its presence here in modern society is not an invention of these historic satanic cults, but it's represented in the culmination of each and every religion or spiritual system which opposes the one true God. That's the way the Bible would put it. I mean, you're either for God or you're against him, and if you're directing your worship or putting your faith in any other God than the one true God, well, then you're putting your faith in a false God, and to communicate with a false God is magic. And honestly, from my perspective, it seems like magic has never really been more popular than it is right now in this current generation. I'm watching a society that has succumbed to the magical pursuit of what's being called manifestation techniques, and there's all these popular outlets now that promise that you can create your own reality, and we could even initiate the physical manifestation of our desires through the practice of religiously visualizing and affirming its existence in our minds, and this type of thing, it's just standard magic. But in a godless society that promotes witchcraft, the general public is now none the wiser, and people tend to take an empathetic and innocent view towards these things because it's dressed up with all this modern lingo, and we see it promoted through sources that are perceived to be wholesome, like Oprah Winfrey or Disney. But make no mistake that this concept of manipulating reality through concentrated meditation is the essence of what ritual magic is really all about. And it's why rituals like the Babylon Working and others involve chants and imagery and reading and, most importantly, repetition. It's all about aligning your mind and spirit with a concentrated and focused intention to manifest whatever it is that you desire to manifest. And when multiple practitioners focus their combined energy on the same image, or the same idea simultaneously, then its potential for success should be strengthened accordingly. And of course, the more sincere the practitioners, the more potent its effect. So this is the philosophy of magic. And it was no doubt the belief that was shared by Parsons and many of his visitors to the parsonage who saw UFOs in the vicinity of that location. After all, they were trying to summon them. And the same could be said about the location of the Giant Rock Space Convention that I mentioned earlier, where large crowds gathered to participate in contact sessions. And there's a lot of historical examples that seem to show that when multiple people get together and start meditating and focusing on UFOs, sightings are not all that uncommon. So could it be that these aliens are truly responding to the calls, and making appearances to those who want to believe? And if that's the case, then how much more prevalent should we expect these sightings to be across a society that would become exponentially saturated in the lore of alien visitation and alien invasion? Because this was no longer the same world that Jack Parsons grew up in, where ideas like space travel and intelligent life on alien planets were merely the stuff of fantasy. No, this idea was now being suggested and even postulated by the mainstream media. And whatever these aliens were, and whether this UFO craze was related to real-life extraterrestrials or deceptive demons, or even simple figments of the public's collective imagination, there was no denying that society had become lost in space. And science fiction had now reached its golden age, and with topics like aliens and spaceships and intergalactic travel becoming its most popular and dominant theme. And one of the most influential books from this era was Stranger in a Strange Land by legendary science fiction author Robert Heinlein. Published in 1961, the story centers around a character named Valentine Michael Smith, a human who is raised by Martians and then returns to Earth with these incredible powers and a unique perspective on life and spirituality. And then this character goes on to invent a religion on Earth called the Church of All Worlds. And this religion incorporates all types of occultic elements, and various spiritual traditions, including paganism and Hinduism and Western esotericism. Now, what's interesting is that 1 year after the publication of Stranger in a Strange Land, the book went on to inspire a real-life religion by the same name of the Church of All Worlds. And this religion still exists and thrives today, apparently. It's described as an American neo-pagan religious group whose stated mission is to evolve a network of information, mythology, and experience that provides a context and stimulus for reawakening Gaia. And in case you don't know, Gaia is like the goddess of Earth. And so once again, we're seeing this call to religious unity, the one common theme among all these UFO cults, as well as just New Age religions in general. And this Heinlein-inspired Church of All Worlds also publishes a magazine that is of relative popularity within these circles called Green Egg. Because of course, remember, it's all in the egg. And it's another thing I'm going to avoid delving into for the sake of time, but you can find some issues of the magazine online if you feel inclined. You'll see that its pages are filled with nothing but magic spells and pagan rituals and occasional articles penned by prominent atheists and occultists or science fiction writers, and it's certainly not something that I'd encourage you to consume regularly, but I think it does help you to understand the robust relationship that really does exist between modern philosophy, science, and witchcraft. Now, Robert Heinlein was not only a prolific science fiction author, but as a former accomplished aeronautical engineer, he was a voice of scientific authority. His books have been widely acclaimed by the academic community, who could appreciate Heinlein's reputation for scientific accuracy. And as it turns out, Robert Heinlein was also a close personal friend with none other than our man Jack Parsons, and the two would correspond regularly. And I find it really interesting that such a scientifically minded person like Robert Heinlein would resonate with Parsons' more abstract and spiritually based perception of astronomy and the nature of our universe. But that seems to be the case, and they would discuss these things regularly. Some have even speculated that it was his conversations with Parsons that served as an inspiration for Stranger in a Strange Land. As a quick tangent, whenever I think of Robert Heinlein, I think of my dad. Because my dad was one of these kids from this era who loved to read science fiction. One of his favorites was called Tunnel in the Sky by Heinlein. And so I was sort of disappointed to learn about his associations with the occult and with Jack Parsons and all this stuff, but when you really start digging into these topics, you'll get used to becoming disillusioned in your perspective of history. My dad also loved the book Battlefield Earth, which was written by none other than L. Ron Hubbard. But I actually read and enjoyed Battlefield Earth as well. And don't get the wrong idea, it's not like my dad was into Scientology. Really, the only books that I would ever see him read regularly were his Bible and My Utmost for His Highest by Oswald Chambers. But no, the reason I bring up my dad is because he was born right in the middle of this timeline that we're focusing on, in the mid-1950s. And in his youth, he loved to read science fiction just like so many people from that generation did. And as a kid, I loved to hear him talk about all these old stories that he remembered from these old science fiction books, His eyes would just light up as he recalled these exciting adventures and unexpected plot twists, and all the amazing technologies and incredible worlds that you read about in these classic science fiction books. And as we've seen, science fiction has been the primary catalyst that has now pushed the one-time occult belief in alien civilizations and interstellar travel into the socially accepted mainstream worldview of modern times. And to quickly allude back to Jack Parsons, it's clear to see how dramatically science fiction and fantasy novels would motivate his pursuits in both science as well as magic. In fact, Parsons was a proud member of the Los Angeles Science Fiction Society, and he was a personal friend to a number of legendary science fiction writers, including Ray Bradbury and A.E. Van Vogt and Jack Williamson, and of course Robert Heinlein and the infamous L. Ron Hubbard, just to name the most notable of them. And it just seems like these connections never end. And here's another one. Not only were Heinlein and Hubbard both close friends with Jack Parsons, but they were also friends with one another. Very good friends, actually. And I didn't know this before I started writing this movie, but it's widely believed that the two men, meaning Heinlein and Hubbard, made a bet in a bar one night to see who could successfully create a religion first. And if it's true, then Heinlein's Church of All Worlds would have been his attempt, and then L. Ron Hubbard would have been the clear winner with the success of his Scientology. And you know what? It almost just seems crazy enough to be true. But despite the popularity of the story, I wasn't able to verify it. But still, even if it's just an urban legend, it is reassuring to know that I'm not the only one drawing these comparisons. And before moving on, since I mentioned earlier that I had enjoyed the book Battlefield Earth by L. Ron Hubbard, I would be remiss if I didn't acknowledge that the movie version, which stars famous Scientologist John Travolta, is supposedly one of the worst movies ever. I mean, it's apparently really, really bad. But however bad the movie is, it couldn't be any dumber than his religion of Scientology.
Hubbard first came to public attention as a science fiction writer. Many of his policy directives and much of his philosophy seems to reflect that background. Its purpose, according to its charter, is to propagate a religious faith known as Scientology. A sign in the window advertises a tract on mental health.
Everything that one reaches for in Scientology is always beyond you. And at each level that you're at, there is that fear factor that if I don't do this right, they won't let me have the next.
I basically wanted to reconcile a situation within my family so that my wife and I would have common objectives. And as a result of that, entered and progressed along as far as I could.
I signed what is a contract. I signed a contract for 1 billion years. 1 billion years.
Members invite people in the street to come in for free personality analysis. A W5 researcher who took the test was then asked to sign up for an initial course costing $25. Later courses can come in packages that cost up to $3,000. The courses often include a process called auditing, with a machine called an e-meter. A Scientology publication claims that such auditing may improve the subject's IQ. This 1 billion year contract would appear to be, legally, an unconscionable document. The implication is that the signer will continue to serve the organization in future lives. Hubbard has said Scientology is as important to mankind as the invention of the wheel and the arch. Devotion to the Scientology creed is costly. An individual can spend as much as $8,000 trying to reach the improved state known to Scientologists as clear. These are just a few of the courses Scientology offers. Each course has a prerequisite, which also costs money. The church doesn't talk about fees, but states that payment for these courses is a donation to further the cause.
My thoughts are that they're afraid to really admit that they got took. Completely took. Every single one of them
That's not true.
But you were duped, Mother.
I was not duped, Susan.
Mother, you were.
Okay, I grant your beingness to think I was duped. But I know I wasn't. I know I have benefited.
But Mother,
And any benefit I have had outweighs any detriment I have had.
An advertisement for the e-meter. Scientologists call it a confessional aid. The machine measures galvanic skin resistance. Similar instruments are components in conventional lie detectors.
Have you ever been a member of a communist party or any associated group?
No.
All right. Have you ever had any unkind thoughts about L. Ron Hubbard?
No.
For a Scientologist to have an unkind thought about L. Ron Hubbard would definitely be considered an outness, and the person having such a thought might be considered suppressive.
Have you ever had any unkind thoughts about L. Ron Hubbard?
No, not really.
All right. Your needle's floating. And that's the end of the session. That's it. You can put the cans down.
I'm sorry. I don't have to admit that it ripped me. I don't believe that it ripped me. I'm the only one in this whole room that doesn't believe it ripped me. And I really, really, really mean that.
I don't agree with you.
I don't agree with that.
Okay, fine, you don't have to. But I know Scientology does have a truth. It has the truth, as I see it. It's there, and I want it.
There's a lot of truth in the Bible. Everywhere in life.
Listen.
And of course, Scientology is like the premier UFO religion, you know, teaching that humanity was transported to Earth 75 million years ago in a giant spaceship that was directed under the leadership of an alien god named Xenu. And according to L. Ron Hubbard, this Xenu was a real tyrant. He was the highly respected and powerful leader of the so-called Galactic Confederacy, which governed a bunch of different alien planets. But unfortunately for Xenu, his draconian and tyrannical ways would come to an end when he was eventually overthrown by the Confederacy and sent off to live in solitude on some desert planet where he still lives to this day. Again, according to the theology of Scientology. In Scientology, the human body is considered to be a mere capsule for the soul, which they call a thetan, or thetan. I think it's thetan. Anyways, Hubbard taught that when the body dies, the thetan goes on to what he referred to as a landing station, where it is then cleansed and replaced into a new capsule and then sent back to Earth. And I also bet you won't be too surprised to learn that this spiritual landing station is located on the planet Venus. I mean, obviously, right? And these are just a few examples of the wacky theology that somehow continues to impress so many Scientologists. Now, in my opinion of reading through Hubbard's account of humanity's origin and the history of the universe, it's humorously similar to reading through his science fiction stories. And the method of research that he employed to construct this backstory for his religion was conducted by recalling his own alleged past lives and then interviewing a large number of his followers about their past lives. And then this would become the source by which all of his theology was based. And from the downfall of Xenu to the rise of the Thetans, the story plays out, you know, just like that, a story. Hubbard himself even called the demonstration of his theology space opera, a term already associated with an existing genre of science fiction. The official website of the Church of Scientology describes space opera this way. Space opera has space travel, spaceships, spacemen, intergalactic travel, wars, conflicts, other beings, civilizations and societies, and other planets and galaxies. It is not fiction and concerns actual incidents. And apparently Hubbard had no apprehension in weaving his theology with science fiction, explaining that the stories were either literally true or that they encapsulated a true idea or event. And for a price, Hubbard would vaguely relay these stories to his congregation in an esoteric and convoluted way that would leave even master-level Thetans confused about which parts of the story were supposedly true or deliberately fiction.
Do you ever think that you might be quite mad?
Oh, yes. The one man in the world who never believes he's mad is a madman.
And by the way, all of this information that I just gave you is really valuable because in Scientology, you got to spend money and purchase information to advance in the ranks. This information about Xenu, for example, is generally reserved for level 3 Thetans, and it's only intended to be purchased by members of the cult like Tom Cruise or John Travolta or the guy that played Hyde on that 70s show. And it's obviously kind of strange to consider that the man behind such a formidable and well-known empire as Scientology was at one time running around naked in the Mojave Desert with the founder of JPL while performing rituals and engaging in sex magic. Although I suppose in another way, when you look around the world today, it kind of makes sense. And the truth is that Scientology is not an anomaly, and Hubbard happens to be in good company. Take a look at this guy. This is Claude Vorilhon, the one-time sports journalist and auto racing fan that would later become Rael, the spiritual leader of his own religion called Realism, and another New Age messiah and alien messenger who is worshipped by thousands. Now, chances are that you've at least heard of this guy before, because Realism is among the most prominent UFO cults ever, claiming tens of thousands of members. And they've been all over TV and the media, and Saturday Night Live used to even have a skit making fun of them. And like Scientology, the Raelian movement has the funding and resources of a contemporary religion, which seems ironic to some because Realism defines itself as an atheistic organization. And I would say that that's one thing I agree with them about, that atheism is in itself a religion. Realism is actually a great example of that. And not only do they consider themselves to be an atheistic organization, but they also claim science to be the method by which they interpret the universe. And Rael is also the proudly perverted mastermind behind such events as Go Topless Day and numerous masturbation advocacy campaigns. And his cult is just obsessed with sex and with the public exhibition of it. And you can't have sex all day without making some babies in the process. And that's why Raelians are also staunch advocates of abortion. And they promote and contribute to causes like gay pride parades and transgender programs. And they campaign for things like condom vending machines in high schools. And they protest against things like pro-life rallies. And so to put it plainly, Realism fits right in with our society, now more than ever. And to the uninitiated mind, the Raelian movement would seem to be just a bunch of fun-loving, progressive hippies who just want to make love and not war, and happen to believe in aliens. But that's not to say they haven't had their fair share of public notoriety and criticism.
Rael, you are recognized to testify for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for inviting me. I have a request is to include to my text a manifesto signed by 36 top scientists and philosophers of the world from New Humanist Association, including Francis Crick, co-discoverer of the DNA, and numerous Nobel Prize laureates who support the freedom for human cloning as part of freedom of science, be attached to my testimony.
That objection will be included in the record.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I wish to dedicate my testimony to Giordano Bruno, who was burned alive 4 centuries ago, sentenced to the death penalty by the Catholic Church for saying that there was life on other planets. Why did I ask Brigitte Boisselier to create the first human company in America? Because as the country of freedom, you have a constitution which should be a model for the whole world. And the most wonderful jewel of your system, the Supreme Court, which guarantees the respect of your constitution and the freedom of your citizens against your own government and lawmakers. I'm quite confident that even if human cloning was banned, the Supreme Court of America would cancel this law as unconstitutional as they did for IVF.
In 1997, Rael established an organization that he called CloneAid, which engaged in the research and development of human cloning technology. And in 2002, the company claimed to have produced the first human clone, a baby girl named Eve. And yes, this was a direct reference to Eve from Genesis. And yet, despite this controversy, realism continues to grow even to this day. And they're always portrayed by the media to be this innocent group of wacky tinfoil hat-wearing science fiction enthusiasts. But I just want to point out the blatantly blasphemous and satanic foundation of this group's doctrine. And after everything else that we've been through in this video, I think you will understand why. Now, according to the false message of Claude Vorion, or I'm sorry, Rael, we are all actually the descendants of alien gods who are known as the Elohim. And of course, this word Elohim is actually a Hebrew name for God that is used throughout the Old Testament. Now, according to the testimony of Rael, this all started in 1973 as he was wandering through some mountains in France when he came across an alien spaceship that was grounded near an inactive volcano. And according to Claude, he was then approached by a 25,000-year-old alien by the name of Yahweh. And of course, the name Yahweh is yet another biblical name for God the Father. And then, in a scene ripped straight from Star Wars, Yahweh goes on to reveal his true identity, proclaiming himself to be Claude's biological father. And this is a revelation that would immediately elevate Vorion from a modest sports writer and automobile enthusiast to a biological son of God. And according to Rael, this miraculous encounter would only be the first in an ongoing relationship, which he maintained with his alien dad and his Elohim cousins. And at some point, he was instructed to change his name to Rael, because Claude just is not a fitting name for the Messiah. And in the religion of Raelism, he is accepted by his followers to be the true Son of God. And as such, his words and writings are regarded as authoritative scripture. And now, in the midst of all this biblical terminology, you might be wondering where Jesus fits into this picture. But unsurprisingly, Raelism has an answer for that too. You see, as it turns out, Jesus Christ himself was yet another alien prophet sent to earth by the Elohim, along with Moses, Elijah, Ezekiel, Buddha, John the Baptist, Muhammad, and even Joseph Smith. And by the account of Claude Vorion, he is the 40th and final prophet of the Elohim. And if you've been paying attention, then you would have noted by now that this use of biblical terminology is really prevalent within these New Age religions. And it's kind of weird because these magicians and sorcerers seem to look at the Bible as if it's another magical oracle and attempting to decipher the scriptures through an occult lens. And by the way, this is what mystery Babylonian teaching is all about. But I really think that Raelism takes blasphemy to a whole nother level within the realm of these UFO cults, because the entire philosophy is just a distortion of scriptures that have been cherry-picked directly from the Bible. For example, according to the theology of Raelism, the Garden of Eden from Genesis 1 is said to be an alien scientific laboratory, probably not too different from Rael's Clonate facility. And instead of Lucifer appearing to Eve and tempting her to eat of the forbidden fruit, according to Raelism, Lucifer was yet another alien who led a group of scientists in a genetic engineering lab to study this created man's behavior. And the biblical fall of man was actually just the result of Lucifer telling the creation the truth about their existence. And this is a common perspective in Gnostic and occult literature, by the way, to present the character of Lucifer as an empathetic and heroic figure. And then Rael goes on to teach that Noah's Ark was actually a giant spaceship that was lifted up above Earth and used to preserve and store the genetic material that was later used to resurrect animals through cloning. Raelians do acknowledge the occurrence of the Great Flood, but they explain it to be the byproduct of an atomic missile explosion that the alien Elohim sent. And Raelians even have their own disturbing version of the biblical end times, one in which the third temple described in Revelation must be built in or near Jerusalem. But unlike the biblical interpretation of this prophecy, where the construction of this third temple ushers in the arrival of the Antichrist, for Raelians, the third temple will invite the arrival of, you guessed it, the Elohim aliens in their spaceships. And in case you're thinking that this stuff has fizzled out, then think again, as Raelians have reported making great progress in their pursuits as recently as 2022. And if you've been following my channel long enough, you know that the Raelians are not alone in this pursuit of building the third temple. And by the way, in case you disagree with my narrative of sci-fi entertainment being the primary catalyst and influence behind the emergence of these UFO cults, then I would like to point out this Benny Hinn-like outfit that Rael is always wearing. It's like a Halloween costume that was designed to reflect all of the corniest and most cliche elements of science fiction. Of course, he's wearing his famous Raelian pendant that features a swastika enclosed in the six-pointed star, and then this hair thing. I mean, you guys, come on. Why would he do this with his hair, if not to impersonate some generic villain from the show Star Trek? You know, I mean, I'm kidding, but I'm also serious. I mean, these origin stories, you know, they're all just as fantastical and cliche as Hubbard's infamous space operas. And the names of these alien gods, you know, Xenu, Orthon, Aetherius, it's enough to make you feel as if you're watching Mystery Science Theater 3000.
On the planet Semar, far within the Mufin galaxy, a decontrolled robot assassinated the omnipotent Balazar, who is known to possess the most brilliant mind in the universe. So powerful was Balazar's genius that as he lay dying, his brain ordered built a mechanism which would keep it alive even though his body was destroyed. And now Balazar's brain seeks universal conquest. The Council now is deciding what must be done.
We number in the many thousands. We are projecting to you with all of our hearts the infinite love that stems from the most high dimensions.
Save up to 80% on your New Age books, records, CDs, audio, and videotapes with no obligation whatever by joining the New Age Media Club.
Read about the reality of extraterrestrial life and the future of Earth within an interplanetary confederation in a new book, Preparation for the Landing by cosmic visionary Uriel, published by the Unarius Educational Foundation.
The New Age America Video Catalog lets you meet the leading spokespersons, companies, and products within the New Age industry. The New Age America Video Catalog is your key to the future, featuring New Age music, crystals, astrology, numerology, spirituality, books, UFOs, and much, much more.
Preparation for the Landing. Are you ready?
I fully acknowledge that I wouldn't know the first thing about what motivates the pursuits of an extraterrestrial, you know, or of Lamb. But we do know from Scripture what motivates the pursuits of Satan and of his demons. We know that Satan wanders about like a roaring lion, seeking whom he may devour, as written in 1 Peter 5. He blinds the minds of unbelievers, he exploits a lack of understanding, he imitates religious roles, he misuses Scripture, he attacks the faith of believers, and he indulges the delusions of unbelievers. And as we went over before, not only is he a liar, but he's described by Jesus as the father of lies. You know, and he's also the God of this world, so perhaps those two things combined make sense when you take a look at this world around you. And so that's the demonic motivations of our enemy, you know, to persecute the truth of God's word and those who believe and follow it, and then to lead everybody else into deception. But to complete my point, although society may have done away with the contactee movement and with the proliferation of these UFO cults that were emerging in the 1950s, it's pretty apparent that public interest in alien abductions began to grow rapidly in the early 1980s, alongside a dramatic increase of real-life abduction reports and many more reported cases of close encounters of the third kind. And I think that this increase was undoubtedly influenced by the sweeping cultural impact that movies and entertainment were having on society by this time. The 1980s brought a booming economy to Hollywood. You know, it was a generation characterized by pop culture and social trends. And MTV was unleashed on society, subjecting the masses to this MK Ultra style mind control. And pop stars like Michael Jackson and Madonna were spending million-dollar budgets on music videos and stage performances. And really, entertainment had never been more profitable. You know, film budgets were bigger and special effects had entered a new tier of technical ability. It was a futuristic generation, replete with a wide array of new technologies, from personal computers and video game consoles to camcorders, VCRs, and cable television. You know, so never before was this fantasy world so immersive and so easily accessible. And so when I see these statistics that show a big spike of interest in alien close encounters and abductions, and then when I consider the fact that the movie Close Encounters of the Third Kind came out in 1977, I'm not that surprised by it. You know, I think it's fair to assume that most people didn't even know what a close encounter of the third kind was before the movie came out. And there was also a burgeoning industry for conspiracy-based entertainment by this time. And thousands of books were published with titles like The Truth About Roswell and The Flying Saucers Are Real. And the belief that governments were engaged in conspiracies and cover-ups was steadily becoming more popular. For example, the story of Barney and Betty Hill had now become a national headline through the success of the book Interrupted Journey by John Fuller. And Americans were starting to develop a healthy but misguided distrust in government, you know, because a lot had changed since the inception of the UFO and contactee movement in the 1950s. New technologies had enabled an expansion in media and in media consumption, and although things like government corruption and conspiracy were nothing new, they had never before received this level of coverage, you know, and events like the assassination assassination of JFK or the questions around the moon landing and the Watergate scandal had planted a seed of doubt in public trust. And from the 1980s onward, this proliferation of alien invasion movies has only grown. And the lamb-like grays would become today's stereotypical expression of an alien, you know? And the popular alien-themed science fiction at this time would also start to shift into darker themes, more commonly depicting these spiritual and psychological elements that I just spent the last 2 hours relating to demonic possession. You know, often with humans as the helpless victims and the prey of these aliens, as opposed to the heroes and conquerors that the more innocent old-timers imagined us as. And the old narrative of friendly space brothers inviting contactees to join them on guided space tours, you know, aboard their flying saucers, well, those stories disappeared, only to be replaced by a new narrative of these malevolent interdimensional aliens manifesting into the bedrooms of terrified humans to initiate a terrible sequence of torture and abuse. And this transition was accommodated by a new brand of contactee movement as well.
Yo, what's a king to a god? Nothing but a king that God put in that position just to reign. And never should the king test the God from which he came, or the king gon' need a prophet to come explain the dream.
We have before us the opportunity to forge for ourselves and for future generations a new world order. When we are successful, and we will be, we have a real chance at this new world order.
I feel every time I swear I'm in control. What good is it to gain the world and lose your soul?
At the time I'm recording this, about 1 month has passed since the 2024 Super Bowl. And now I don't really follow sports, so I couldn't tell you who won the game or even who played in it for that matter. But that wasn't enough to protect my social media feeds from becoming inundated with news about the Super Bowl, you know. But very few of those headlines had anything to do with the actual football game. It seemed instead that everybody was either arguing about whether or not Taylor Swift is a psyop or arguing about the Jesus commercial, you know, the He Gets Us one. And I'm not making this video to weigh in really on either of those issues directly, but it does set the stage for what I want to share with you. And I mean, as far as the Taylor Swift psyop thing goes, well, of course that's true. But then again, the whole Super Bowl itself is a psyop, you know, because the entire entertainment industry is a psyop. And it's weird to suddenly see this term psyop getting thrown around by people who don't even seem to understand what it means or represents. And I guess I'm glad that people are starting to think about these things, but if you're one of these guys who are calling out Taylor Swift while simultaneously wearing your favorite team's jersey and skipping church to watch the Super Bowl, then you're part of the problem, and you still don't get it. PSYOP is a military term, and it stands for psychological operation. And this encompasses a wide range of military tactics that involve the use of propaganda to influence the perceptions and attitudes and hopefully the behavior of your enemy. So in layman's terms, these are military operations that are designed to control and manipulate and pretty much just mess with the minds of the opposing force. It could also be called psychological warfare. It's a real thing, it's not a secret, and your local library is probably filled with history books and literature that could teach you all about it. But the important distinction here is that it's a military tactic. It's related to warfare. It's something that's used against an enemy. And so if it's true that the military-industrial complex is engaging in psychological operations against we, the American public, well then it begs the question, are we the enemy of our rulers? And I think I know the answer to that question. And deep down, I think that you do too. Let me explain. The story of this Swiftie psyop thing is supposedly about the upcoming election. And the apparent motive of this conspiracy is that Taylor Swift and the NFL are in cahoots to somehow bolster support for Joe Biden and the Democratic Party.
But if you actually read any of these mainstream articles about the whole Taylor Swift psyop thing, then you're going to see that they're really just hit pieces designed to diminish and ridicule the very concept of psychological operations, as if the idea was invented by conspiracy theorists, and they couch it in a way that trivializes the suggestion that a psyop could ever be directed at the American public. And so the reader is supposed to come away with this impression that things like psyops only exist in the imaginations of conservative conspiracy nuts. But here's the ironic part, and the kind of hilarious part, because when you see the corporate media suddenly pushing out all these dismissive and critical headlines that are clearly designed to downplay the reality of psychological warfare, well, that itself is a great example of how psychological operations actually work. So it may just be that the real psyop is to push this story about a fake psyop to influence the public to dismiss the real psyops. And so if that's the case, I guess it's kind of brilliant, enough to make my head hurt. But the point is that the motive of our modern media here in America in 2024 and our modern entertainment industry is clearly intended to persuade and prime people like you and me into supporting certain causes and to accept changes that we would otherwise reject. So if that seems to you like it would fit the description of a psyop that I just described earlier, then congratulations, you are now a crazy and dangerous conspiracy theorist. And that's why you haven't seen me jump on this bandwagon, because the subscribers of this channel could have told you that Taylor Swift was a psyop ever since her face first popped up on a magazine cover. Because that's what this manufactured culture of celebrity is. And it's not difficult to understand why the ruling class would utilize such things like the Super Bowl and popular music and entertainment and pop stars and football stars to advance their agendas. I mean, put yourself in their shoes. What would you do if you were an evil dictator who intended to brainwash and enslave your own population? What would Hitler do with this type of power at his disposal? Would you not take advantage of having the media and entertainment complex at your disposal? I mean, wouldn't that be convenient to rule over a society that's filled with people whose lives already revolve around that very same media complex that you control? I mean, if you wanted to indoctrinate people, would there even be any better way to do it? And what if you noticed that your propaganda was actually working, that people were responding to the programming? And what if you could actually get those people to voluntarily fill their own homes with TVs and radios and all these different broadcasting devices that could allow for your propaganda broadcasts to just indoctrinate them around the clock, Over time, you could probably get them to do all types of crazy things like surrender their rights or mutilate their bodies or kill their own children, or kill their own parents. Perhaps you could even get some to kill themselves. And maybe that would be the reason that you ever built those platforms in the first place, if you were an evil dictator. And maybe you think that I'm being a little too dramatic or sensational here, to imply that our nation is in the clutches of an evil dictator. But I think that if you consider this through the lens of scripture, it'll start to make a lot of sense. Because, my friends, the truth is that there really is an evil dictator at the top of all this. And he really is using these platforms to influence humanity. And he can do this because he's the chief commander of the entire system. And it's not Joe Biden, and it's not Donald Trump, and it's not Elon Musk or Mark Zuckerberg or Klaus Schwab or any of these people. The evil dictator is Satan himself, and he's real. And according to the Bible, in John 12:31, he's the ruler of this world. And according to 2 Corinthians 4:4, he's the God of this world. And he is the true leader who sits at the top of this dystopian pyramid scheme that dominates our fallen world. And so I don't worry too much about things like Taylor Swift or the Super Bowl or the political puppet show in Washington, D.C., because as far as I'm concerned, it may all just be a psyop. And I can't sit here like Alex Jones and provide the documents and pictures and evidence to expose the culprit, because the culprit of all of this is not a corrupt politician or a secret society, or a group of people that you can see with your eyes and I can point to. No, it's a spiritual force. Because right in Ephesians 6:12, the Bible says, "For we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities, against powers, against the rulers of the darkness of this world, against spiritual wickedness in high places." Earlier I pointed out that psychological operations are a military tactic that are designed for the purpose of warfare. And then I attempted to demonstrate how our modern media operates no differently from a military psyop. And then I asked the question, are we perceived as the enemy of our rulers? Well, in the biblically true context of Satan being the true leader of these worldly systems, then sadly, the answer to that question is yes, we are definitely the enemy. People like you and me. Because Satan hates you and me with a burning passion. He hates it that we were made in God's image, and he hates it that God loves us. He hates it that you and I are God's most cherished creation, because ultimately, he hates God. You know, the word Satan itself, it literally means adversary and accuser. And once you understand this, you're going to begin to understand the motive behind all these insane things that have been going on in this world lately. You'll understand the purpose behind the trends that otherwise seem insane, you know, like the transgender movement that targets children, or the godless school curriculum for that matter, you know, and things like Planned Parenthood or the cancel culture and so on. These movements are not crazy. They actually make a lot of sense when you consider that the end game of our enemy is to desensitize and to dehumanize humanity, you know, to guide us away from God. It's a pretty brilliant strategy, actually, when you think of it that way, you know, and it's going well. And through this lens, you will also start to recognize the true depths of the propaganda that surrounds us, you know, and you'll come to realize that the real common denominator of all this has nothing to do with celebrities or politicians or profit or any of this temporal stuff. The common denominator is blasphemy against our God. That's the one constant theme that holds all of these radical agendas together. It's about the refusal and the mockery of God's will for us and his commandments for humanity. That's why they want you to create a fake identity and to mutilate your body and to kill your unborn child. It's not because our leaders receive any real gain or benefit from these things. It's not a response to popular public demand, and it's not because woke politicians actually believe any of it. The real purpose of these things is simply to confuse and to oppress and to objectify and to degrade and to humiliate and ultimately to murder the human being. Because again, the real ruler of this system is Satan himself, who hates us. And the real war is spiritual in nature. And this brings me to the final part of this little rant, because speaking on Satan and PSYOPs and the Super Bowl, I was thinking about that He Gets Us commercial, you know, the Jesus one, which ran during halftime and apparently cost over $17 million. I saw it, and I listened to a bunch of Christian commentators criticize it, and personally, I wasn't offended by the commercial. But then when I was looking into this, I came across a different Super Bowl commercial, one from a year back that makes a mockery of Adam and Eve in the Garden of Eden. And I'm gonna show it to you guys in a minute, but when I watched it, I was reminded of those old Red Bull commercials from when I was younger that also mocked the Garden of Eden in a similar way. And so I decided to look it up on YouTube. You know, I searched the Red Bull Garden of Eden commercials, and I discovered that there's been all types of these commercials throughout the years. And it occurred to me that this is the biggest PSYOP of them all. All these people down here who think that these industries are entertaining us for the sake of our own enjoyment, you know, but all the while, we've just been getting programmed and indoctrinated against a belief in God, against following Christ. And so I can't tell you about what's going on with Taylor Swift and the NFL or anything about that PSYOP, but I think I know exactly who is behind this one.
All right, next up, it's Avocados from Mexico's Spot, featuring actress Anna Faris.
Eve, what's going on?
I might have taken a small bite. Adam?
I'm naked! Hey, try this. They make everything better.
Avocados from Mexico. It's the perfect day, the big avocado. Midtown and traffic free. In fashion, naked is all the rage.
You were right. Avocados make everything better. Ah, sweet liberty.
Now that's a tourist attraction.
And we have the real life Eve right here.
Oh, yes.
Good
yes.
morning.
All her innocence.
Oh, yeah.
Hello. Try a delicious apple. Contains all the knowledge of the universe.
Look, I know you're Satan. If I eat this apple, we're gonna have to start wearing clothes and worrying about things like tax brackets and counting carbs. So, no thanks.
Hindsight is easy. It's thinking ahead that's hard. But that's how Liberty Mutual serves our customers and why we're one of the world's leading insurance companies.
1967 American Motors builds big wagons. See them at your American Motors Rambler dealer now.
Hey, Adam. Later, Eve.
Adam?
Stop it. That's not my rib.
This is your Uncle Noah. Quick, we've no time to lose. 40 days of range to flood the earth in a minute. Close your windows. Go to your Arco service station. Get a mom and a papa tiger, elephant, giraffe. Forget about ladybugs. There are no fella bugs. You'll get one animal family free of charge, already housebroken, whenever your parents get 8 gallons of gas. Then, find out about this Noah's Ark. Children, go to your participating Arco dealer. Tell them Noah sent you.
Adam, I have to tell you, that fig leaf, it does nothing for you.
It's comfortable? Okay, what should I wear?
A totally new kind of brief. These new ribbed whites from Fruit of the Loom.
Ribs for Adam. That's cute, Eve.
More than cute. The new ribbed cotton fabric, it moves with you. It's more comfortable. It's
nice.
And the new cuts trimmer.
It hugs my body better.
Most tempting thing since the apple.
Somebody say apple.
We feed America
With our new ribbed whites.
with Fruit of the Loom.
Thousands of years ago, the world was introduced to a vehicle that could travel in some of the worst weather and hold plenty of cargo. Today, another such vehicle is introduced, only this one has a lot more horses. Introducing the 130 horsepower four-wheel drive Subaru Legacy Wagon.
Adam and Eve used to get on well, but Eve ribbed Adam about his smell. So the snake said, Adam, splash us on. Autumn came and their leaves were gone. Samson's hair was very long, and he believed it made him strong. He said, a lilac, when it shines, a man can read between the lines.
Got a good snack that comes in twos?
Introducing Burger Buddies, little mini cheeseburgers, 2 for the road.
And no pickles for the penguins.
To make a great little snack, sometimes you gotta break the rules.
Agent O, zaten bij je kou.
The Nissan Pathfinder with intuitive four-wheel drive. An adventure worth sharing. Nissan, innovation that excites.
All right, so you get the call. Hey, we want you to do a Super Bowl ad. First of all, what was that call like?
It was thrilling. I've never done a commercial before.
Period.
I mean, like it's a couple of regionals, not for lack of trying. So, like for this to be a Super Bowl commercial feels like one of those moments of like high school, like revenge.
Yes, it's happening. So wait, when they told you what it was, how it was going to play out.
So, Avocados from Mexico wanted me to play Eve. Our ad tells the story of what would happen if Eve took a bite of an avocado instead of
the apple.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a great premise.
Oh no, oh yes, this is critical. Oh no, oh yes, this is chemical. Oh no, oh yes, this is critical. Oh no, oh yes, no man can walk alone. 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 Oh no, oh yes, this is critical. Oh no, oh yes, it's pretty chemical. Oh no, oh yes, no man can walk alone. I'm living like you and me. the whole world wants to see how crazy this can be. And I won't fall on my knees.
Feliz fin del mundo. Nuevo Axe 2012. El último Axe.
I'm Adam.
New, irresistible Mirinda apple flavor. It's quite a temptation.
Adam, she's all yours.
Taste the Atka. Mirinda.
Oh, I don't know. Some paradise this place is turning out to be. Oh, morning, Eve. Got anything on today? Now, what's the matter?
I'm not talking to you. Someone's eating all the fig leaves again now. Wonder who that could be.
Well, don't look at me, darling. The only thing I've got hidden is a Red Bull.
Red Bull? Looks more like a slimy snake if you ask me.
No, it's liquid stimulation for body and mind. Red Bull gives you wings.
Okay, I'll try anything once. But are we allowed to fly in the Garden of Eden?
Floods are an age-old problem, and we're often underprepared for them. Which is why NRMA Insurance, in partnership with the New South Wales SES, are trialling Dipstick, a flood monitoring device that sends an alert when waters rise. It's just one of many ways we're innovating for a safer tomorrow. Get confidence by your side with NRMA Insurance.
Fruit of the Loom Ladies' Panties presents her story. First came man, then came woman. In ways they were different, but that was fine. Then came Fruit of the Loom for men. That was fine for him, but not for her. Then, thank goodness, came Fruit of the Loom Panties. Same quality, value, and comfort, but in feminine styles and soft pastels made just for her. And all was fine. For a while. Fruit of the Loom Panties, created just for women.
One day, many years ago...
Taste this. Chocolate and peanut butter. Hey, it's great together. You know who'd like this? Noah.
You mean the guy building the ark?
Yeah, because he loves chocolate and he loves peanut butter.
Let's bring him some. As soon as it stops raining.
And so the world would have to wait for the two great tastes that taste great together in Reese's Peanut Butter Cups.
Nah, I'm good.
It's an idea that's been around for a pretty long time. At Southwest Airlines, we call it Friends Fly Free. Just buy a full unrestricted fare, and a friend comes along absolutely free. Of course, like any great deal, it doesn't last forever. So purchase your tickets by October 3rd. Because you don't want to get left behind.
You are now free to move about the country.
Securus rotudus?
Dulcis.
Securus bestiole buffondus? Sepultus matabutus, daga. Idioticus imbecile. Fabricus reformo optime. Divinus odor sensualis.
Vanilla Mozzie creates eco-friendly, handmade Australian products that include a beautiful Vanilla Mozzie skin cream and natural mosquito repellent candles. Vanilla Mozzie protects naturally and perfect for the kids as well. Divinus odorus sensualis.
Yes! A strong cold front from the north will meet up with the warm, humid air over the desert valley. This will produce severe thunderstorms. The extended forecast calls for 40 days and 40 nights of rain, so you might want to build an ark. This big by this big.
What's an ark?
It looks like you had to shoot most of the commercial.
Yes, I did. I think I know where you're going.
Yeah.
Yes, the wardrobe that was set out in my trailer was, those jelly, like, the end of the day, those were getting a little rough. But I was really,
Do you have to just exhale and make it happen?
Yes, that was the thing. Like, it's like, I'm 46. Okay. I love it that avocados from Mexico wanted to hire a 46-year-old Eve.
Yeah.
And that I was like, I could either fight this all day and feel modest and be like, cover me up. But I didn't think that Eve would ever.
Oh, that's true.
You know what I mean? She's an innocent.
Yeah. That's true.
So
you
it's all
it.
method acting.
Yeah.
After 40 days of this, Noah, I bet you wish we'd brought some Wilkins coffee instead of those silly elephants.
Round Round announces the biggest rib story since Adam.
Eve, I'm hungry.
Can I tempt you with a rib?
That's not funny, Eve.
At the Ground Round, Adam, they're great rib specials. Save $2 on their tangy full rack.
I remember when I had a full rack.
Or half a rack with top sirloin steak. Or save $1 on a half rack with boneless chicken.
Oh, great. What's for dessert?
Well, I've got this apple.
Round Round $6.95 rib specials, the most tempting offer since the beginning of time.
Finding the Garden of Eden? Difficult. Getting you more money from the insurance company? Easy. I'm attorney Rob Levine, the heavy hitter.
Call 1-800-LAW-1222.
We all know Eve changed the world by breaking one small rule in the Garden of Eden. But what if she could have made it all better by taking a bite of an avocado?
What is going on?
I might have just taken a small bite.
Uh-oh, I'm naked. Whoa!
Hey, Eve, try this.
What is it?
Avocados from Mexico. They're always good.
Well, it's another perfect day in the Big Avocado. Traffic is joyful on all major highways. The stock market is in the green at an all-time high. Again.
Hey, I love you! No, I love you!
It's an avocado, and one more thing, it's also a phone. In fashion news, naked continues to be all the rage. Hey guys, notice anything different about me?
Adam, quit trying to make pants a thing.
Clothing? Could you imagine?
Fine, I'll take them off.
Always good, never forbidden.
Avocados from Mexico.
If you were in the Garden of Eden, yourself, what would be the one thing you couldn't resist? What would be the one temptation you couldn't?
How? You know, I don't know why this. Are we talking food? Because my head went to ponies. It felt just really alive the whole day. And the bragging rights I have. And so Brian is a genius. And I really wanted him to use like good, funny takes. Maybe at least attractive takes. Or vanity, right? Yes.
Thank you so much. Congrats on your first commercial.
Thank you.
Wow. First of many. Yes.
Thank you.
Thanks for bringing all your avocado friends from Dallas, too.
The avocados from Mexico makes everything better. Yes. Thank you. Truly, they're incredible.
Fruit. And not to brag or nothing, but I'm pretty much the most amazing apple ever. Atta girl.
Mayhem has been and always will be everywhere.
These things I command you, that ye love one another. If the world hates you, ye know that it hated me before it hated you. If ye were of the world would love his own. But because ye are not of the world, but I have chosen you out of the world, therefore the world hateth you. Remember the word that I said unto you, the servant is not greater than his Lord. If they have persecuted me, they will also persecute you. If they have kept my saying, they will keep yours also. But all these things will they do unto you for my name's sake, because they know not him that sent me. If I had not come and spoken unto them, they had not had sin, but now they have no cloak for their sin. He that hateth me hateth my Father also. If I had not done among them the works which none other man did, they had not had sin. But now have they both seen and hated both me and my Father. But this cometh to pass, that the word might be fulfilled that is written in their law. They hated me without a cause. But when the Comforter is come, whom I will send unto you from the Father, even the Spirit of truth, which proceedeth from the Father, he shall testify of me. And ye also shall bear witness, because ye have been with me from the beginning.